6 chill, for real.
Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
And welcome again to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're located at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77071. Class times, those of you who don't know, if you're new to the channel, are Monday and Wednesdays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and Shabbat morning class from 10 to 2 or till we finish answering questions and reading. We have another location out in Virginia. They're at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Their Sabbath class is the same as ours, 10 to 2. If you tune in to their channel, if you tune in and you want to watch class over there, remember that they're Eastern Standard Time. So it might throw you off a little bit, like, oh, well, class is starting late or early based on wherever you're at. So just remember they're Eastern Standard Time. We have another location out in San Antonio, Texas. They're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. Their class times are Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 7:30 to about 10. And their Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. Very good brothers out there, very good teachers. If you're in the San Antonio area, check them out. Go visit them. They'll love to have you. We do have the Blog Talk Radio, other forms of hearing this word. If you're on the road and you can't always get to a class, and you might not have the YouTube popping like it should because the internet is spotty wherever you're at, pop on that Blog Talk Radio. That's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. And they got class pretty much every day. Very good teachers, very good edifications, very experienced teachers. You know, when you listen, you need to start letting these classes and these blog talks and just kind of play throughout your day. You start to you're letting the scriptures start to mold your mind and the way you think and the way that you're viewing the world. So it's really dope to do that because you start seeing the imperfections of this world and how much that the new world need to come. How much we need a Savior. How much our people need to come out of the conditions that they're in. You know, at one point, you might have felt like when you were in the world, it wasn't as bad as people might say it is. But then when the light of the scriptures start to shine on things, you start to see, whoa, it's a lot worse than I thought it was. Or you might have the sense that things were bad, but not to the level. But when the light of these scriptures start shining on these things and the edifications that brothers bring out through these classes, you're like, dang, it's a lot worse than I thought. So, yeah, just let these shows play. The Blog Talk, we also got we got this YouTube channel that we like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe, share with your friends and family members. We got the Virginia channel, we got the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, the Israelite Media Corp. These are all good tools to help aid yourself in your own ministry if you're not able to be at a school and do the work with brothers at a school. You can do what you can do. Shoot a link. That's the least you can do. So yeah, shoot the links to people. Shoot the YouTube channels to people. We have kids class out here in Houston. We do that on Sundays at 1 p.m. Israelware. Israelware, they are still accepting orders, but they won't be working on the orders until May 1st. So don't be afraid to get in your orders if there's something that you want, but they will not begin to work on those orders until May 1st. So hold tight. If you drop some money, if you order the garment, it's gonna come. And they got the Friends Up subscription. So you get the headband, a t-shirt. It's a monthly subscription. You get a new shirt, new headband, $75, real dope. If you miss a month, or if you didn't sign up and you start seeing brothers walk around with all these righteous headbands and these dope shirts, you're gonna feel a little left out. So if you haven't got on it, I would suggest you get on it. Be in unity. All right. We're starting back the Hebrew Academy. The Hebrew Academy here in Houston is done every Tuesday. And if you're not in Houston or surrounding areas, hit us up and we can get you the Google Hangout link or the Google Meet link. And in Virginia, they're doing it every Wednesday. And I believe in Rochester, they're doing it on Mondays. So wherever you're at, whichever Hebrew Academy you want to attend, some of them, all of them, get with bros, and we'll shoot you the link. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazaki at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazat, which is here on my left, at 303-557-8979. Please text only during class. Outside of class, you can call them, text them, however you like to communicate with them. One thing I do ask is that you be respectful when you do communicate with them. Don't come up with no off-the-wall stuff or allegations or some type of finger pointing. But if you need help with something, they're here to help you. If you need edification, they're here to help you. So hit them up. That's what they're there for. That's what they're here for. Some business lines. We do have a business called Sweet Ambiance, where you get your aromatherapeutic oils, your body oils, your fragrant cologne and perfume oils, your bath salts, your soaps, anything when it comes to smelling good. Check out Sweet Ambiance. We get you smelling right. And also, all the proceeds from the business, it helps support the school. So the proceeds from the business help support the school. So you're getting something, and you're also supporting the school at the same time. So check out Sweet Ambiance. And there's a nice little monthly subscription on there too that y'all should sign up for. Get a different oil, different bath bombs, soaps every month. It's very dope. If you want to drop any alms or donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. The number should be there on the screen. I know brothers was hitting me up asking me for the Wells Fargo account number. It's right there. Check us out. We do it on every YouTube channel. Every time we do a class, we have the Wells Fargo number on there. So check it out. Or you can Zelle it. And the Zelle information is on there too. We are in need of supplies always. Books, pens, apocryphas, dictionaries. The older the better. We're trying to build up our history book library. So if you know any good history books, you want to donate to the school, send it in. Hit up Priest Quatazat, and he'll give you a good address where you can mail those items in. And that's it for the announcements. We got we're just coming back from Passover. Some bros still make Passover garments. Make it last forever and ever.
I'm still in Passover mode. No sleep.
Right? Make it last.
No sleep. It was fun.
Yeah.
If you missed it, you missed a good one. Let's get it on the road. Let's get the prayers out the way, the reading, questions. I'm gonna try to hit these streets if it don't rain or anything like that. So I mind you, putting out Kudam, rise and face the east. If you missed it, you missed a good one. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Awar.
Awar.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. Matthew 5:16 says, let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify the Father which is in heaven.
And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represent your prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Oh, if I got them small coals. Next time, do 2 of them.
Oh.
Yeah, just one for each. I didn't realize.
Excuse me. Y'all making them nervous. Everyone's staring at them.
Burn, baby, burn. Too much mustache here. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Hashabath.
Hashabath.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Ein Shah.
Ein Shah.
Ayenyam Yah.
Ayenyam Yah.
Al.
Al.
Ahariam.
Ahariam.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Ma. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasharala.
Yasharala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Ail.
Ail.
Yam Yam Yah.
Yam Yam Yah.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Makol Rai.
Makol Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabawa'aya.
Wabawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'aid.
Wa'aid.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and for even forevermore.
Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Haya.
Haya.
Shamka.
Shamka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwavka.
Malakwavka.
Taba'a.
Taba'a.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Haya.
Haya.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Haya.
Haya.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathan Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Call.
Call.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalach Nawa.
Wasalach Nawa.
Chabawath Nawa.
Chabawath Nawa.
Wasalach Nawa.
Wasalach Nawa.
Chabawath Yenawa.
Chabawath Yenawa.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Nabianawa.
Nabianawa.
Wanasaya 1.
Wanasaya 1.
A ball.
ball.
Awashai Nawa.
Awashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwath.
Hamalakwath.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Parath.
Wahata Parah.
La'ai Walanyam.
Waha'alanyam.
Aman.
Amen. This is the Lord's Prayer found in Matthew 6, 9 through 14. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, which is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Aman. Ha.
Ha.
Aishara.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
Number 1. La'a.
La'a.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Laharyim.
Laharyim.
Alpanya.
Apanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'a.
La'a.
La'aisha.
La'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
La'aibadam.
La'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a.
La'a.
Dalakwak ath.
Dalakwak.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabath.
Hashabath.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa'amaka.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a.
La'a.
Daratazak.
Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a.
La'a.
Tana'a.
Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a.
La'a.
Daganab.
Taganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a.
La'a.
Da'aina.
Ta'aina.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'a.
La'a.
Thakamad.
Thakamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asharat.
Asharat.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything of thy neighbors.
Bahasham Yahawashai.
Bahasham Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
From Yad.
From Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Am I?
All right, so that was opening prayers. Got to be on time to get that. Got to be on time. So we're going to be in Leviticus 9, right? We skipped obviously a few chapters because of the Sabbath last week. So we're going to be missing a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. We read, where did we read? So where we left off, we were talking about, wait, did we read up to 9? Fire, foul beasts, you shall bring the breast, wave. Yeah, basically Leviticus 1 through 9 goes into just the different offerings, right? Wave offering, peace offering, sin offering, where to eat it, how to prepare it, what to take away from it, what to burn, who to eat it with. So I don't think we missed too much. I get one of those stands. Yeah. So where are we going to be at? Leviticus chapter 9, verse 1? Where's the paper? Let me see that.
9:1.
Let me see that paper.
That's it.
Oh, that's it.
Definitive copy.
The what?
Definitive copy.
Oh, that's it. Okay. So Leviticus 9, verse 1. So let's do it in the first reading. Come on. Man, I got too much mustache here. to say? Hakawa,
Hakawa,
Shabbat Shah.
Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Bon Yashala.
Hakawa, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bon Yashala. Ay, Majum. Right?
Yehowadah Hashem Yehoshua Barakadum.
Yahawah Hashem Yahushua Barakatah. Sir. Hakawa in the building. Got BA in the building. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leviticus 9. You're going to read to 23.
Leviticus chapter 9, verse 1. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. And he said unto Aaron, take thee a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. And unto the children of Israel thou shalt speak, saying, take ye a king of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a meat offering mingled with oil. For today the Lord will appear unto you. And they brought that which Moses commanded before the tabernacle of the congregation. And all of the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded that ye shall do. And the glory of the Lord shall appear unto you.
Yeah, this right here was very important. This was a very important commandment for the priests, just on how to deal with this sin offering. They were supposed to take a kid of the goats, right, of the first year without blemish. They were supposed to take a kid, and they were supposed to take a calf and a lamb. First year without blemish for the burnt offering. And they were supposed to eat it in the holy place. Right? So, real quick, go over to Leviticus 6. Go to Leviticus 6 and 24. We read it already. But there was a commandment given. There was a commandment given on how to deal with this sin offering, where to eat it, and different things like that. So read Leviticus 6:24.
Leviticus chapter 6, verse 24.
Right?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Aaron and to his sons, saying, this is the law of the sin offering.
See, there was a law for the sin offering. Go ahead.
In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before the Most High.
Right. So the sin offering, burnt offering were killed in the same place. Go ahead.
It is most holy.
Read.
The priest that offereth it for sin shall eat it.
Right. You see that? The priest that offered it shall eat it.
In the holy place shall it be eaten.
Right.
In the court of the tabernacles of the congregation.
Go ahead.
Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy.
Read.
And when there is sprinkled of blood thereupon any garment, thou shalt wash that whereupon it is sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it is sodden, shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured, and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy.
All the what?
All the males among the priests thereof shall eat it.
Right. You see that? All the males were commanded to eat this offering. Very important. Go ahead.
It is most holy. And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the congregation to reconcile with all in the holy place shall be eaten.
Right. Go ahead.
It shall be burnt in the fire.
Right. So everybody get that?
Con.
There was a law to the sin offering. Where it was killed, who ate it, how it was prepped. Okay? So let's jump back. Y'all will see why I went here. When we finish reading, when we get to chapter 10, you're gonna understand why I went here. Or why I refreshed that. It's important. Where'd you leave off at, Hakawa?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 9 and verse 7. And Moses said unto Aaron, Go unto the altar, and offer thy sin offering, and thy burnt offering, and make an atonement for thyself, and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as the Lord commanded. Aaron therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself.
Right. So they would go in. They would slaughter the calf, one for themselves to the representation of purging themselves from sin. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And the sons of Aaron brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Right. So the fat, the caul above the kidneys, that was set on a fire. That burnt offering, it was set on a fire. The entrails, we didn't eat those things, but they did get put on a fire. They were organized and eat them, even though they were on a fire. We didn't eat those. All right, go ahead.
Verse 11.
And y'all probably wondering why am I going over it, being detailed. We got a couple of new people online, so just to give them that edification. I know y'all have already heard it. We've been through it extensively, but we do got some new people online that need to hear it. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp.
Right. So the flesh and the hide that went outside the camp and was burned. Go ahead.
And he slew the burnt offering. And Aaron's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him, with the pieces thereof, and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar.
See that? He washed the inwards, all those inward parts, he washed them, but then burned them, but we didn't eat those. All right? So don't get it twisted like, oh, he put it on the fire so we could have some liver and kidney, little heart. No. Those, they just burned all the way up until that was ash. Go ahead.
Verse 15. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar.
What was the meat offering? You took a handful of what? What was the meat offering? Who remembers? What was the meat offering? What was it? William.
Like flour and oils.
Right. It was flour mingled with oil. It says meat offering, but it wasn't meat involved. He took a handful of flour or grain, flour, to mingle it with the oil to make the cakes. They would burn up the cakes, and then they would pull them off so they could so they could eat them. Go ahead.
Beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning, he slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aaron's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about, and the fat of the bullock and of the ram, the rump, and that which covered the inwards, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver. And they put the fat upon the breast, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. And the breast and the right shoulder Aaron waved for a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses commanded. And Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering and the burnt offering and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation and came out and blessed the people. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the people. And there came a fire out from before the Lord, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when...
Oh, that's it on that. Yeah, you go to 23. It's all good. It's all good. So everybody clear on that? Okay. Any questions? On the any questions on the reading online? Let's see. Hakawa in the building. Yes, he is. VA in the building. That's how we getting it. That's how we getting it. Okay. Let's get up the next reader. Who's this guy? What? You want to be the next reader? Oh, okay. I thought you was ready.
If you want me to, I will.
Nah, it's not that if I want you to, you got to be willing and ready.
I will be after you.
Mustache here. It's getting in the way.
Shama'ala, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashuala.
Shema'ala, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala. Men of Israel, Imadim, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Ashab Bakadam.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah. You good? Oh. Oh, yeah, read. Yeah, this reading is fairly quick and straight to the point. I mean, God, it ain't gonna be 8 hours. Mathaniah wants that 8-hour session. So we start at 23. Mathaniah's like, give us 8 hours. Give us 8 hours. She's like, I'm ready. Mathaniah's turned up. She ain't been in class in a month. All them garments, she's ready for class, right? God, all the sisters, they are turned. It was going through class withdrawals. He's fiending for the word.
Con.
Right?
Oh boy.
Where we at? Read.
This is Leviticus chapter 9, verse 23. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation and came out and blessed the people. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the people. And there came a fire out from before the Lord and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces.
Right. So just like in Leviticus 9 and verse 6, and Moses said, "This is the thing which the Lord commanded that ye should do, and the glory of the Lord shall appear unto you." Most High said it, and he did it. You see that? So once it's just showing, man, once we do what the Most High commands, he'll do his part. A lot of people, they be in the mind of, how come God ain't working for me? Well, you doing what he says? Or how come these things have befallen me? Or how come these things happen? Why me, Lord? Why? Right? You look up in the heavens talking about why? Well, are you following what's being said? Are you following what's being commanded? Are you obedient to something above your own logic? And that's the thing where the Most High was always showing us where our obedience should be and where our mind should be towards him. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer and put fire therein, and put incense thereon.
Go ahead, read.
And offered strange fire.
Right, so obviously they offered something, they burned something in their censers that was not commanded to burn. And that could have been anything. That could have been anything that was not commanded to burn. They could have damn put peppermint in there. They weren't supposed to burn that. We were supposed to be burning peppermint and praying to the Most High.
Wow.
He said, let your prayers go up like what?
Incense.
Right, what incense did we use? Frankincense and myrrh. You see that? So if they were praying with any other type of incense, it was wrong. So when you burning your sage, wrong. You burning sage and then trying to pray to the Most High, he ain't dealing with that. I'm sorry, but he's not.
Man.
You burning, what else they like to burn? What other strange fire, what other strange incense people burning, trying to pray?
You said sage.
Yeah, sage is like the big one, right?
Yeah.
These black women, these wicked women love their sage.
Lavender.
Smudging. Yeah, and this is the thing. Let me say this. There's nothing wrong with burning other fragrances. Nothing wrong with burning a little lavender to get that little, calming. Nothing wrong, a little cocoa mango, a little Egyptian musk. Ain't nothing wrong. Am I going to set up prayers with that? No. I ain't going to be setting up prayers with that because we see what happened with Aaron's sons. They burned something strange. Now, some people try to act like they know what that is. It don't say what it was. It just says they burned a strange fire. They put the wrong incense in their censer, and it sent up a strange smell and a strange fire that the Most High was not dealing with. I've talked about this before. When you look at, there was a time when you looked at, it was during like the Mike Brown killing. Remember when Mike Brown? Remember, what's the brother that got choked in New York? He got headlocked.
The Latino guy?
No. It was the big Judite dude. He was in Staten Island. Huh?
I forget his name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I forgot his name. Then you had Eric Gardner. Then you had Philando Castillo. You had Sandra Bland. When they all was killed, it had something to do with that smoke. Sandra Bland, the last thing they show her doing was lighting up a cigarette, dealing with that cop, but going crazy on this dude. Mike Brown, they said he was trying to steal swishers to roll his blunt. They tried to say Trayvon Martin too was like trying to steal some blunt wraps. I don't know how true that is. Philando Castillo, the one that got shot in the car. Remember him? He got shot in Minneapolis.
Right.
And his daughter. What was he doing? What was he doing the day before on his Snapchat? Him and his wife with the baby in the car were rolling around, smoking. Think about it. If we praise the Most High with a certain type of fragrance that comes from the smoke, don't you think you can call demons? with the same type of, with different types of smoke? Yeah. And a lot of us be, when you used to blaze up in your day, you know what I'm saying? You like that swisher, right? You like that Black and Mild, and you thought you was cool, but you was calling some demons around you. What's that?
Wow.
I used to listen to this rapper named Lil Bibby.
Little bit, right?
He
Right?
said, one of his songs, he was like, all my friends died when it was hot.
Yeah. Con. Think about it, because what are you calling around you with that smoke when you burn that strange incense? Well, you're calling death, just like Aaron and his son, like Aaron's sons. They call death to them, and it's no different than our people. Everything stems for our people around some strange fire, right? We know now it's weed, right? It's the weed demon. It's a demon. And you're calling some sort of spirit to you, whether it be a lazy spirit, slothful spirit, but a lot of our people have died behind the weed smoke. They have died behind that. They get high, they get stupid. They get high, they get lackadaisical. They get high, they get paranoid. You see that? So if we burn incense to the Most High, to praise the Most High, best believe there's a left-hand side to that. When you burning up your tobacco, right, your peace pipe,
Yep.
and look at the calamities that can befall you. Just look at there was a time, there was people that was dying and everything. Every time you look, either they were smoking, it has something to do with cigarettes or it has something to do with weed. And it's like, yeah, you calling that demon to you. You calling that death to you. So we got to be careful. You got to be careful. You know, it's easy to stick to the parameters of what the Bible says, right? If you don't know what to burn, then just burn what the scriptures say, right?
Good old Franken.
Good old frankincense and myrrh, like we
Frankie
do.
myrrh.
Yeah, just stick to the basics of what it says. You know, that weed smoking. Some of y'all are new, and you got to give that up because you're literally keeping negative spirits around your house, and then you wonder why. You know, well, my kids, they got different spirits on them. They got mental deficiencies. They got mental ailments. They got anger issues. Well, that blunt smoke could be keeping that type of demon around. That blunt smoke could be keeping that mental block in your household where we can't get over the hump. We reading the Bible, we watching class, we doing this, we doing that, but you smoking cigarettes on the low. You keeping that negative spirit. Remember, everything's spiritual. It says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? So you do something in the physical, but it has a spiritual representation. And a lot of us don't know what we were calling to ourselves just by doing certain things, practicing certain holidays, keeping the white man's holidays. You was keeping demons around you. You were keeping demons around you year long. They had it set up on a calendar.
Strategically.
Yeah, there was like a holiday every month, right? And if not, there was a President's Day, National Taco Day, Pancake Day. They made sure they sent in Popsicle Day, right? Then not to mention all the birthdays where they had you remember when you did the birthdays and you lit those candles for your little 1-year-old baby boy, and you said, "Make a wish."
Oh, wish.
Blow out the candles. That was candle magic. You were doing some magic for some type of deity.
My.
You see that? So it all has something to do with this fire. When you light that fire, and lighting whatever incense, lighting those candles, who knows what damn demon you conjured up, what demon you called to yourself. And then when you made your wish and blew out the candles, that was you casting a spell.
Wow.
When you sitting there rolling your blunt, right? I don't know how to roll no blunt. Right? It's been a long time. When you sitting there rolling your blunt, right? Licking it and doing all that, and you're doing that ritual, split the Dutch, pack the Dutch, roll the Dutch, lick it, burn it. That's a ritual. It's no different than when we stand up here and do the ritual of the Sabbath ceremony, right? We get up, we say the same prayers, we light the incense. Say some prayers, light the candles. Say the prayers, blow the horn. It's a ritual, but we're doing it towards the Most High in righteousness. That ritual of, you get your cigarettes, You know how they pack them? They pack them down, bust that top, pull them out, let it hang from the side of the mouth. Yeah. Yeah. Right? It's a ritual. It's a ritual. So you got to understand what deities and what different spirits and what negativity you draw towards you with every inhale. You just pulling in negative.
Wow.
You pulling in a demon. And you blow him out into the air and he just sits around you.
You know, just thinking about it, the way what's in a person's mind when they want to smoke a cigarette or they want to smoke some weed. They're like, oh man, my nerves are bad. I need to release some stress. Oh man, it calmed me down. It's like, well, you got one demon on you and you're using another demon to replace that demon.
Right.
It's like Satan is not divided in that.
Satan can't cast out Satan.
Satan can't cast out Satan.
So your stress demon, your cigarette won't cast out your stress demon.
Con.
Your digestive tract demon won't cast, a cigarette won't cast, like, oh, I smoke cigarettes to help me with the digestion of food. Because I've heard that before too.
I heard that too. It
Well,
goes good with my food.
you better get some fiber. Yeah, it curbs my appetite. You better get some discipline and get off of that demon. What's that?
I was also told that people say they smoke cigarettes for breathing, like because he had like open heart surgery or something like that, and they said cigarettes will help for him to like be able to like breathe in his airflow or something like that.
Yeah, until you get lung cancer.
Clouding your lungs with smoke helps you breathe better.
I did not understand that.
Yeah, because what it does when you do that, it forces the lungs to have to work to pump that smoke and clear that smoke. So your lungs end up just overworking and working, but at the same time, you're doing damage to the lung cells. So you're you're clogging up those cells. The lungs is working. The best thing to do is just go jump in a swimming pool or go somewhere where there's high altitude and exercise, and it'll do the same thing without the damage of what smoke does to the lungs. Smoke, when you inhale smoke, even on a small level, it's smoke inhalation. You pull that into your lungs and you fill the lungs up, you remove all the oxygen and you put all that carbon, it's smoke inhalation. That's why you have to breathe that out. Medical expert, let's do it.
I was say that's another one of the quick fix medications, but they'll tell you about the side effects because it's going to build up the mucus and it's going to eventually start clogging your airway and stuff like that. So it's got its downfalls too.
Yeah, because I've heard that. Like, yeah, you smoke to help you breathe, or because what it does, it forces the lungs to have to work kind of like an overtime, and it forces the lungs to contract and work. It's almost like it builds the lungs up. Because think about it, if you put any organ under stress, it's going to have to work harder. Yeah. If I start pinching off my blood vessels, what's my heart going to do? It's going to pump faster. It's going to pump faster, 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 try to pump the blood, right? But what's going to happen? That heart, that muscle is going to overwork. So I might build up my heart, but after a while, I'm building it in the wrong way, where that's where you get heart failure, hypertension, you'll lose a ventricle, you'll lose a chamber. Right? Or the whole damn heart. Triple bypass. They'll be putting a whole new heart in you. What's that?
It's kind of like saying that, like when you work out a muscle like that, you're making your heart get bigger, even your lungs, if you're working it out like that, because everything you have in you is a muscle.
Yeah.
So you're making it get bigger. Regardless, you shouldn't be doing that because your muscles are actually at a plateau level right there, right now. Like your heart's at a plateau level because it pumps every single second. So when you make it pump differently, you're making it grow because you're making that muscle work a different way.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. It's like swimmers. You ever see Michael Phelps? You ever see the top half of his body? It's built different.
Yeah.
Because his lungs are not the same size as my lungs or your lungs.
Oh, no.
His lungs are probably 3 times bigger because he swims, because he holds his breath, because he practiced that way. But his body is built for it. His torso is ridiculously long. Then it's wide. He's shaped like this, like a V. His hips are here. His torso goes up, and where his lungs are, you got to see him. When he expands his arms and when he breathes out, no, when he sucks air in, his lungs go like this. His whole torso expands. And he breathes out because he can hold. He's built. He's like a fish now. He But what did he do? He destroyed himself. He started smoking weed. Destroyed his lungs. So he was built for swimming. You got to have a large lung capacity to swim because you're sucking in less air and doing more work. But that's how you work those muscles.
Right.
You give it less oxygen, but you exhort it. Same thing when you build muscle, right? What are you doing? When you contract that muscle, they say breathe, right? You're breathing, but it's still not getting enough oxygen.
Right.
When you pumping that thing until it tires out, boom, it expands. But they're telling us to do it the wrong way with the weed and the cigarettes. The brother asked, what can we burn? Well, we burn frankincense and myrrh. Like I said, we keep it simple. We burn frankincense and myrrh because everything else would be strange to the Most High. Now, I'm talking about in prayer.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. Listen, if you want to burn a nice fragrance in your house, like get a candle, little vanilla, you know what I'm saying, little gardenia. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Little rose. I like all different types of fragrances. Cinnamon. I like all different types of fragrances, but I'm not gonna set up prayers to these things. I'm not gonna sit in the Bath and Body Works candle setting up prayers. You see what I'm saying? With the candle burn.
You got your incense burning. You got your little altar.
Yeah, because ain't that what the 9.5 do?
God,
they got their
that's
little
exactly
candles,
what they do.
right? They got their little Santa Maria and this and that on it, and they burn, and they set up their prayers, altar. That's not what we want to fall into. Go ahead, speak on it, 9.5.
Con. Bring it out.
Speak on it.
So, the Vatican-based churches are called basilicas, right? And there's one in the valley. And people literally make it a thing to go and light a candle
For the dead, right?
for whatever.
For whatever. Yep.
At the Catholic Church with the big old Caesar Borgia, maybe
Oh yeah.
how big is that?
7 feet tall.
Like 50 feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
yeah,
50 feet?
like big. You can see it when you're driving on the highway type stuff.
Dang.
The
Oh, this is in Mexico.
No, right
No,
there
it's
in
the valley.
it's in San Juan.
Oh,
Texas.
San Juan Valley. Damn.
Yeah. But in that sense of lighting the candles,
Yeah.
like even bringing out that point, we do use frankincense and myrrh to set a prayers because those are the instructions. And obviously none of us knew or ignorant to the fact that let's go just get random candles from Fiesta or go to the Catholic Church Basilica and just start lighting it for a prayer.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's wicked.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah. Because think about it, when you go into the Catholic Church, that's one of the first things you do when you walk in. They have always the candles lit,
Yeah.
and you'll go in there, you light a candle, but for what?
The holy water right there.
It's got the water right there. Every time they do candlelight visuals. Yeah, you lighting a candle for the dead. Where does it say to do that in the
You're
scriptures?
supposed to drop a card in a little box too before you light the candle. It's an honorary system.
Oh, oh, you got to pay for your candle. Right, they work on the honor system, right? You drop a quarter in and you light your candle. But what's the purpose? What are you lighting this candle to? What deity are you worshiping, or are you conjuring up? And that's where we have to get a little bit more. It says, "My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge." We're destroyed for a lack of knowledge, and then we'll jump into something not knowing what we're jumping into. You give yourself to something not knowing what it is. He's like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing." No, you don't. Why do I have so much negative that surrounds me yearly? Why can't I get out the hole? This spiritual deficiency of a hole that I've dug. Well, because as soon as you shovel away some dirt, you pile on more dirt with something else that you don't know about.
That's true.
And then you shovel some more dirt, and then you pile on more dirt. And you're like, I'm not getting nowhere. I'm spinning my wheels. Let's stick to the scriptures, and it'll be a lot easier to get out of that hole.
I was gonna say that I know scriptures say that our people we're from a lack of knowledge, but you guys see most of our people more stiff-necked now. Because if I go to my mother-in-law's house and they have up the white Jesus, stuff like that. They see my shirts, they see my fringes, they read the back of my shirts, but they still want to do what they want to do. I think it's more stiff-necked now to me, because the word is coming out so hard now.
Yeah, and you got to give part of that to when a person has been conditioned for so many years to believe one thing. It's hard to break that condition. It's hard to break that mind. So just seeing church ain't really teaching them. They're understanding that there's different things out there. But once I've been stuck in my ways for 50, 60 years, It's hard. It's hard to break away from that. It's hard to break away from the norm and that comfortability. You see that? And a lot of our people are comfortable. They're comfortable in captivity, not realizing being destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They don't know that they're captives. They think they're free because they can go to the mall. They got a little stimulus check, a little stimmy, right? They can drive a car. They can go. There's no sign that says whites only. So in their minds, they're free. Right. But being destroyed for a lack of knowledge, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They don't realize that they don't know the truth. So it goes still back to the same point. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Yeah, you're right. You see that? But what you're saying is still, it's on point. It's just, you know, we got to look at it in that way, because then, you know, you start looking at certain things a certain way, and then it makes you judge things that way. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, y'all are just all stiff-necked. Y'all are just all, yeah, the stiff-neck comes in when you sit down in class for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and you're still doing the same thing that you were doing when you first got here. That's how you can say, okay, yeah, you're just hard-headed and rebellious. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, because if we throw that title on just all our people, all just blanket them, then it's basically saying, well, they saw a shirt, they didn't convert, right? Or they could just hop on the internet and learn. They don't know that. There's still a lot of our people that haven't even heard the Bible, haven't even heard the truth, just now waking up. It's still shocking to me with all this media and all this social media going on that there's some of our people that still are under a rock. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
That's just like me. I've been in Christianity for 55 years. But what made me be able to snap out of it is I never knew what the hell they were talking about. Noah.
Yeah.
You know, sitting there listening. I'm serious. Sitting there listening to them, I didn't know what they were talking about. They would, you know, the pastor would, you know, read some scriptures, start getting all jacked up, organ start playing, drums start banding, people start, and they used to say, y'all was quiet and wasn't saying nothing when he was in the tent, but as soon as the organ started in the piano store, y'all started getting all wild and roughed up. So, and I used to start questioning myself, is this something wrong with me? Because when I would see people get up hollering and running around, I kept saying, Lord, what is this spirit not here mean? You know, I used to ask that. You said, well, it's not why I'm not feeling this, you know? So once that flyer came to me that y'all was passing out, and I looked at it, I said, you know what? Now this is making sense to me right here. This is making a whole lot of sense to me. So that's why it was easier for me to come to it, because first of all, I wasn't even, like I said, I didn't even know the hell they were talking about Noah. So I wasn't even buried into that. But you know, like I said, I got some family members, you know, that think I'm cuckoo, you know, because of the beliefs and the truths I've found out, you know, through this Bible, through studying it, through doing the research, through listening to the teaching. You know, I have a couple of cousins that's really interested in it. It's been calling me, asking questions about it. And I always say, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you come over to the class? You know, come up to the class. And I guarantee you, the teachers, what I can't help you with, I guarantee you they can. They got research, they got books, they got everything. They can help you. And if they can't help you, they'll find out. You know, they'll dig and find out. So that's why it wasn't hard for me to come over and you know, be converted over to this here, because first of all, I wasn't even getting what they were talking about. I just wasn't. You know what's funny? When you listen to that organ, remember how when you used to listen to, watch like a game, like New York Knicks?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Like old Knicks, like 90, like in the 90s, early 2000s. They had the same organ playing. They had it for defense. Dun-dun, dun-dun. It was an organ. It was a man that played an organ up there. Dun-dun. They probably switched it to digital now, but they would have an organ player. Right. And that's what incited the crowd. That's what they played in church to get you.
Wow.
Yeah. They'll play an organ.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, thought that was interesting.
It's deep.
Let's jump back.
Leviticus chapter 10, I'm starting with verse 1. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded not. And there went out fire from the Lord, and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aaron held his peace, and Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, and the sons of Uziel, and Shalaka, and the sons of Uziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp.
Right. So he had Aaron's uncle and his sons carry Aaron's sons up out of there. They was burnt up. He said, get their bodies out of here. Right?
You know, on this, it's something to remember, not only to offer the right offering and do the right things, but you can get caught up for doing something that wasn't in the orders.
Right, man.
It's like, let's say we're like, hey, we send a brother out for pizza. Hey, bro, go get cheese pizzas, and then you come back with cheese pizza with mushrooms. It's like, bro, didn't nobody tell you to get mushrooms too? Why you got mushrooms on the pizza? It's like you went outside of the order. Was it wicked to add a topping? No, it's not wicked. Just like we don't know exactly what kind of fragrance that incense they burnt, but it wasn't commanded. You did something outside of what you were told to do.
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Absolutely.
I got one for y'all real quick. Go to Genesis. Genesis. Where's it at? He said if you do whatsoever is good, you will not be accepted. Genesis 4, right?
Yep, it's 4.
Oh, 4 and 7. Genesis 4 and 7.
The book of Genesis, chapter 4, verse 7. If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted?
Right. Why wasn't Aaron's sons accepted? Well, they didn't do well. You know, another thing you got to ask yourself was, where was Aaron? He was the head priest. So what was he up to? Remember, Aaron built a calf. Right? Aaron built a calf. So what is it going back and showing now? That the generations of rebellion, the generations of making the wrong moves. Aaron didn't die for building the calf. Aaron didn't die for his sons messing up, but they did. Go ahead.
And if thou doest not well,
Right?
sin lieth at the door.
Yeah, sin is going to be waiting for you if you do not well. And read on.
And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
Right. Sin is going to desire. You'll desire sin. Sin will desire you, and that's going to be your realm. It's the sinful realm. That's what you're going to be given over to. He that wandereth out of the congregation of the Lord will he that walketh out of the understanding of the Lord will walk in the congregation of the dead. Y'all see that? So we got to be careful. Like he brought up a good point. What was commanded? Do what's commanded. Do what's told first. Then if something needs to be added, just ask. You know, we're not saying don't be proactive. We're not saying don't be reactive, but what we're saying is do what's commanded. He said, it says it in Ecclesiasticus, right? Doesn't it say do what's commanded and give reverence to that? Where is it at? It's Ecclesiasticus 3. Watch. Ecclesiasticus 3 and verse 21.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21.
Right?
Seek not after things that are too hard for thee.
Right?
Neither search the things that are above what is commanded thee. Think thereupon with reverence.
Right. We try to go to the things that's too hard. Like, well, if I light up this incense, it's going to get me into the spiritual realm. Nah, it's probably going to get you killed. Pray to this deity, or if I start to smudge my house with sage all day, you know what I'm saying, and do some smothering, then that's going to protect me. Or if I rub these stones, the new thing now is the stones.
Yeah.
Right? If I rub these stones together, it's going to put a shield around me. Right? I'm going to get a Spider-Man shield around me and I'm going to be good. You don't know what you call them rubbing them stones together. Listen, I hear about it. You got some sisters that got to be walking around with the damn stones in their purse. You got to stop doing that, sis. Because you don't know what you're calling to you. You walking around with them stones in your purse, you don't know what you're dealing with. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Go ahead.
For it is not needful for thee to see with thine eyes the things that are in secret.
Right. So remember, he said, think on the things that are commanded and give those things reverence. Reverence the things that are commanded. You see that? So let's jump back.
You know what? I just gotta say this, man. I ain't want to say nothing. I gotta say this. Those, cause I have a couple myself, right? You see those stones you're wearing?
Right.
With the now my daughter-in-law tries to tell, and my wife tries to talk to him, tries to tell us that. But tell him that the yellow one he need to wear on the left, and tell him the blue he need to wear on this, so it make him not act some certain way. I said, hold on, sis. First of all, please don't believe in that. That's witchcraft you're talking to me. That's a form of witchcraft you're talking.
Yeah,
you don't believe in that.
This is just decoration for me.
Thank you, exactly.
It looks good. I like the colors.
Exactly.
I don't care about no damn balance or what's going to do what to my spirit. The only thing that could affect my spirit is this word and the things that I give my soul to.
Exactly.
That's it. I don't believe in none of that. Like
Yeah,
if I wear a brass ring, it's gonna suck all the negative out of me.
Exactly.
No, it's not. It don't work like that.
And that's what I told her. I
When you
said,
hit them together.
Yeah, when I do this,
repel
boom, Wonder Woman.
spirits.
Pew, dodging bullets. Hell nah. William. I wish I had a garment that could do that, but it ain't.
Like right before the Passover, I had an ephod I wanted to wear. One of the stones had popped out. So I went to this little store over in Old Town Spring.
Right.
They had some stones in the little bags, and I got some stones. And when I went to pay for them, she was like, "You want me to burn some incense so we can get rid of the negative energy?" I was like,
Oh, hell no. I'd have been like, listen, I didn't want you to.
I said, "You didn't do that with these already, did you?"
I know that's right, man.
Did she? Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, people's beliefs, man, you got to be careful. Like, I don't believe in none of that. This is just jewelry.
That's what I told
Yeah.
you. I said, look, please believe that the scriptures, the commandments, the statutes, and the Most High is what take care of all this, that control all that.
Oh, yeah.
Not some rocks, okay, that you done put together.
Some
You know?
beads.
Now, what I wanted I told my wife to tell her, I said, why don't you tell this? All the trouble and the complaints she said she's talking about her husband giving her. If those things make you change, tell him make one for him. So he can stop acting like he acting in, if that's what you believe. Man, that's garbage. Like I said, I've been wearing mines, and I'm still the same guy. I still act the same way.
Yeah, this is the decoration for me. It just goes good with the garment. I give it
It
no.
was so funny.
I give it no credit. What's that?
It's just like when you used to go to church and they used to be like, oh, you baptized now, so you saved. And
Right.
I got baptized when I was 9, and then when I was like, I think like 16.
So you were saved until you were 16 and you had to get rewashed?
Nothing changed. I was still like the same person. I was still walking around sagging my pants, trying to smoke weed, do all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, it doesn't, it's just like, it's weird because they think all these other things outside of the Most High is what's going to change us and make us this holy man now.
Yeah.
It's crazy, bro.
They're not realizing that it's the conscience. It's the conscience that should change. And, you know, my conscience is not towards some stones or anything like that. My conscience is towards the Most High.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing my conscience is towards.
Exactly.
Yeah. Where we at?
We in Leviticus chapter 10, verse 5. So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said unto Aaron and unto Eleazar, right? Eleazar, and unto Ithamar, his sons.
Ithamar.
Thank you. His sons. Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest ye die. And let wrath come upon all the people, but let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord had kindled.
Right, so he commanded Aaron. Now think about this. He's telling this grown man, don't cry for your sons that I just burnt to a crisp. He said, don't uncover your heads. Don't rend your clothes, because that's what we did, right? To show mourning. We'd uncover our heads, we'd shave our heads, we'd rend our clothes, throw ashes on our face. He said, don't do any outward mourning. You ain't gonna do that because these men were off. But let the congregation, let them mourn if they're gonna mourn. If there's gonna be any mourning, let the congregation do that. So whoever wants to cry for these men, that's fine. But y'all, Aaron, you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna do it. That's a rough thing to be commanded, right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. Ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you.
Remember that anointing oil? The oil with the cinnamon, the frankincense, the myrrh. Yeah.
Only the priest wore it.
Only the priest wore it. He said that oil is on you. Basically, you're not going to go defile yourself for no dead body. You're not going to go to no funeral. You're not going to do none of that. You're going to sit here and do your job. Go ahead.
Verse 7, last precept. And they did according to the word of Moses. And the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying,
Put it on.
do not drink wine nor strong drink, thou nor thy sons with thee, when ye go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. It shall
Yeah,
be.
so they weren't supposed to go into the tabernacle to do their sacrifice and had any other influence on them. Because that's what alcohol does. It lowers your inhibitions. It lowers your defenses, and it does put other spirits. It opens you up to other spirits and other thoughts. It wasn't that Aaron and his sons couldn't drink at all, like they try to teach in church. It was that they weren't supposed to drink and do their duty. You couldn't go into that holy of holies with any other thought other than, what am I doing? I'm gonna sacrifice this sin offering for myself. I'm gonna sacrifice for the people. My mind is gonna be on the Most High. Come on, man. You already know. You take one little sip. Imagine if you haven't sipped in a few days or a few months, or you haven't eaten all day, and you drink a half a beer, and you like, whoa, I'm feeling loopy. Like, why? Like, damn, this beer got me.
Yeah.
Right? And you know that one beer don't get you, but empty stomach, moving around, and then you drink, bro, that beer will grab a hold of you, and you just be woo, 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 right?
Swerving.
Yeah, you swerving off a half a beer, half a Corona, got you swervy. So it's another spirit that's on you, though. So the Most High said, listen, you ain't gonna go in there with no spirits on you, or you're gonna die. So don't drink when you go do your job. That's why when you see us up here, we ain't up here drinking. Like, even if I might have a cup that's concealed, like my contents is concealed, we ain't drinking no wine like some other schools that I've seen pouring up damn Hennessy right there on the podium and then drop a class, and that's why they sound like retards. Stuttering, can't formulate a sentence, can't edify the proper way because you up there drinking. Wow. You up there pouring up Hennessy and pouring up wine and strong drink and trying to teach and answer questions. It don't make no sense. That's why a lot of times you'll see me, I come up with my stuff clear. So y'all don't think like, he's drinking, so he up there getting faded. So got to do it because you got bad examples out there. You got bad examples out there, and you got a lot of these young men, they following these bad examples and they're trying to teach. That's why it says rebuke not a man under the wine. Why? Because he ain't going to receive it. Mm-hmm. And you can't drop it if you're drunk. Wine is a mocker. Proverbs 20. Wine is a mocker, right? You think you can drop it. You think you got liquid courage, but that's all it is. Once that alcohol wear off, you back to the same whack individual you were before you drank. You couldn't talk to her before you drank. It ain't gonna make you better when you talk to her while you drink it. They call it liquid courage for a reason, right? So they weren't supposed to drink in the tabernacle. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 10, verse 9, last precept. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. Verse 10, and that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord has spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spake unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar, his sons that were left, take the meat offering that remained of the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is thy due, and thy sons' due, of the sacrifices of the Lord made by fire. For so I am commanded. And the wave breast and heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee, for they be thy due, and thy sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Israel.
You see that? So they were supposed to eat in a clean place, which it was already designated. Go ahead.
Verse 15, the heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be thine and thy sons with thee by a statute forever, as the Lord had commanded. And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt.
Right. So now it's changing. It's not literally changing topics, but now it's going into a little subtopic of a situation that's going to happen with Aaron and his sons, according to the sin offering. Go ahead.
And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, which were left alive, saying, Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? The God had given and God had given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Most High. Verse 18, behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aaron said unto Moses, behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord. And such things have befallen me.
Right?
And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord?
So, does everybody understand that? You don't get that? Who else? This is looking for the sin offering. Aaron and his sons, they didn't partake in the sin offering. So, Aaron comes back and basically is giving his explanation why. So, he's basically saying, look, if I would have ate it, would it have been accepted? No. Well, why? Why wouldn't it have been accepted? Because it says, and when Moses heard that, he was content. So he was good with that answer. So why would it have not been accepted? What?
Well, going back to like the Genesis 4:7, they might have not done it well.
No. They did it well, because they did it well, but just stick in the chapter. What had happened? What does chapter start with?
It started with Ecclesiastes or Itamar.
Right?
And this goes with Aaron. Aaron, if Aaron would basically do what his sons did, I'm on the right track.
William.
I think it's just because he wouldn't have been in the mind frame where he would have been given it willingly. It said if you offer a sacrifice, offer it, willingly.
You're close. It wasn't willing. Remember, this was their sin sack. There was a sin offering. So it was willing, but it was the mind state that they were going to be in. Go to Malachi 2:13. Right. No, his sons, remember, his sons died, right? Or they were put to death. Now, the Most High told him not to mourn openly. But does that mean that he wasn't going to be mournful within?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, his mind, right. It wasn't that it wasn't willing, though. They gave it willing, but the mind state, whatever.
Was Aaron. He might have not been.
Well, it's just where his mind was at. He know he had to still do that job, but it's where his mind was going to be in giving the sacrifice. The sacrifice wasn't the problem. It was this. Watch. There was something that the priests were not supposed to do, and even us today. Read Malachi 2:13.
Malachi chapter 2 and verse 13.
Right.
And this have ye done again,
Right.
covering the altar of the Lord with tears.
With what?
With tears.
Go ahead.
With weeping.
With what?
With weeping.
Read.
And with crying out.
You got to pay attention to this one. Go ahead.
Insomuch that he regarded not the offering anymore.
You see that? When you come in this, you come with this weeping and crying, you no longer give regard to what you're offering. Read on.
Or receiveth it with good will at your hand.
Go ahead.
Yet ye say, wherefore? Because
Right,
the Lord.
no, that's it on that. That's it on that one. Now go from there. Go to Hosea 9.
Chapter 9.
Hosea 9 and 4.
Okay. Hosea chapter 9 verse 4. They shall not offer wine offerings to the Lord.
Right.
Neither shall they be pleasing unto him.
Uh-huh.
Their sacrifices shall be unto them as the bread of mourners.
You see that? The bread of when you were supposed to sacrifice mourning in a mournful state. Go ahead. Or deal with the sacrifice in a mournful state. Go ahead.
All that eat thereof shall be polluted.
You see that?
Wow.
Y'all get it now? Go ahead.
For their bread, for their soul shall not come into the house of the Lord.
Right. Go to Deuteronomy 26 and 14.
Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 14.
Right.
I just went off for you. Sorry.
Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 14.
Read.
I have not eaten thereof in my mourning,
See that? Go ahead.
neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor giving aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened to the voice of the Most High, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me.
Right. So Aaron, he didn't eat because he wasn't supposed to eat in that mournful state. He didn't outwardly and openly mourn, but he wasn't supposed to eat that sacrifice in that condition. His mind wasn't going to be in it. This is why when he spoke, it says that Moses heard that, he was content. He was good. Moses was good with that. He was like, you see that? Where we at? Does everybody get that now? Right.
Leviticus chapter 10, verse 20. And when Moses heard that, he was content.
Right.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 1.
Any questions on Leviticus 10?
I have a question.
What's that?
For the verse we just read, speaking on why he's doing the subject, does Malachi 1 and 10 go there?
Read that.
Malachi chapter 1 and verse 10. Who is there even among you that would shut the doors for naught? Neither do ye kindle fire in my altar for naught. I have no pleasure in you, saith the Lord of hosts. Neither will I accept an offering at your hand.
That was, let's see here. We probably got to read Malachi 1 and 10. No, because that's going more into the priest doing wickedly, like doing blatant wicked, and doing like sacrificing purposefully the wrong things and purposefully destroying the altar. When you read 6, 7, you offer polluted bread upon my altar, and you say, wherein have we polluted thee? And in that you say, the table of the Lord is contemptible. So this is going into like just what we were doing purposefully against the Most High. What we were going into more was, now if Aaron would have sat down and ate, he would have purposefully, like we read in Malachi 2, he would have purposefully, he would have been purposefully eating in the wrong state of mind. So it wouldn't go with what we just went over. Different, same type of topic, but different instances. Yeah. Where are we at?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat.
Real quick, what does it mean to eat the sacrifice of the sons and the daughters in a clean place? Leviticus 10:14. Well, that clean place they were supposed to eat in the tabernacle. Like it tells us in Leviticus 6. That's why I went there first. When you go to Leviticus 6, and it goes into the sin offering. Leviticus 6, 26. Somebody read that. Leviticus 6:26.
Leviticus chapter 6, verse 26.
Right?
And the priest that offer it for sin shall eat it.
Right?
And in the holy place shall it be eaten.
Right, or in a clean place, or in a set apart place. Go ahead.
In the court
In the
of the
what?
tabernacle.
Yeah,
In the courts.
In the court of the tabernacle. So you had the tabernacle, and then you had this court where the priests would eat with the people. That was the designated clean place for them to eat. You see that? So when it says that in Leviticus 10:14, the clean place, it was just going right back to this Leviticus 6:26. All right? Go ahead, jump back.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth.
Right. So now Leviticus 11, we know that's going to give us the dietary law. What to eat, what not to eat. Mainly what not to eat. Go ahead. Oh, that was it for you? Right. 11 and verse 2. Right. Third. Who's going to read next? Come on. Come on. There he is. Jeremiah Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bon Yashala. Men of Israel, I might it. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakata. No, go turn the fans on. No, go turn the fans on.
Okay, we're at Leviticus chapter 11, verse 2. Wait, we ended 2 or 2?
We're at Leviticus 11 and verse 3.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 3. Whosoever parteth the hoof and is cloven-footed and cheweth the cud among the beasts that ye shall eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof, as the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth the hoof. He is unclean unto you. And
But no, read it. It says, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. I believe camels have the feet of horses, right? Don't they have like horseshoes?
God.
Yeah, camels have, they chew the cud, meaning what? They eat, they swallow, they throw it back up, they chew it, they swallow, they digest, they throw it back up. They do it a few times and they die. It's a purification process. Takes about a day for them to eat a meal, for that purification to happen. But their feet are not parted at the hoof. You see that? Like a cow's feet, they have hooves. A horse would have, they got horseshoes. They got like one big hoof. Horse, what do they call it? They call it a hoof, right? Right, what do they call a cow's foot? A hoof? But what do they call a cow's foot?
Both hooves.
They're both hooves, right? But one is cloven-footed and one is not. One is horseshoed, and one is parted. So this is how you can recognize what animals you can eat and what animals you can't eat. Like, for instance, giraffes. They chew the cud.
Bring it out.
And they part the hoof. So they're lawful animals. You never think a giraffe was lawful, right? Well, we live here in America where giraffes are not prominent, except for when you go to the zoo. But on that other side of the world, that's where, I mean, giraffes just run wild in Africa, right? And run wild all through them places. So you'd think, damn, giraffe. Well, this is the thing. You've been conditioned to eat pork. That's true. So think about it. You've been conditioned into eating something and conditioned out of eating something.
Yep.
You see that? So it ain't that weird, is it? Just think about how much pork you done consumed, and that thing's filthy. Giraffes just straight up eat trees. They eat top leaves.
Yep.
They eat that good foliage. You know what I'm saying? They eat berries and trees. A pig, we know what that eats. But if you think it's weird, like, damn, a giraffe? Ugh. But damn, some pork? Ew. Cass done ate pork, alligator, shrimp, crab, lobster, octopus, calamari, right? Squid. You talking about let me get them scallops? Ugh. Right? Ugh. Oh, I didn't talk about the crawfish that they love out here in Houston, craw broils, right? Sushi. What's the other one? The catfish. They just suck the bottom of the damn ocean floor, just eating boo-boo. And you like, right? Or raw oysters. You go to be running up in Hooters, talking about let me get that oyster platter. It is raw on ice, and you, right? Drink it down with a Corona. Wonder why you get sick. Think about it. You walk in Hooters and get oysters and beer, and you suck it down raw. They just shell them oysters. Pop off the top shell, lay it down with some oyster sauce, throw it on some ice, and you good. You sprinkle salt, barely, and you drink it down with a beer. And you thought you was watching the game and doing it up. But when we tell you what's lawful, it's like, ooh, beetles? Beetles are lawful. Pigeons are lawful. We're going to go through it. Remember I mean, the way they do pigeons now, them New York pigeons, I don't know how lawful they are. Because them damn birds are crazy. Them birds will eat anything. They'll pick you to death, right? But it's because the condition that they've been put under. It's the condition they've been put under. When you put an animal under a certain condition, it'll do. Goats. Goats are lawful. But what did you learn about goats coming up? That they eat anything, right? Yeah, it's the condition. They'll munch on things and they'll chew on clothes and do all that stuff. But if they don't have the sufficient grazing to graze on, then they're gonna eat whatever's in their path. I've seen it. We used to grow up with goats just running around wild, and they would just be eating through trash. But guess what? So will a dog. A dog will eat trash. A dog will eat plastic to fill his belly. A dog will eat its own babies. A dog, if you don't feed a dog, remember when we was growing up in Jamaica, we had a dog. We named that dog Lisa. This white dog, couldn't tell you what type of dog it was just a white dog. And that dog had babies, and then she didn't have babies. Because them babies got eaten. So, you put an animal under certain conditions, it will survive. Just like when you're put in certain conditions. We were put in certain conditions in slavery. Right? And what happened? You had to survive. So we made the best out of chitlins. Like, how do you make the best out of the doo-doo track? Come on, man. And you got niggas today that'll swear up and down like it's good. Like, you mean to tell me that with all the other things to eat, you choose the doo-doo? Anybody in here ever smelled chitlins being cooked? Who in here ever smelled chitlins? It smells like you took a diarrhea diaper and boiled it. and just let it boil. And it's a mixture of just feces and urine boiling in a pot.
What is it, intestines?
It's the pig's intestines, the track of the boo-boo. What's that?
It's like gizzards.
Ah,
I grew up like
that looks disgusting.
He used to always eat like gizzards.
Yeah.
I never know what is a gizzard.
Gizzards.
But he told me it was like some like I don't even want to say it. It was like weird.
It's this. I believe gizzards. You ever ate a gizzard? It tastes. It's chewy as hell because you're trying to rip through that stomach lining, if I'm not mistaken. But ugh. I remember I used to work in the nursing home when I was 16. I didn't grow up eating pork. That's first and foremost. But I worked in a nursing home, and they'll let you cook your own food and do that. And so the first manager, she was an Edomite. She was real, just stuck to herself. She ended up retiring, and they put this young Judite from the South. And what does she want to cook like her second day in? The nigga started cooking damn chitlins on the stove of the kitchen in the white people's nursing home. So it was bad enough you walk through the nursing home, you got to smell boo-boo. And it's like fresh boo-boo, right? These old people pooing themselves and peeing on themselves. They had Alzheimer's. But then when you walk into the kitchen, I'm used to walking there smelling cakes, bacon. You smell ice cream. You smell food cooking. Walked in and like, whoa, what is that? It just smelled like somebody boiled a diaper. And she was like, oh, it's chitlins. Want some? I was like, what the hell is that? I never knew what that was. And when she told me, I almost vomited myself. I'm like, people eat that? People eat the think about it. You got people eat like boneless pig butt. You ever see that? Pig feet, pig ears, pig snout.
That's what ham is, the ass, the ham.
Yeah, that's the ass end of the. That's where your bacon comes from. The ass end of the pork. That's where you get most of the good meat. Is on the back end of any animal.
I was helping a brother out, giving him a place to stay for a few days.
Not an Israelite brother, right?
Not an Israelite brother.
Not no brother up in here.
It was a brother I knew from the world. I was trying to help him out.
You know why you got to say that? Because you had many brothers
I
stay
had
with
to have
you.
many brothers stay with me.
And they're going to be like, wait a minute, brothers up in there eating chitlins?
Well, the brother brought the food from his refrigerator. And he just put it in my fridge. And I was like, no worries. But then I opened my fridge. I'm like, what the? Pork butt? I'm like, what is pork butt? Who eats the butt? Like, it just named it pork butt.
Boneless pork butt.
Boneless pork butt. And I was like, there was no question. He was at work. There was no, hey, bro, this is not lawful to eat. I'm going to have to ask you to take this out of my house. There's none of that. I just grabbed it all up, got a trash bag, started throwing it all straight into the trash can. He came back. I was like, hey, bro, I threw away all that meat. And he was like, what do you mean? I had just bought that. I was like, yeah, I threw it all away. I go, man, I can't have that in my house.
Right.
And I can't watch you eat it either. I can't allow you to eat it in front of me. I'm looking out for you. And he's like, oh yeah, man, I appreciate that. I know you with the Israelites and I know pork is not lawful. I shouldn't be eating it. I was like, yeah, you shouldn't. And he was like, man, I appreciate you throwing that out. I was like, God, he thanked me for it. But I just brought it out just because, yeah, people do eat that. And it surprised me. And when I seen it in my refrigerator, I just almost lost my mind.
Bro, chitlins don't look good raw or cooked. It don't look good raw or cooked. It don't smell good. I mean, there's no way you can clean that. There's no way you can clean that to the extent of now it's edible.
Nah.
Right? I mean, come on. There's no disinfectant that can clean that to now it's edible. Yeah, I know you can. Could they line up right here at the Lotus
every day?
Because the little vein in the shrimp is gone, all of a sudden now it's good. Right? So where we at? Read on. Hold on. When I was in school, everybody in my class used to talk about Chinese store having rats on a stick, and when you walked by, you actually saw the rats in the window. Wow, that's disgusting. Rats on a stick. I believe it. Chinese, bro, they get it in. See, they were so oppressed and beat down, they ate whatever was there. Whatever they could catch, that became food. That became consumable. So cat, dog, rat, bat, spider monkeys, spiders, monkeys, whatever it was that you can boil and cook and season, it was edible to them. You see that? So everything is consumable. Listen, I can eat this paper. I can make this paper edible. But is it consumable? Should I consume it? I could chew this up right now and swallow it. Ate the paper. Is it good for me? And that's where we got to draw the line, where anything you could put in your mouth and chew it up and swallow it down, but what was meant to be eaten and what was not. Sabakai.
Because I think I sent you an image of the camel's foot.
Right. Oh, did you?
Yeah, I think I sent it to you.
Uh-huh.
But is that considered clothing or not clothing?
Let's see here. Yeah, that wouldn't be it. That would be considered. It says, nevertheless, they shall not eat of them, chew the cud, as the camel, because it cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. So it has a little part where it has.
It's like its toes.
It's like toe, but it doesn't have like a straight. Like if you go to a cow, you can literally pull their feet, pull it apart. You see that, like almost like fingers. This is more like a modified horseshoe, where it has like individual, but not so individual toes. You see that?
Yeah, and it looks like it's a web, like a duck or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yep, this is a disgusting looking foot. Wow. I never knew a camel foot look like that.
It's really not a hoof. It's not even a hoof at all.
Yeah, it's not a hoof.
Yeah, wow. Let's see, cow foot. Right? Go to back to where we were. I put in cow foot and they got all these damn dishes cooked. Yeah, cow foot is more split. Yeah. Oh yeah, they love that cow foot. I can't do it. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 5.
Right. So for anybody that just walked in, we're going through the part of the reading is this Levitical law of the dietary law in Leviticus. All right. So if you didn't know what to eat or you had some misconceptions, we're gonna go over it. If you got questions, just raise your hand. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 5.
Right.
And the coney, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you.
Right. So the hare is a rabbit. Right. It's a form of rabbit. The coney is also Coney. That's also a form of a rabbit. It's a small little rabbit. Go ahead.
And the swine, though he divideth the hoof, and he cloven footed,
Because he divideth the hoof and is cloven footed.
And be cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud.
Right. So a pig, they use the word swine because that's going to cover all manner of boar, wild boar, pot-bellied pigs, whatever pig you can come up with, whatever name they give it, they all were considered swine. And they all operated the same way. So, this ain't a pig, this is a wild boar. Nigga, it's the same thing. I don't care if you eating Pumbaa, right? Or I don't care if you eating the pig, Timon and Pumbaa. I don't care if you eating the pig from Charlotte's Web. It's all the same thing. It's the same animal. They have the same function. It don't chew the cud. It is cloven-footed. Pigs are cloven-footed, but they don't chew the cud. The pigs, they have a similar digestive tract to humans. They actually have the most similar digestive tract. When you look at it, if you string up a pig by the two hooves, and just let his body lay out, his heart, His lungs, his liver, everything is in the same place as a human. His his kidneys, they're here, heart, hair, liver. What side is your liver on? Right side.
Right side.
Right side. When you string them up, it's the same thing. It's almost like human anatomy. That's why they try to put pig parts in humans, right? But their digestive tract operates the same way. They digest in about 4 hours. Same thing. So what happens when you eat some bad food? Let's say you ate something and it was food poison. You eat it and you instantly start to get sick, right? It instantly flows through your blood because there's no filter between your stomach and that food. That stomach lining is compromised. So as soon as that bad food gets into your stomach lining, it starts to absorb into your blood. Then it goes into the muscles, and that's where you get your stomach cramps. If if it's bad food. With the cows and the animals that chew the cud, that's their defense against infection and disease. They chew it, swallow, it goes into like the first stomach, then it gets brought back up. Then they chew it some more, get rid of the bacteria, get rid of the toxins, then it goes back in. They chew it some more, then it goes into the second stomach, and then it goes into the third stomach. They got like 3 stomachs, I believe. So it goes into more than one stomach to be processed. If you ever watch like documentaries on, I used to watch a lot of documentaries on how they did the cows, like over milking the cows. And on some farms, they'll cut a hole into the cow's stomach. And they'll be like, yeah, reach in, go ahead. And they'll reach in and pull out all that moss, all the grass and all that water. And they'll just say, smell it. And there will be no smell. Because and they say the water that's in there is purified because of the chewing of the cud process. They just cut a hole right in them and put like they put something where you can reach your hand in and you just pull out. You ever watch Man vs. Wild? Okay, so Man vs. Wild, that's Bear Grylls. This is a little military cat. He served like in like one of these militaries in Europe. What they do, they drop him from a helicopter in the middle of the desert or in the middle of the Amazon or in the middle of wherever you don't want to be. Greenland, where it's just cold as hell, right? They'll drop him there to survive. So they dropped him in like the Saudi Arabian desert somewhere where it gets extremely hot in the daytime and extremely cold at night. So what did he do? He found him a camel. He was thirsty. So what did he do? He cut open that camel's second stomach and he pulled the moss out and squeezed it and got purified water because that animal chews the cud. But it wasn't so purified because camels don't just eat grass. They eat a lot of stuff. They eat whatever they can find. They eat little rodents if they have to. Because remember, they're in the desert. They move around. So, when you go to Saudi Arabia and you ask for the national dish, you got to be careful because they'll bring you a whole camel. And they'll make it look good, mixed with rice. And you start with this camel hump. Yeah, they'll cook a whole camel in a pot, whole baby camel in the pot on a big platter, rice and olives. They make it look like some halal. And you be like, oh yeah, you be picking off camel, but it's unlawful. You see that? So yeah, that water is supposedly filtrated. The water that's inside that stomach is clean, because that's what the chewing of the cud does. It gets rid of the bacteria. Yeah, you gotta watch Man vs. Wild. This dude killed a goat. He was like in the hot springs. He killed a goat, plucked out the eyeball, bloop, strung it through with his shoelace, tied it and dipped it in the water and boiled the eyeball and then ate it. He was gangster. Seen this dude eat a raw fish, just rip it with his teeth. That's one of the hardest things to chew is a raw fish. He ripped it with his teeth. Bam! I was like, this Edomite indeed. Sam Shamala, and then what's
This is a feed they prepared, man, and they still served it to the people.
Yeah, pussing out. Yeah, got the little pus.
Pop them over there, some of them.
Little cancer. They do that. That's all meat nowadays because of what they feed the animals. Hakawa.
These two Judite brothers, they got like this little show they be doing like on Instagram.
Uh-huh.
Like every like week they go on Instagram live and they be eating like raw food like in front of them. Like one time they like a raw rabbit. He would just like this. He just took the rabbit and just started biting it. And then like one time he had like a raw fish, like a big fish like this big. He just like took it and just like this.
And just start ripping it.
Gut started coming out.
Yeah.
He put like some hot sauce in there with some seasoned salt.
Oh, bro.
Like, he was like, hey, this is good.
That's cold.
Seasoned salt, hot sauce. I'm like, but this is wicked.
Fish?
Like, would you like brother do that every week?
It might be Esau.
They do it for like money, like for like entertainment.
Yeah.
And it's just weird, like, but you really eating like raw food. Like,
Yeah.
That shit is weird.
Even if it's lawful and you eat like, come on, like salmon. You ever see, if you get a big enough salmon, how much worms are in one salmon? When you get to the back, when you debone a salmon and you get to those back scales, that's where the worms like to hang out, by the bone. And you'll see the white little worms just hanging out. And you gotta get rid of that fish. You don't want to eat that, cooked or raw. But fish, they hold a lot of worms and a lot of bacteria. When you bust open the top of that crab head, our people love them crawdads. When you bust open the top of that head and all them little worms are swimming around by the brain, and then you eat that. When you bust open that shellfish, and you eat them crabs, and you eat those mussels, and those the oysters raw, they got little parasites in them, man. They got parasites in them that'll get you really, 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 really sick. So there's even lawful foods that you're not supposed to eat raw. You're not supposed to eat raw meat, nothing with the blood in it. Why? Because that blood, that it says the blood is, the life is in the blood. The life of the animal is in the blood. So if that animal was exposed to some type of toxin, here you go. So back to us, when we're exposed to toxins, our bodies have a lot of different filters. Our skin is a filter. The cilia in your nose, that's one filter. Your earwax, these are all defenses to stop things from going in your body. You see that? But when you bypass that and just cook it and eat it, you know, what a pig can tolerate is on a higher level than what we can tolerate. They can take the sting, the bite of a poisonous snake and keep rolling. That's what pigs were created for, to get rid of snakes, to get rid of adders. They fought these animals and cleansed the farm of poisonous animals, scorpions. Come on, man. You ever see a person, the snake bite, it bite them here, and the whole arm is gone? Pigs don't deal with that. Their skin is so thick, like that. That's the skin. Then they got a layer of fat. You ever see pork belly? It's like this thick. And half of that is just the fat. Half of that is the fat, and you got a little bit of what you would call muscle, and you got that thick skin. Y'all ate chicharrones, right? Come on, don't cap up in here like y'all ain't ate that chicharron, right? The one that's in the bag already, fried up, bro.
Oh,
I'll give y'all a story. I remember one time I used to work at 7-Eleven. Remember, I didn't grow up eating pork. My dad's allergic. My mom don't eat it. So I remember I was at 7-Eleven one time, and they had the pig skins that you can pop in the bag like popcorn. Never knew this. I don't know if the customer brought it in themselves or if they sold it in the 7-Eleven, but you know in 7-Eleven they got microwaves. You warm up your nachos and, you know, pop your popcorn, whatever. So they put the bag and the thing inside and start popping it. And the smell was so bad, I vomited right there on the spot. I couldn't take it. It hit me, and I just got nauseous. Ooh, I'm getting nauseous now just thinking about it. It was one of the most disgusting smells. Pop pig skin fresh in the bag. Like, you know when you pop popcorn, how hard that smell is? Them pig skins, man, they popped it in the bag, and I lost it. I lost it. They sent me home. I lost it right behind the counter. Yeah. It disgusting. Disgusting. Anyway, let's read on.
yeah.
God. Just leave it there. I'll put it in the bag. Go ahead, read. Where we at? So you got to understand about this swine and its functions. Remember, the pigs have holes in the hoofs. Whatever it can filter out in the 4 hours of digestion, it comes through the holes in its hoofs. So they're always pussing out of their feet. Ugh. They don't have pores, so they don't sweat. Right? We sweat. That's another mechanism of getting rid of toxins. When you get a fever or you get a flu, what do? You start getting the chills. You get the chills so you can sweat out whatever toxins are in you. Pigs don't do that. Dogs don't do that. So you shouldn't eat dogs. Right? Dogs got paws. They don't chew the cud. So you're more susceptible to whatever this animal has in its stored muscle. If a pig is going around eating snakes all day, that venom is in its muscle. It's in its muscle meat. And then when you go eat that bacon, that Canadian bacon, thinking that you're doing something, and you always getting sick, that's why, because you're eating tainted animals. It's no different if a cow was treated in the wrong way or eat the wrong thing, and you eat that cow, it's the same thing. You eat what's in the muscles.
This video, when I first came into the truth, like 2 years ago, I realized all these things, and I came across a video, I got it in my phone. It was like a group of pigs eating like dead bodies.
Yeah.
It was like dead bodies, like a pile of mud.
Mm-hmm.
They were just crawling around in the mud, pulling the dead bodies apart with their teeth and ripping the head off. All that kind of stuff. I'm like, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, anybody ever watch that show, what was it, Hannibal? Where he had the pigs? Yeah, he fed them to the pigs. Now, I watched like the behind the scenes. Those pigs weren't really that aggressive, but they put like little makeup on them and made them look aggressive. But the point is, pigs will rip apart a dead body if you let it. That's what their function was. When you had your farm, or when you had your land and you had your animals, and if an animal died, or if it was torn by a beast and you didn't want to deal with it, you left it to the pigs. And the pigs will come, and guess what? They will dispose of that animal for you. That was going to be lunch, dinner, breakfast. They roll around in it, right? They move it around. They push it with their face. They roll around in it some more. They eat it. They roll around in it. They like the smell of that dead flesh. They roll around in it. They literally sleep on top of the dead carcass. Then they'll go eat it. Then they'll lay on top of it. Then they'll eat it because they like that feeling, that smell. All them worms, they can deal with all that. We can't. We weren't supposed to eat that. What's that? Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 8. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. They are unclean unto you.
Right. Thawam just hit me. He said, camels have toes, and that's what it looked like. Camel toe. Oh. Right. Camel toe. Right. It says also they keep their urine in their body circulating around their body for a very long periods of time. Why? That's a way for them not to be dehydrated because they're walking through the damn desert. Camels don't know the next time they're going to drink. So what do? They store up all that urine in the hump, that fatty little hump. It's pee. So it says he said you're eating camel-soaked meat, urine-soaked meat. Ugh. That's disgusting. But that's a delicatessen. When you go to United Arab, what is it, Dubai and all them places, and you go to the little fancy hotel, you got to be careful. Do not ask for the national dish. Do not ask for the main dish because you'll be getting pea meat. You don't want pea meat. So you got people eating pea meat. Right, salty and tangy. It's a little ammonia-ish. So they eating pea meat over here and we eating doo-doo meat over here with them chitlins. Come on, man, we gotta do better. We gotta clean it up. Read on, where we at?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 9.
Right?
These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins
Right?
and scales in the waters and in the seas and in the rivers, them shall ye eat.
Right, so it says has scales and fins. I seen the most ridiculous debate a year ago on Facebook about tuna fish and whether or not they were lawful. Like, oh, that's unlawful, it's unlawful. But tunas have scales and fins. But this was the debate. The scales ain't big enough.
The size of the scale.
The size of the scales. I'm like, you Negroes is tripping. It says as long as it has scales and fins, it's lawful. It didn't say, oh, when you measure it, it got to be 4 inches and blah, 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 blah. No. As long as it has scales and fins. Then we had a brother that actually worked on one of those ships that got those big tunas. And he would straight up tell you, they have scales all over their whole body. Tunas do. You got to descale them. Yeah. Shamayar. He used to work on one of those ships for like a summer. He said, tuna, they have scales. And they have fins, so they're lawful. But they were literally debating the size of the scales. It doesn't go into that here. As long as it has scales and fins, you eat it. So that's why you don't eat dolphins, because they don't have any scales. They're just smooth, right? Dolphins, shark, whales, killer whales, they got that smooth, water repellent type skin. It's almost like what they make wetsuits out of.
Yeah.
They're water repellent, and it's fat. It's an insulation to keep them warm. So you don't eat dolphin. You don't eat shark. What else? Catfish. Yeah, catfish. They're smooth, right? You can't eat your plecostomus. That's at the bottom of your fish tank. You can't eat what is it? Yeah, the algae eater. That's the plecostomus or the placo. You don't eat eel.
Octopus.
Eels have fins, right? But they don't have scales. They got like little fins. You don't eat octopus. Ugh, that's disgusting.
Calamari.
Yeah, you're not eating calamari. You're not eating squid. Ugh, octopus is disgusting. It just looks unedible. I mean, it just looks unedible. It don't even look edible. It don't look like something that like, oh, let me get that octopus today. Like that's nah, bro. The way it looks. Ugh.
Octopus is like the version of chitlins without the boo boo.
Yeah, basically. It latched onto his face. Oh, you get that. You got these Chinese and Japanese people, man. They will sit there with the raw octopus. That's sushi to them. It's still moving. Bruh, I believe it. William, and then
I really don't even like eating at their restaurants no more. I ain't gonna say I don't, because they eat all that kind of abominable stuff. They have no problem feeding it to you.
oh yeah, sliding it right up in your
Oh man.
Let me get that General Tso chicken, and all of a sudden you getting minced up rat that was left behind. Let me throw a piece of rat piece in there. You got to be careful. There was always a joke. Remember growing up in New York, you'd never ever see a meat truck pull up to the Chinese restaurant. And there was no cats and dogs in the hood. There was no cats and dogs just roaming the hood either. We had no random cats and dogs, just stray dogs. But there was never a meat truck that pulled up. Never seen it. Benaya.
It was somewhere that I had saw a video, or it was somewhere I read. But when they serve you oysters, they are alive.
Yeah, in some places. Yeah. The Chinese and Japanese, they like to eat theirs fresh. So sometimes they'll dice the fish alive. They'll cut it up alive and boom. Or they'll bring it to you still moving. And you just throw some salt. There was one where you sprinkle the salt in it and it starts to move. It's I think there's a type of fish or something that they would eat, but they would they would put their sauce on it, then it would start moving around. They grab it with the chopsticks. Come on, I seen a dude eat pinky mice. You know what pinky mice are? The baby mice, pinky. They call them pinky mice because they got the big, pinky in the brain. Yeah, pinky mice. They're little. They got big heads. They feed them to snakes and you feed them to lizards. But I seen a dude, look, a bowl of pinky mice. Got his little chopsticks, dipped them in soy sauce, and bam, down the hatchet. Baby mice. I mean, that's what they do. What's that, Samakai?
They even cook
Oh, the ink? Yeah. Yeah. There's certain spots you go to and you get that, there's a, the puffer fish. They got the one fish that has the ink sac that's poisonous. And you gotta be like an ancient chef to know how to cut this through this ink sac. Because one little drop of ink on the meat take out a whole community. I forget what fish it is. But people go and actually eat this stuff. Like, let me get the fish that kills me. Let me go get the ink fish. That if one drop of ink is gonna just destroy a whole community, man. And people ask for that. They pay hundreds. Wagyu beef. Y'all heard of Wagyu beef? And Kobe beef. You go to certain restaurants, they serving that to you raw. They're like, yeah, because we massage the cow, right? It's so nice and tender. Go into Sam's Club and get you a Wagyu steak. It's $99. One steak like this big is $99, and you got to buy two. You got to buy two. It's a beautiful looking steak. I ain't gonna lie. It's beautiful. The marbleization of the meat and the fat, perfect. But I'm not eating it raw. I'm not eating it raw. That's what they want you to do is eat it raw. That Kobe beef, they serve it to you raw when you go to certain restaurants. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 10.
Go ahead, read on.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 10. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses an abomination.
An abomination. So you weren't supposed to wear the carcass of these animals. You talking about ostrich leather? La. You don't eat ostrich. You don't, if you can't, this is the rule of thumb. If we didn't sacrifice it, we didn't wear it. We didn't wear it. We didn't wear the flesh of that. No, you can wear leather. Because leather comes from cows. It's like when we go and get our leather for our garments.
But if it's horse?
No, we don't. No. I'm going to explain to you. When we go into the spot to get our leather, first of all, they know us so well now, right? When we go in there, they know. Here's the cow section. Here's the section that is lawful for y'all. But when you go in there, you'll look at all the nice, pretty leather, all the pretty colors. Like a lot of the times, the leather that was like this, because this is leather. When you walked in there and they had that, it would be swine. Yeah, it'd be swine leather. But then you got a special order, the cow hide, that they color and then they send it to you. Because this is leather. This is leather. This part is leather. Yeah, it's just teal leather that they got, but it's lawful. But when you go into Tandy's, you got to be careful. You got to tell them, okay, I need the cow section. I need the lawful section. And you can tell the cow hides are huge. They just got the whole cow hide hanging up, and then you see the little pork section. They got all types of leather in there. They got damn badger. They got everything in there. They got that. They got lamb leather. Yeah, they got that. They got rabbit up in there. They got all types of things in there. You just got to know what to pick out. You weren't supposed to wear that skin. You weren't supposed to wear that skin on you. So you're Issachar trying to run around with the stingray boots. Lie. It's wrong. You wasn't supposed to rock stingray. You wasn't supposed to wear alligator. You wasn't supposed to eat alligator. You weren't supposed to do it. You know, cats like that stingray, right? And they got the actual stingray on the boots. Issachar don't play, man. Got the belt to match. Yep. Got the stingray on the hat. And they got the little checkered shirt. Oh, man.
Curled all the way up.
Yeah, George's curl all the way up. Can't wear the stingrays. You can't wear the Annihilator Gators, right? Back in the day, you wear the Annihilator Gators from Stacey Adams. You got to get you some leather Stacey Adams. But Stacey Adams was what? Snakeskins, leather, alligator, Annihilator Gators, right? Can't do it. It was unlawful. Somebody had their hand up. Corey. Corey, what's up? Yeah, snakeskin everything. Ugh. Eating snake. They got a new thing in Florida. No, Florida got a lot of boa constrictors, and they're real big. So they got this new thing in Florida where they're trying to get rid of the boas, so they're trying to figure out if they're lawful, excuse me, not lawful, if they're edible, meaning can you consume it without harm. So they got people literally out there eating boa to see would you die from it, because they're just overrun with boa constrictors, and they want to get rid of them. Because what they want people to do is go out and hunt them, and then they're not just leave the dead body. They want to be able to consume that meat. So look out for boa snakes, boa steaks, boa burgers coming soon. Right? Wow. They did the same thing in Australia when they were overrun with wallaby or kangaroo. What do? They start eating the kangaroo steaks, and they say it's very lean meat, which I believe. That damn thing is hopping around all the time. You ever see a real kangaroo? It got muscles. Them legs, bro, are huge. Yeah, their tail, everything. They set up on that tail, boop, 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 punching you, kicking you. It's a real thing. But they start eating them in Australia because there was just so many of them. So you see, man, they'll through conditioning, they'll push you into breaking the law, and the Most High don't deal with that. Read where we at. It can paralyze you, bros. Young man has a question or a statement. Frog, facts, can't even. Yeah, monkfish. Yeah, conch. You can't eat. If you ever take a cruise to the Bahamas, their national food is conch fish, which is an unlawful shellfish, and they got conch everything. Tacos, conch this, conch that, conch. And if you know that you're eating something unlawful, you'll eat it. Tastes good. Smells great. Yeah, that's their national food, is conch. So you got to be careful when you go to you got to know about these different places. You got to know when you go to these different countries, what is their dish, what's their food, what are they eating? Because you don't want to, oh yeah, let's try that. And you're trying to keep the law, but then you break the law. Read where we at.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 12.
Boa kebabs.
Whatsoever have no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten, they are an abomination. The eagle and the
osprey.
And the osprey.
Right, these are types of hawks. Why would you not eat an eagle or a hawk? Well, they're scavengers. They eat the things that we're not supposed to eat, like rodents. So if they're eating, a rodent will eat anything. So if a rodent eats anything, it's sick. The eagle eats it, it gets sick. You eat the eagle, you get sick. Remember what I used to tell you back in the day, you are what you eat?
Yep.
This is literally the food chain. So you don't want to be a part of that filthy food chain. So you don't eat eagles, because eagles will eat anything they can lift off the ground. And they can lift a lot of things off the ground. They're very strong animals. They'll lift a baby goat, clean off the mountainside if they were that hungry. Fish, eel, whatever they can grip with them talons and pull out of the water, they'll eat it. Or pull off the ground, they'll eat it. All right, and then they'll come and they'll scavenge dead carcasses. Okay, so you don't want to deal with dead carcasses. Go ahead.
And the vulture, and the kite after his kind.
Right, the vulture. The vulture is well known for scavenging carcasses. Now the thing with rotting meat is that it has a lot of maggots and that putrefaction and that putrescine that comes out of decaying meat. This is how you know when you eat too much meat, because we have it in our bodies, putrescine and cadaverine. When you eat too much meat, your breath starts to smell real bad. Your body odor starts to smell real bad, because that putrescine and cadaverine, cadaver, dead body, it's what body's rotting flesh produces. It's trying to escape you. It's trying to be filtered through your pores, through anything it can get out of. So it goes through your breath, it goes through your pores. So that's how you can tell if somebody's eating too much meat. They have a certain body odor about them, and their breath has a certain smell. But when meat's been sitting around rotting for days, the vulture is perfect, because its stomach acids can devour and break down rotting meat where we can't do that. Our stomach acids are strong, but not that strong. So these animals are built for the cleanup of the earth. Plus, I mean, who wants to go head to head with a vulture? Y'all ever seen like a full-grown vulture?
Oh, that boy ain't no joke.
Bro, they,
Yes.
bro,
My guy is.
they're like this.
I'm telling you.
A full-grown vulture can be like this with a neck like this long and a head this big. He's good. He got all that. I'm not hunting no vultures.
You talking about the buzzard too?
The buzzards,
Yeah, I seen one.
buzzards,
Yeah.
4 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet, bigger than him. He's about 3 feet.
I got a tap dog one time.
Really? And what happened? You lived to tell the story. Damn.
I was about like 16, bro. I was walking in the neighborhood on my phone, just a regular day, about to go to my homeboy house. So I'm looking at my phone, I'm not paying attention to the road, I'm just looking at my phone. So I look up, and this literally just go like a vulture, like from right here to like where the stand at. So I look up, I'm like, oh shit. So I'm just standing there like my heart started beating off there and shit. So I'm like, oh no. So like, I dropped my phone, bro. Phone cracked. I had to turn around and hit the feet, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I turned around and looked, but the vulture just like rose up and thought like flying. I'm like, oh no. So I started like full flat to the house, bro.
Oh,
Locked
man.
the door. And since that day, I've been traumatized from like birds.
Very young age.
Like still to this day, like I see say the berries, I'm like, nah, I ain't messing.
Yeah. The good thing about a vulture is it's not a hunter. It's a scavenger, so you really gotta worry too much. He was just showing his strength to you.
It's tall, bro, like some.
But that's what I'm saying. Vultures, you ain't never seen a vulture up close. If you ain't never seen an eagle up close, it's not a small bird. A full-grown eagle is not small.
Wow.
When they open them wings out and it's 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet wingspan, and they flap and they got every paper blowing, bro, that's not a bird you want to mess with. They're strong. On in the wilderness. Eagle comes, scoop him up, he's dinner. What's up?
So my teacher was showing me this one picture of an eagle picking up a whole alligator out of the sea.
Yeah.
Alligator?
Yes. Bro, that's what they do. That's what I'm saying. If they can lift it, there it is. That's not Photoshop. That's not Photoshop. They're that strong. When they grip into you, those talons curl around. And they can hold. As long as they can fly with the weight, they're going to take it. And they're going to eat it. They're going to take it and they're going to eat it. They're hunters and they're scavengers. They're big birds, man. Golden eagles, they're a little bit smaller. The bald eagle is a big bird. So you don't want to deal with these types of animals. I remember back in the day when you was in grade school and they would bring the eagle to the lunchroom. You don't remember that? They would bring the bald eagle in and they would tell you about it's an endangered species. And you would look at this bird and they would make it flap its wings and you would be like, whoa, it's a whirlwind in here? That bird, maybe because I was smaller, but that bird to me was huge. You don't want to eat it. What was that?
The other day on delivery, I mean, it was not no vulture, no eagle, nothing like that, but
That might be Photoshop.
we had to go to you remember that duck?
The duck,
There
bro.
was a duck. There was a duck on the balcony. We had to take the things up to the balcony. Like where we had to go, the duck was like right there, just like boss hogging the whole.
God.
You can tell he was from Texas. Boss
I
hogging
grabbed me a
the-
steak.
I got one for y'all. So I remember when he was young, he just started walking. We go to the zoo. And we walking, and in the Denver Zoo, these duck, they're very aggressive because people feed them. So they run up. They'll run up on you if you eat them. So I was like, Noah, get him. And he started running after the duck, and the duck was running. And the duck ran into like a little, like under some trees or something, and he was going for the duck. Then all of a sudden, all these ducks just start coming for him. I had to grab him, but I started dying laughing because he was after him. He was like, yeah, but get him. He didn't know no better. I was like, get him, Noah. Bro, it was hilarious. A couple of damn wild animal stories. What's that?
So, for my grandparents was Slidell, Louisiana.
I did on my Instagram.
We was living in this little trailer park, and it had a big duck pond like right in front where my trailer was.
Uh-huh.
So I would feed the ducks every once in a while. One day I was just feeding them, and I was out there working on my truck. And when I turned around, I heard something hissing at me, and it was about 50 of them just standing there
Yeah.
hissing at me, 50
Yeah.
deep.
Yeah. Because you fed one, you open that door up, and they get aggressive because they know you got the food. You got the goods.
You just throw the whole loaf of bread and walk and
Run away. Yeah. That's what you do. You throw the, what's that?
I remember it was me and my mom, my sister, my brother. My brother was only one, and we went to the pond at the park, and then he was chasing the ducks, and then the duck just came running back for him, and he started running and screaming.
Yeah. Them ducks, they get aggressive, man. They get aggressive on you. Damn, I had it on my Instagram. I was like, get him, Noah. I died laughing because he ran after them ducks, man. They came back for him. Anyway, read on. Read on. Read on.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 15. Every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo,
Mm-hmm.
and the hawk after his kind,
Mm-hmm.
and the little owl, and the cormorant,
What verse?
17.
Yeah, cormorant.
And the great owl.
So no types of owls. They're night scavengers, but they're night hunters. They eat rats. They eat bats. You don't want to eat those. Go ahead.
And the swan.
Right.
And the pelican.
Mm-hmm.
The pelican.
Mm-hmm.
And the gear eagle.
Right, because they ate whatever was in the ocean: frogs, turtles, things that were unlawful. Go ahead.
And the stork. And the heron after her kind. And the lapwing.
Mm-hmm.
And the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And all fowls that creep, going upon all four, shall be an abomination unto you.
Right. So any fowl that went up on all four, a bat would be considered a creeping, flying thing that crawls on all fours. What else? What other flying thing went on all fours? I can't think of any off the top of my head. Squirrels? Yeah, they kind of fly a little bit. They more glide. Yeah, they glide.
The flying squirrel.
What else?
The
Spot-
lemurs.
Lemurs. Those are more creeping things.
Ladybugs and beetles.
We'll get into that. Those are more bugs. Those are creeping things. I was talking about flying things that walk on four. Go ahead, read on.
Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goeth upon all four, which have legs above their feet, to leap withal upon the earth. Even these of men ye may eat. The locust after his kind.
Right. So a locust is what? Well, we know a locust as a grasshopper. So any type of grasshopper you can eat. They're lawful.
Yeah.
Ew. Remember, you grew up eating pork and yellow 5. So,
That's funny.
I mean, it don't get no worse than that. If you grew up in this day and age, you ate McDonald's that don't get stale. You ate KFC that ain't real chicken. You ate Burger King, they call that horse meat. You ate, what else? You ate all these filthy things. I know it seems nasty, like damn, a whole grasshopper? Gross. It's lawful.
It might taste good.
It might taste earthy. It's gonna taste like what it eats.
A little seasoning.
Throw a little salt. It tastes like kale.
Battery.
Like chocolate covered grass. Like
Oh yeah, there's a
almost
video
a
where they gave this
delicatessen.
guy
They
chocolate
used to have
covered
these essential things, chocolate covered grass.
Yeah, you would go to like the little street vendors in these other countries, and they would fry them up, stick a stick to them, chocolate cover them. Probably tastes like chocolate covered lettuce. I don't know.
Or chicken.
chicken.
Everything tastes like
Or guess what? They might be too small to really even have a taste. Remember, grasshoppers and locusts, they're little. You have to fry up a lot to get a nice little, they're small. They don't got a lot of meat on them. Yeah, a little snack. I'll wait for that. You know what I'm saying? I'll wait for the locusts until I have to do it. Right now, there's an abundance of cows, chicken, and greenery that I'll eat. I'll stay away from the locusts and the beetles. I'm good. Go ahead, read
My
on.
pops, he ate beetles.
Yeah, they're lawful.
He said that some Arabic guy put him onto it and says it helps lower the blood pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just fast. I'll fast to get my blood pressure under control. Like I said, that's not a necessity for me to eat beetles and things like that right now, so I'll hold off.
When the time comes.
Yeah, when the time comes.
Yeah, he grew him, and then he just like, look, son, and he just throw it back, and I'm like, no, Dad, you tripping.
Come, read on. That's
The
wild.
bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind.
Right, there's many different forms of beetle. Got dung beetle, carmine beetle. You got a lot of different beetles, man. Water beetle, they're lawful. Go ahead.
And the grasshopper after his kind.
The grasshoppers, they're lawful.
Okay.
Where's he reading to? 11 and 25. Go ahead.
But all other flying, creeping things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever toucheth the carcass of them shall be unclean until the even. And whosoever beareth aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the even.
Right, but if you had a pig on your farm, because it wasn't unlawful to have a pig, just like it wasn't unlawful to have dogs. Remember, we didn't eat dogs, but remember Job? He said he wouldn't let his dogs lay. So he had dogs. They're not unlawful. It's not unlawful to have a dog or even to have that animal, but you just didn't eat it. So if I had an animal that died, I'm just gonna let my pigs take care of it. I won't go deal with that carcass. You see what I'm saying? That's what pig slop was anyway. When you look at pig slop was a leftover of all the animals when they butchered the cows and all the other animals. It was the leftover. They fed that to the pigs. Slop, they just grinded it up and threw it for the pigs, man. And they took care of it. All right, so any questions so far before we get this next reader up? Right, they asked a question. Aki and saltfish was sold in the Jamaican restaurant I worked at. Is that lawful? Never ate it. Oh, yeah, it's lawful. It's a fish. When you get real salt fish, it got skins, scales, and fins. Or they do like cod that got scales and fin. It's just a fish whitening. And all they do, ackee, that's just something that grows on trees. It's just a fruit that grows on trees. That's a national dish in Jamaica. And ackee, when you got to know when to pick and cook that. When ackee first starts out, it's a closed pod, and they got a black seed in the middle. And when it's closed, if you try to force that thing open and cook it, you'll die. You got to wait for it to open, and you see the black seed, and then you know it's right to harvest and cook. It's poisonous if you don't harvest it at the right time. And when it's closed, it's not going to come off that tree barely. You got to force it off the tree. When it's open and you can see the black seed, the seed is like this big. It's huge. That thing comes right off the tree. You pull out the seed, you cut them up, it looks like eggs. And you cook it, throw your fish in there, green peppers, onions, right? Wathanaya is a pro. She is a champion at ackee and saltfish. What's that?
Benjamin now.
She's almost a Benjamite.
Like when it was, like say, moving to different areas where some of these animals wasn't indigenous to, how were they getting by? Like, say they moving in a colder climate and they don't have these type of animals that's lawful.
Well, you talking about us? Well, when you look at when we travel, we always brought our animals with us. Like when Abraham left and went, where did he go? He went west. He took all his animals. Lot, when he traveled, when Lot went with him, they took, remember that the whole strife between Abraham and Lot was over what? The animals. There was too many animals trying to graze on this small land. So wherever we went, we took animals with us. Like if we did a big migration, we had animals even with at this time. We left out of Egypt and we took animals. We took our animals and we traveled with our animals.
mean, like later on, say like in the eras when we was really getting scattered, when they started migrating up into Europe and places like that.
That I would have to look into. I mean, you're saying what did they do for food?
No, as far as like trying to keep warm when they don't have.
We found ways because we survived. We found ways to. I mean, think about it. Everything that we wear ain't animal skin now. You see what I'm saying? So, and we still manage to keep warm. Like nobody's running around with a full leather garment on in the wintertime. We do other things to keep warm. So, we found ways. When in Rome, do as the Romans. So whatever they were wearing in Europe, we threw it on.
Like the chinchillas.
Yeah, but it's unlawful. So that's the thing where, as we got scattered, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, as we got scattered, you got to remember, as we got scattered, watch, go to Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy 28. What is it, 45? That was the curse. The curse was that you ain't going to wear nothing lawful. Go to Deuteronomy 28 and verse 48.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48.
Right?
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies,
right,
which the Lord shall send against thee.
Go ahead.
In hunger,
right,
and in thirst,
right,
and in nakedness.
Right. So if my enemy is feeding, clothing, and housing me, are they going to be looking towards, well, is it lawful or not? Hell no. You got the Muslims, they'll say, oh, we don't smoke cigarettes, but we'll sell it to y'all. We don't drink, but we'll have liquor stores in your hood. Mm-hmm. So, we survived. Yes, the Most High preserved us even in breaking the law. We broke the law. I mean, think about it. Slavery. Think about the whole diet that we ate in slavery. The main thing was the pig for that meat. We got through it. We got through it. The whole point was that was part of the curse was that you were going to be in this situation where you're going to be breaking the law and don't even know it. You're going to be just confused the whole time, and then I'd have to wake you up. So what do we do for clothing and those things like in Europe? Niggas was wearing bear furs, I'm pretty sure. Whatever the European, the trapper hat, right? I call it the trapper cap. It was the raccoon tail.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, a brother going to keep warm, right? He going to survive. He ain't going to let the little bit of cold stop him from wearing whatever you got to wear. But now, the whole point is not to put ourselves in that position where now the Most High casts us off to the point where now I got to live and deal with the elements. And the elements can be whatever comes to me, lawful or unlawful. We try to stay in the good graces of the Most High so that way if something does happen, I don't have to break the law to survive. You see what I'm saying? Like, who in here ever had the thought, like, man, if I was hungry and I had to eat a snake, do I eat the snake or do I die? Whoever had that thought, like, do I eat something weird to stay alive? Who in here ever had that thought?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have that thought. I've never seen the righteous forsaken or begging bread. So I don't have that thought, like, man, if I was hungry, do I got to make the decision between breaking the law and living? I'm going to just count it up as a fast. Have faith in the Most High, and He's going to deliver something.
That was more like a thought, like back in the world.
Yeah.
Not like in the truth thought.
Well, it shouldn't be. But some people think like that. Like, man, if I had to choose between life and eating a pig, it's like, well, why would you be in that situation? What are you doing to be in that situation? Obviously, you ain't doing something right to be in the situation of do I break the law or eat pig? Right. Remember Peter? Peter, when he had the vision, Peter, rise, slay and eat. No, sir. No, Lord, it is not so. Rise, Peter, slay and eat. No, Lord, it is not so. Peter knew that he wasn't going to be in no situation where he had to make the choice of breaking the law to survive. The Most High, He said He don't tempt us with evil. So I never put my mind in that, like, oh man, one day I'm gonna have to make a choice between eating this cat and living. Nah, the Most High said He don't tempt us with evil.
That was one of those high conversations.
It must have been. Yeah, one of those paranoid high marijuana conversations.
Yeah.
You and the unrighteous angels.
Con.
Well, not you, but Yashikar, you had your hand up.
Did you hear about that? Well, this was in like the 70s and stuff, but they made a movie on it. There was that rugby team from Uruguay who got crashed in the mountains in the snow and everything like that?
It's called Alive, the movie. Yeah,
Mhm.
and they ate booty.
Yeah.
They ate each other and stuff?
Yeah, they ate the booty meat because it was meaty.
Con.
Disgusting.
Bruh.
And that's because like the civilization was not that far from them. They just were not equipped to have that understanding of where to go from there and everything.
They didn't want to go on a fast. Moses went 40 days. You have to just do your Moses. You have to do your Yahweh Shai and go on a fast and have faith. I mean, I'm not eating people, bro. I'm sorry. And they didn't have no fire to cook them or anything. It was just raw meat they was cutting off the booty and off the thighs.
I remember when I first seen that movie.
I'm good, bro. Don't put yourself in the position and you won't have to act in that manner, right? Let's see here. Is donkey lawful? La, because donkeys have horse feet. They have hooves. They have a, what do you call a horse foot, man?
Hooves.
It's a hoof? Horse hooves? Okay, it's a hoof. I thought it was something else.
It's just not split.
Yeah, it's not split. It's a horseshoe type of, yeah. Ooh. 10,000-year-old eggs with the embryo still inside. Yeah, I'm not. Why?
Of what?
You never seen that? The 10,000-year-old eggs? It's like they ferment them.
But of what?
I think like chicken.
What?
And I think the thing is it's fertilized. They fertilize it. It's weird.
Yeah, that's extra weird.
Pufferfish. Yeah, the pufferfish is deadly. Yeah, that thing blow up. Yeah. I used to have some pufferfish. They're nice fish, but don't eat them. Let's see here. Donkey. Just crackling student video of a bird. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Look at the next reader. Elijah, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Ban Yashala, Men of Israel, Imadium, Barak, Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai Rakatah. Right, so we're at Leviticus 11 and 26, right? Right, so you're going to read the rest of this chapter, then we're going to go over to Samuel. Yeah, Leviticus 11 and verse 26. You're going to finish out the chapter.
Leviticus chapter 11 and verse 26. The carcasses of every beast which divided the hoof and is not
cloven,
footed, nor cheweth the cud, are unclean unto you. Everyone that touches them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goeth upon his paws among all manner of beasts that go on all four, those are unclean unto you.
So that's your dogs, your cats, your squirrels, your you can't eat the ferret, rats, all those animals that have paws that go on all fours. No bueno. Go ahead.
Whoso touches their carcass shall be unclean unto the even. And he that beareth the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean unto the even. They are unclean unto you. These also shall be unclean unto you among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel and the mouse, and the tortoise after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole. These are unclean to you.
Right, so you're not supposed to eat, I know they eat it in Arizona, iguana. You're not supposed to eat lizards. You're not supposed to eat iguanas and different types of lizards. They're unclean. Iguanas eat everything. They eat lizards, they eat scorpions, they eat flies. You don't want to mess with that. Go ahead.
Oh, there's a question.
There's a question.
Yeah, I got it here. Question. He said we shouldn't put ourselves in a position to have to make the decision to break the law or survive. I think in a discussion about when we get closer to the time Yahweh Shai comes back, unlawful stuff will start to being forced on us. My question is,
right?
In these times, will we have the opportunity to avoid these situations, or will it be so ridiculous that the only way to get out of breaking the law will be for Yahweh Shai to pull us out?
Some of us are going to have to die in keeping the law. When you read about the Maccabees, and you read about, this is the deal with the woman with the 7 sons, and the whole point was for them to just taste a little swine's flesh, right? Eat a little pork and let the people see. And they died. Things like that are going to start happening as we get further and further into the wickedness. You're going to be put in situations to compromise or not. And, it ain't happening now. Ain't nobody getting put to death. He said, you have not suffered unto blood striving against sin. Right? No one's dying or getting beat for teaching the Bible. But there's going to come a time, you read it in 2nd Esdras 16, 15, you read it in Matthew 24. We went through the whole class, that class I did about, are you ready to be saved? And we went through all the things that haven't happened yet that are going to happen to the righteous. When they start ransacking, when they know that you're a Bible thumper, right? They know you're an Israelite and they fire you from your job. Now you got the option to quit, right? Like, I got to quit because I got to be with the brothers, right? Like the brother, he quit his job. And a few other brothers have done the same thing. But what happens when they say, oh, you believe that Christ is black? You're fired. What you going to do then? Right? You're going to be, Christ said it, you're going to be persecuted for his name. Right? Persecution ain't you and your rib getting into a fight. That ain't persecution. That ain't you and your rib arguing because she don't want to lock in. That's not persecution. Stop. Persecution is going to be when they run up on here in the Sabbath and they arrest all the brothers for being here, for teaching and for learning. That's going to start happening. You see that? So there's going to be things that's going to happen when they start running up in your house. It tells you in Esdras, they're going to run in the righteous man's house and spoil his goods. Right? It's 2nd Esdras 16, I believe. It's 16 or 15, one of them. But those things are going to happen when they start putting brothers to death for real. For either you going to join us, be a spy, or die. Right. Well, some of us are going to choose to be spies and flip. Some is going to choose to die. When you deal with was it Judas Maccabeus? Was it Judas Maccabeus when they went to him and said, "Look, okay, don't eat the pork, but act like you eating the pork. We'll give you something lawful, but act like." And he said, "Nah." He thought about it, and he said, "Nah, I ain't doing that. I don't want to stain my name in breaking the law." They're gonna do those things. So hopefully by that time, and let's be real. Let's be real about it. It is happening now on a lower level where you come into the knowledge, you learn the truth, you sit here with brothers 5-6 years, and then all of a sudden you get an email for a job offer. Damn, $100,000 a year? Shalom, right? Shalom. And you over there, it's the same thing. It's the same thing where they don't present to you die or follow us, but they buy you. They buy you. Here's this money. Here's this. Here's that. Here's this vehicle. Here, all right, you get these women, you can get this, you can get that, and you compromise in that way. So it is already happening. And brothers and sisters do make their choices to either go back into the world or stick with the path. You see that? But when it starts getting to the point of, right, he went to it, 2 Maccabees 6:18. It was actually, it was Eleazar. Yep, he was an aged man. He was one of the scribes. And what did they do? They said, listen, even if you ain't eating the pork, go ahead and just act like you're eating the pork.
Yep.
He contemplated it, but he didn't go through with it. So yeah, it's gonna get to that point. That was
Yeah.
What's that?
Just on what you're speaking on, I was having a conversation with Priest Kazaki when I was in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Straight to the point where he said, he was like, I was not going to follow through with what somebody wanted me to do to compromise my spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I was not going to compromise my spirit for this wickedness and like leave away from the Most High. And just the way he said it though too, as smooth and as subtle as he said it, like if we do something and we stray away from the law, statutes, and commandments, we're literally compromising our spirit for that instance, for that moment. And then you said it too, like leaving a stain on our name and everything like that.
Yeah, my question is, in these times, we have the opportunity to avoid these situations. Remember, I'm gonna go here real quick. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Go to Ecclesiastes. Now, just think about this. Because he said in those times where we have the opportunity to avoid these situations. Well, think about it. We all live in Houston, right? And the majority of us live in the Southwest. Now, if you keep up with the news of what's happening in the Southwest of Houston, bro, it's body dropping after body.
Yeah.
They say Houston is on pace for 500 murders. 500 homicides, Houston is on pace for. Now, I don't know what type of record that's going to be, but that sounds like a record. When they start bringing it up, that sounds like murder capital type records. Now, with all the killing that happens every year, who in here seen a dead body in the last year? Or been around that, or been around a gang shooting or anything like that? What's the point that I'm trying to make? The point that I'm trying to make is that if you're not about that life, you're not going to get caught up in that life. You see what I'm saying? Now, yeah, we were here the other Sabbath and we heard the dude get shot across the street. But we were all here. That didn't have nothing to do with us. We barely even knew what was going on until after the fact. Or a couple of months ago where the dude got killed right here by the tree. He hit his car or something like that?
Yeah.
So everybody went out of town.
Right. Or before that where the dude got shot up the block.
Yeah.
We hearing these things on the news like, Dad, that's right by the school. We're here in the building though. Right? We're doing this. Our heads are down working. We ain't caught up in that. We ain't caught up in what's going on the block, what's happening out in them streets. We're caught up in trying to serve the Most High. So go to Ecclesiasticus 7:1.
God. Ecclesiasticus chapter 7 and verse 1.
Right?
Do no evil.
He said what?
Do no evil.
Go ahead.
So shall no harm come unto thee.
Yeah. If you ain't doing evil, you ain't got to worry about the harm that comes forth. Go ahead.
Depart from the unjust.
Yeah, a lot of the things that befall us, they come from the unjust that we want to circle ourselves with. I want to still hang out with the homeboys that's selling weed. Are you selling weed? Then why you want to be with them?
Sure.
It says a man shall cling to his like. It says all flesh liketh its kind. But if I ain't selling weed, why am I hanging out with the dope boys? Mm-hmm. Or the gangbanger? I ain't a gangbanger. Why am I hanging out with the gangbangers? Because what's going to happen is if you don't depart from the unjust, you're going to get what unjust men get. You're going to get that unjust treatment. We know what they get. We know their end is death and destruction. Go ahead.
And iniquity shall turn away from thee.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is we got to commit our thoughts and our bodies and our works to the Most High, and He will protect us. right? Some of us will be put in positions as examples of what to do and what not to do. Everything we read about in the scriptures are examples of what to do and what not to do. When Eleazar made a choice, he showed what not to do. But when the 7 brothers and their mother made a choice, they showed what not to do. But then what about Balaam?
What to do?
Huh?
You said the brothers and the mother not what not to do?
Yeah, they were what to do, excuse me. But then what about Balaam? What about Judas? They were what they were what not to do. The 7 were what to do. Excuse me. So you see the point where it's all examples. Now, we're going to be examples for each other. Things are going to happen where I'm looking over like, okay, that's what not to do. Or that's what to do. You see my point? Right. So, do no harm, no evil shall come unto thee. At the same time, you got to know that the righteous is going to get tested. And using wisdom can get you out of situations where it don't got to be some death and destruction. Think about it. We've been in situations, man, where you got Jake out there just wilding the hell out. Flashing guns, doing this, doing that. I ain't been shot. I ain't even had a gun put in my face. Not in the truth, at least. You know what I'm saying? But it's because I use wisdom. You soft answer turn away much wrath.
Ecclesiastes 8:5.
Yeah. You go there if you want.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 5.
Right.
Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing.
Yep. You see that? Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing. But do know, the scriptures do say the righteous, we going to be tested. And it's going to be them out there testing us. But the more I'm with the righteous, the less them out there can test me. The more I keep my nose clean and keep my head down and do this work, the less them out there can affect me. That's the way I look at it. I don't give a damn about what's going on out there. The only time I care is when I'm when I'm in them lanes trying to get home. That's the only time I'm paying attention to what's happening out there so I can know how to move. They bugging out over there? I'm taking a different way. Oh, they driving crazy? Well, I'm going to slow down so he can keep going. Oh, they shot somebody down the way? Oh, well, I got to move. That's the only time you pay attention. And also for each other. Watch each other's backs. Hey, don't drive down this way because the cops are sitting there. Or don't go down this way, they doing something funky down there. Don't drive down that way. If you're leaving the school, take a different route. We do that a lot trying to look out for each other. So hopefully, Eric, that answered your question. You could drop that. Let's go back to where are we at?
Leviticus chapter 11 and verse 31. These are unclean to you among all the priests. Whosoever doeth touch them when they be dead shall be unclean until the even. And upon whatsoever any of them when they are dead doeth fall, it shall be unclean. Whether it be any vessel of wood, or raiment, or skin, or sack, whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean unto the even. So it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel, whereinto any of them falleth, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. Of all meat which may be eaten, that on which such water cometh shall be unclean. And all drink that may be drunk in every such vessel shall be unclean.
Now, verse 35, I'm going to show you. You got a lot of cats out there that swear to the high heavens that they are the ultimate law keepers. But they be going out and eating at restaurants that serve pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. Who in here ever ate at Benihana's? Or any spot that just cooks on an open grill, different types of meats?
Mongolian grills.
Mongolian grill, Texas de Brazil, foco the child, whatever. Guess what? You broke the law.
Yep.
I'm going to show you right here. Read.
Verse 35. And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falleth shall be unclean.
Wow.
Whether it be oven.
Oven. What else?
Or random.
Arrange.
Arrange.
Right?
For pot.
Right. An oven or a stove. Arrange is a stove, right?
Gone.
Right. So that stove, what's that?
So you're not supposed to eat that like buffets?
Well, watch. We're going to tell you. It's going to tell you why you shouldn't. Go ahead. Watch. Go ahead. Read on.
They shall be broken down.
They shall be what?
Broken down.
See, anything that an unlawful animal's carcass touched was supposed to be disregarded of. So, let's be real. I'm just showing you the technicalities in the law. This is where grace comes in, because who's tossing pots out every other day? What restaurant is going to toss away pots every other day? None. Right? Who in here eats pizza? I mean, come on. So you mean to tell me that they throw away the pizza cutter every time they cut a Supreme? Every time they cut that meat lovers? Right? They throw it, oh, let's throw that away because we got to be lawful for the Israelites when they come order pizza. Hell nah, bro. They wash that thing and they cut your cheese pizza or your veggie. I ate pizza last night. I'm not stupid enough to think like they didn't cut a Supreme or this or that. Regardless, that instant, no matter if you could ask them, I want clean cut, right? You get a clean cut, meaning they give you not brand new, they give you a washed utensil that only cuts non-meat pizzas, vegetarian pizzas.
Right.
But that same clean cut the pork pizza yesterday.
That's right.
It should have been tossed in the trash, is the point. Wow. So the scriptures say, be not over righteous, right? Be not over righteous. So can you go eat at a buffet? Hakawa? Khan. You can eat at a buffet. Right? Of course you go eat at a buffet. You can go eat out at places because you can't prevent. The nations ain't going to follow the law. Now, do I make it a point like, oh, you know what? I got to go eat out. Nah. Because I had that in the back of my mind. Like, these niggas don't care about, they don't care about us keeping the law. So I'm going to try to prevent eating out as much as I can and eat. You know what I'm saying? I cook at my own house because I know it's lawfulness going on there. Ain't no pork ever been on pots and stove. You see what I'm saying? But they don't care. Niggas love going to Benihana's. And they'll throw the shrimp next to the chicken. Yep. On the big grill. Y'all been to Benihana's? He flipped the thing, throw the egg in his pocket, bloop, make all the noises, right? Flipping utensils. Pork fried rice, right? Pork fried rice. Boom. Shrimp fried rice. Shrimp. Chicken fried rice. Right in his pocket. And they got it all lined out for the whole table. You want pork, shrimp, crab, and it's all there. Boom, boom. Right. And you want to keep it lawful. So you're like, well, I'll take the vegetarian fried rice, brother. Bruh, you still broke the law technically because that vessel should have been broken. You see that? So that's where grace and mercy come in for you so-called law keepers that I'm perfect in the law. You're not perfect in the law. Not in America. Not when you're eating out. Unless you just go eating out all vegan all the time. And even then, they find some way to break that law. They probably bought the grill from Benihana's.
The salt they use got some pork enzymes.
Right. They find some way to get you to break that law to keep you away from the Most High. It's almost to the point now where they just do it so subliminally, they don't even think about it. They're just like, yeah, we just gonna do this. You see what I'm saying? So, these things were supposed to be discarded of. We're supposed to throw these things away. Your clothing, wash it up. You go bathe. But any vessel, open water, things like that. That water was disgusting. Even if a dead animal was around water, that water was not drinkable. A lawful dead animal. How much more unlawful dead animal? You see my point? So, yeah, this is where grace and mercy come in. All right? So, yeah, bro, eat at a buffet, but eat at your own risk. Even buffets is scary to me. That thing is open. People just putting their hands in it. Like, yo, I'm nervous when it comes to... I'm nervous with like whoever ate nuts at a bar in the little dish. They had like the beer nuts, like the peanuts. Hell nah, bro. That is like COVID in a. That is like COVID in a petri dish, waiting to just for you to just get sick. And you start getting liquored up, and you right. You dip your hands, they dip their hands. I'm good. There's certain things I don't mess with. I don't do the buffets and the open eating. I don't like that because it's just open. It's just there.
When I worked at Kroger's when I was young, we used to say to each other, "Don't eat the samples," because everybody that be coming through the store, whether they just went to the bathroom and you seen that same dude scratching, and then don't go wash his hands, and then he's the next bro that shows up to grab the piece of cheese and don't grab it from the stick, or he might have a little hair on his hand that fell off while he grabbed the stick, if he did grab it, and then that's just marinating in the dish with the rest of the stuff. It's like these people were nasty. It's like Esau, because I worked at a Kroger's that was in a nice neighborhood, and these Edomites were just dirty and nasty.
Yeah,
they did all kind of dirty stuff. So it was like, whenever we used to tell each other, man, I just feel like grabbing one of them cookies. Man, I feel like grabbing. It's like, nah, bro, don't eat the samples. Don't eat the samples.
Don't eat samples. And there were some brothers that would walk through the food court just eating samples. Like, how the hell can you eat food that's just been sitting out where the dude that's giving you the sample has been breathing on it? You want a sample? You want a sample? Right? He just all that, bro. You want a sample? He might as well just put it to his face, chew it, spit it back out, and ask you if you want a sample. Like when they do it in the mall, when they used to do it in the mall, they don't do it no more. Ain't no buffets open no more either. Anyway, ain't nothing really open. I went to the pizza spot I went to. Right next to it, it's funny, was a Chinese buffet. They got the whole thing taped off with plastic. You got to pick up only. So they're not letting you do like buffets, and you'd be nuts right now to do that. You know, you just want to sit around at a buffet with food just sitting there, just cultivating filth all over it. But but y'all see the point that I was getting at, right?
You can't really get me up there time with all that black hair out about when I was young.
You said what?
Y'all could really get me up there time when I was young with all this black hair.
I'm young. I mean, I'm old.
Whatever.
I think I hit the point.
First of all, he's older than me. Gray hair don't mean nothing. He's older than me.
Not sitting up there with black hair all over
Yeah, because some cats don't get gray. He'll never get gray hair. He's the ageless wonder.
I'm never gonna get the gray hair. I'm never gonna lose the hair.
He'll never lose his hair.
I'm never gonna get the full beard and look old.
Yeah, he's older than me by a little bit. But look, I look older than him. Yeah.
You older than you?
Not by a lot.
Like
couple of months.
Yeah, a few months.
How old are we about to be? How old are we gonna be?
We're gonna be 40.
We about to be 40.
We're gonna be 40.
I remember my age because of him. I don't remember my age. I remember my age because of him. Yeah, that's old, bro.
Well, I wish I was 40 again.
God, I wish I was 22 again.
Bro, I wish I was 22.
I wish I had young knees. Right? What's up?
That's how my dad is. He like the youngest sibling out of like 9 kids.
Uh-huh.
He the only child with gray hair, bro.
Really?
He the youngest. He like 20. And he got like the
wow.
whole beard is gray, the whole hair receding. Ball in the middle, like bud.
Ball in the middle?
You next.
And then like his older brother. His older brother come through. This is my uncle, his older brother. He be joking around the town like, bro, I know you got all that gray hair, you younger than me.
Yeah.
And he like, shit, stressing, bro.
Stress. Yeah, my pops, he lost his hair, started losing at 17.
Keep blaming on my mama though, because my mama stressing my life.
Yeah. See? You women take note. If you want your man to look young, you better stay off him. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 11 and verse 37.
36.
36.
Right.
Nevertheless, a fountain or pit wherein there is plenty of water shall be clean, but that which touches their carcass shall be unclean.
Mm-hmm.
And if any part of their carcass fall upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water be put upon the sea, and any part of their carcass fall thereon, it shall be unclean unto you. And if any beast of which he may eat die, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean unto the even. And he that eateth of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean unto the even. He also that beareth the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean unto the even. Verse 41. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goeth upon the belly, and whatsoever goeth upon all four, or whatsoever hath more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them ye shall not eat.
Right, so snakes, you can't eat centipedes and caterpillars, can't eat worms, mealworms, grubs. You're not supposed to eat those things. Go ahead.
For they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creepeth, neither shall ye make yourself unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. For I am the Lord your God. Ye shall thereof sanctify yourself, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourself with any manner of creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. For I am the Lord that bringeth you up out of the land of Egypt to be your power. Ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the law of the beast, and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moveth in the waters, and of every creature that creepeth upon the earth, to make difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten.
Right. Any questions on that? All right, so I gotta go on my notes. Where we gotta go to? Samuel? Second Samuel 6. Right. Oh, next reader, right?
He got verse 1.
Okay, go to 2 Samuel. Read that.
2 Samuel chapter 6 and verse 1. Again, David gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000.
Right. So, was there any questions on the Leviticus reading? Nothing? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we made that clear. Right? Don't eat chitlins. Don't eat chitlins. No. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep.
Yehuda ban Yasharala.
I'm a one Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Yashala, men of Israel, Imajim, Barak.
Yahweh Bashim Yashab Rakatam.
Yahweh Bashim Yahushai Rakatah.
2 Samuel chapter 6 and verse 1. And David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baal of Judah to bring up from thence the ark of the Most High, whose name is called by the name of the Lord of hosts that dwelleth between the cherubims. And they set the ark of God upon the new carts, and brought it out of the house of Abinadab that was in Gibeah. And Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, drave the new cart. And they brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was at Gibeah, accompanying the ark of God. And Ahio went before the ark. And David and all the house of Israel played before the Lord on all manner of instruments made of fir wood, even on harps, and on psalteries, and timbrels, and on cornets, and on cymbals. And when they came to Nacon's threshing floor, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen shook it.
So the threshing floor was uneven, the ox is coming through, and the cart it teetered, you know. And he just said, "Oh, hold on, let me support that. I got that. It's not gonna fall over. Nice ark right there. Let me touch that. Just imagine the picture." Go ahead.
Verse 7. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God smote him therefore his error. And there he died by the ark of the Most High.
So he got killed. He was taken out for touching the ark. Again, just going back to the whole theme of the reading, the Most High, even the last verse that we read in Leviticus 11, to make a difference between clean and unclean. And then how he started with we were going back to Aaron's sons, doing extra, not what was commanded them, but they burned a strange incense. He wasn't told to try. His job wasn't to be the guy that upheld the ark. That wasn't his job. He wasn't supposed to touch it. Now, it doesn't seem like it was something wicked for him to do. He seen the ark, it looked like it's going to fall, so he wanted to uphold it. That doesn't seem like it was anything wicked, but where the wickedness lies in not following the commandments, not being obedient to what your job is supposed to be. You're trying to step out of your realm, your lane. You're getting outside of your lane. He wasn't told to uphold the ark. It's a priest's job to uphold the ark, right?
Well, it was designated to a specific Levite family. He wasn't part of that family. That's the thing. His family wasn't designated to touch that ark at all.
So it's like if this is your position, why are you trying to do extra? Why are you trying to go outside of what you're supposed to do? You know, I gave the example earlier, a brother ordering pizza, and then the brother decided he wanted to add an extra topping on the pizza because he thinks it'll be good. Well, no one commanded that. No one said do that. Think about it when you're in a household, and the kids might try to push the issue on something. You're like, hey, make sure that you clean and mop the kitchen. Well, they cleaned and mopped the kitchen, and then they waxed it. It's like, yeah, I thought I seen this wax. I just wanted to do an extra good job, but now everyone's slipping on the floor. Like, didn't nobody tell you to do that? Why'd you Why'd you take that extra step outside of what was commanded you? Well, was it wrong? Is it wrong to be thinking outside the box? La. Is it wrong to be trying to put your spirit into something and to make it better? La. But you got to focus on and do first the thing that was commanded you. If there's anything extra that you want to add in, Well, you got to check. You got to clear that. Hey, is it cool if I do this? No, don't do that because of this, that, and the other. But if you're just gonna overstep your bounds, well, then that's where the sin comes in. That's where the sin is lying at the doorstep, like what I went to earlier. And that you can see that that's the theme of what's going on through all the reading.
God.
Oh, go ahead.
Verse 8. And David was displeased because the Lord had made a breach upon Uzzah. And he called the name of the place Perez Uzzah to this day. And David was afraid of the Lord that day, and said, how shall the ark of the Lord come to me? So David would not remove the ark of the Lord unto him into the city of David, but David carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of the Lord continued in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months. And the Lord blessed.
Right, the Gittites were it was a family of Levites. Obed-Edom was his name, but he was from the family of the Gittites. When you go through, they were Levites. Go ahead.
And the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household.
Bless.
And it was told King David, saying, the Lord hath blessed the house of Obed-Edom and all that pertaineth unto him, because of the ark of the Most High. So David went and brought up the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom into the city of David with gladness. And it was so, that when they that bear the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed oxen and fatlings. And David danced before the Lord with all his might, and David was girded with the linen ephod. So David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Lord with shouting, and with the sound of the trumpet. And as the ark of the Lord came into the city of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looked through a window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord. And she displeased him in her heart. Despised him in her heart. Excuse me. And they brought in the ark of the Lord and set it in its place in the midst of the tabernacle that David had pitched for it. And David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And as soon as David made an end of offering burnt offerings and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. And he dealt among the people, even among the whole multitude of Israel, as well to the women as men, to every one a cake of bread, and a good piece of flesh, and a flagon of wine. So all the people departed, every one to his house.
So they celebrated. They celebrated the Ark of the Covenant being brought back into the city of David. After all that time, if you know what was going on with the Ark, it was taken by the Philistines. It was moved over here. It was hidden over here. So they were happy. David was happy that he was able to fulfill what the Most High wanted and get that Ark back to where it rightfully belonged. Right? Where you at?
Verse 20. Verse 20. And David returned to bless his household. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet David and said, how glorious was the king of Israel today, who uncovered himself today in the eyes of the handmaids of his servants, as one of the vain fellows shamelessly uncovered himself. And David said to Michal, it was before the Lord, which chose me before thy father, and before all his household, to appoint me ruler over the people of the Lord, over Israel. Therefore will I play before the Lord, and I will yet be more vile than thus, and I will be base in mine own sight, and as the maidservants which thou hast spoken of them shall I be had in honor. Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child unto the day of her death.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Go ahead.
That is it.
Read 7 and 1.
7 and 1. Verse, 2 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 1.
Shadak, you up next.
And it came to pass, when the king sat in his house, and the Lord had given him rest round about from all his enemies.
Right. So, you know, the theme of that chapter really is, yes, obedience is better than sacrifice. Don't touch the ark. Like, listen, if the Most High wanted the ark to fall, let it fall. Then he'll give you instruction. You know, the order was nobody touch it. So, yeah, everybody get that, right? So you're at 2 Samuel 7 and verse 2. You're going to read to 17.
Verse 2. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 2. That the king said unto Nathan, the prophet, see now, I dwell in a house of cedar, but the ark of the Most High dwelleth within curtains. And Nathan said to the king, go, do all that is in thine heart, for the Lord is with thee. And it came to pass that night that the word of the Lord came unto Nathan, saying, go and tell my servant David, thus saith the Lord, thou shalt build me an house, shalt thou build me a house for me to dwell in, whereas I have not dwelt in any house since the time that I brought up the children of Israel out of Egypt, even to this day, but have walked in a tent and in a tabernacle, and all the places wherein I have walked with all the children of Israel, spake I a word with any of the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, why build ye not me an house of cedar? Now therefore, so shalt thou say unto my servant David, thus said the Lord of hosts, I took thee from the sheepcote, from following the sheep, to be ruler over my people Israel. And I was with thee whithersoever thou wentest, and have cut off all thine enemies out of thy sight, and have made thee a great name, like unto the name of the great men that are in the earth. Moreover, I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them, that they may dwell in a place of their own, and move no more. Neither shall the children of wickedness afflict them anymore.
See, that was the plan. That was supposed to be the outcome. We were supposed to be put in our land that the Most High chose, and we weren't supposed to be moved out that land. So David was wanting to set up the kingdom, set up the tabernacle. So the Most High kind of had to put David on pause. Why? Because was it that David wasn't a righteous man? He was a very righteous man. For him to even say, listen, I dwell in a house of cedar, and the Most High's house is curtains, he was like, wait a minute, I'm doing too much. I got too much good going for me. What about the Most High? What about his glory? So David was a very righteous man. It's just that David killed his tens of thousands. You know what I'm saying? He had too much blood. He had too much blood on his hands, man. David was a warrior. And it just wasn't going to be him that was going to set up that temple. Go ahead.
As before time. Verse 11. And as since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and have caused thee to rest from all thine enemies, also the Lord telleth thee that he will make thee an house. And when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever.
Right. Go ahead. So this is speaking in two ways. Yes, David's son was Solomon, but it's also speaking of Yahushai down the line. Because Solomon's kingdom didn't reign forever. It only lasted for the 40 years of peace. And then a few years after. But Solomon's kingdom didn't reign forever. The only kingdom that's going to reign forever is Yahushai. Ba'ashem Yahushai, right? So this is speaking twofold. It's a twofold here. So remember, you got to know how the Bible's written. It's written three ways: symbolic, prophetic, and historic. So this was symbolic plus it was prophetic. It had two meanings. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
And this is how you know this got two meanings. It ain't talking about Solomon here. Watch, read.
I will be his father.
Right.
And he shall be my son.
Right. You see that? He said, I will be his father and he shall be my son. This is the Lord speaking to David. So who was going to be, the Most High speaking to David, who was going to be his son? It wasn't Solomon that he was talking about here. Watch, read on.
If he commit iniquity,
right,
I will chasten him with the rod of men.
Right.
And with the
Solomon never got chastened with the rod of men. You see that? Solomon was the king. He died the king. He didn't get chastised with the rod of men. Yahushai did. He got beat, beard plucked out, whipped. Go ahead.
And with the stripes of the children of men.
You see that? Yahushai caught those stripes. Read on.
But my mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever. According to all these words, and according to the to this vision, did Nathan speak unto David.
Right.
Now we're going to go from here to Matthew chapter 3
and 11.
11.
Any questions on that, Samuel? Sis?
Why was Christ chastised? Any chastisement, like a correction or,
You said, how was Yahushai chastised? He was chastised. He was chastised for our transgressions. Remember? It's in. Give me the one where it says that one man would die for the nation. It's in John. It's what?
I think it's 1 John 5.
No. It's not 1 John. It's in the Gospels. It's in the later part of one of the Gospels where it's the high priest. He said it's expedient for one man to die for the nation. Let's see here. Vinegar. No, it's
Isaiah 53.
no.
John 11 and 50. St. John 11 and 50.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
St. John 11 and 50.
That's it. Read it.
Yeah, we got to read that.
The book of John, chapter 11, and verse 50. Nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people,
Right?
and that the whole nation perish not.
Right. Now we know that Yahushai didn't commit iniquity. It said he walked the earth without sin. It said he was tempted in all manner. Right? But he never gave in to the temptation. So what was he chastised for? Well, he was chastised for us. Remember it said he took on there's another one. It said it's Isaiah 50, right? Yeah. Yep. Now give me that one. Now give me Isaiah 53, yeah. It said
The book of Isaiah, chapter 53, verse 5.
Forget our sins.
But he was wounded for our transgressions.
There it is. He was wounded for our transgressions. Yahweh Shai didn't commit sin. Go ahead.
He was bruised for our iniquity.
Read.
The chastisement of our peace was upon him.
Yeah, you see that? Go ahead.
And with his stripes we are healed.
Right. God?
God.
Right. So, where we headed now? Chapter 6.
Matthew chapter 3, starting at verse 11. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance. But he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear.
Right. So this is John the Baptist speaking of Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost.
Right. So he was letting the people know at this time that there was a greater baptism that was coming. I indeed baptize you with water. He's going to indeed baptize you with fire and with this word. Well, and how do those two intermingle, or how do they coincide? Well, you're going to read the word and now have to make decisions according to what you read. And it says a man's trial is in his reasoning.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
I was going to try to find it real quick.
It says a man's trial is in his reasoning. Well, the reasoning according to what? Well, the reason I ate pork is because I like it. So now I got to deal with the trial of whatever comes with eating pork. I'm using that because we just went over that. Or I like sleeping with a bunch of women. I sleep with a bunch of women because I like it. Now you got to deal with the trials and tribulations of laying around with a bunch of women. Whether that be kids, disease, heartache, fighting, disgruntledness. You got to deal with those trials. The Bible gives you the reason not to do it, and you won't have the trial. Well, the scriptures say don't be a whoremonger. The scriptures say be a man of the first wife. Right? Deal with a first wife first, and then go to a second. But I haven't built the first one, so I go to a second, so now I got the same problems with the second that I had with the first. That was your reason, because you're lust, because you liked it. A man's trials, we can find it. And Corey, what's up? You got your hand up.
Oh yeah, and in verse 11, what do you mean? Like he's gonna baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire?
Well, that's what I'm going over. That's what I'm going over. The fire. Go to what's the Holy Spirit? What's the Holy Ghost?
Matthew
6:63.
No, wrong and wrong.
The Most High.
Wrong.
The word, eh?
It's the word, right? It's the Comforter. It's the word. St. John 15:26, St. John 14:26, right? That's the Spirit. That's the Holy Spirit. What's the fire? The fire is the trial. Go to 1 Peter. What is it? 1 Peter 1:7?
1:7, 4:12.
4:12. Yep.
The book of 1 Peter. Chapter 4, verse 12. Beloved, thinking not strange concerning the fiery trial,
right,
which is to try you,
right,
as though some strange thing happened unto you.
Yeah, you know why he said thinking not strange? Because John told you already that you were going to get tried with fire and the Spirit. So the Spirit is the word. He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said. Right?
God.
So the Bible says, don't be a whoremonger. The Bible says, don't be a hoe. The Bible says, don't do drugs. The Bible says a lot of different things. Well, why'd you do that? Well, because I felt like it. Now you got to go through the trial. You got to go through the fire.
Oh, here it is.
Ecclesiasticus 27:5.
Con.
Con.
What are you doing?
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27, verse 5.
Close it. It's on the floor. Read.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessels.
Right, so a potter's vessel goes through a furnace of what? Fire. Fire is what the furnace is going to produce to burn up or to test that vessel. Go ahead.
So the trial of man.
Yeah, your trial is going to prove you. The trial of man, go ahead.
Is in his reasoning.
Right, so the level of fire that I go through in my life is really due to my own reasoning. What am I reasoning with? Am I reasoning with wisdom, or am I reasoning with street knowledge? Because street niggas say what? Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it, hit it raw, right? Well, what does wisdom say? It says prove a friend, right? It says don't credit her to be your wife just because she got a hair wrap on us and she say shalom. Right? It say prove a friend. That's what the Bible says. Don't just, because she got a skirt on and she that's my rib. Hell nah. You better prove that woman. You better prove that man. Just because the nigga got a beard on and some fringes, there's some psychos with beards and fringes out there.
God.
You online and he's talking about shalom and you can hear his voice through his typing. His shalom was so powerful. And you sisters, we fall for these knuckleheads, man. And he got 8 ribs that he done just destroyed off to the side. But because his beard was thick, he had the Rick Ross beard. His garments was all in gold, right?
White.
He had a full head of braids, right? He was light skinned. He was caramel colored.
Go ahead, bring it out.
You know what I'm saying? And these women fall for that, man. He's so powerful. He's a man of Yah.
Yeah.
He's a man of Yeshua. Right? Yeah, but he's a damn psycho. He's a psycho. Talking about, sit down and let's read this book of Enoch. That's what he's on. You didn't prove him. Prove a friend. Prove a friend. That way the trials won't be so exaggerated. The fire won't be so hot. The longer you take to prove things and search things out, the less trials and tribulations you go through. You see that? So a man's trial is in his reasoning. But why didn't you wait the 6 months?
Right.
Why did you take a year? Why didn't you betroth this woman for a while? Man, I was lusting.
Burning.
The Bible says if you burn Marriott, okay, but it still says prove a friend. It still says take your time. It still says don't move rashly. It says all these other things that you got to apply in your reasoning. Sis.
I have heard situations that happen like that before. So what do you do in that situation if you have moved too swiftly? You just deal with it and pray that things stop. If you wink at it, or
Well, it depends. I mean, you say, what do you do in that situation of just moving rash in a relationship?
right, if you quickly
Uh-huh.
you didn't prove the brother or the sister
Uh-huh.
the way that you should have, and now you guys live together. Now you're in a situation to where now you're trying to, I guess, fix it with the word.
Right.
Per se, and it's still not.
You got to let it run its course. You got to let it run its course, and I'm going to be very careful with this one. You lay with that person, that's your husband, that's your wife. That's what the scriptures say. Ain't no, I didn't know, I slipped and fell on it. Ain't none of that. You know what I'm saying? You got to now move as husband and wife. Now, the scriptures also do say that because of the hardness of your hearts, when you read Matthew 19, the hardness of your hearts, Moses gave you the permission to divorce. But that only happens after there was some trying. And many have counseled, and let's try to find different ways to get y'all to agree. That's if there's no disagreement. Every relationship that starts out quick don't end in destruction. You see what I'm saying? But there are going to be trials and tribulations in that relationship where it's like, damn, I wish I would have took a little bit longer and proved that person. Because now she wants to do Christmas, you trying to do Hanukkah, and it's like, what do we do? Right? What do we do? And then that's going to be the starting point for if we have kids. What are we going to do? Well, no, we're going to do Hanukkah. Well, she's fighting. Nope, I'm going to my parents' house for Christmas. Should have waited. She goes, she does that. Y'all come back together. Now the next move shouldn't be, well, let me get her pregnant. Right? Oh, well, let me get her. Brothers do it. Like, well, she didn't want to lock into anything you talk about, but then you got her pregnant? She gave you all the red flags. Now you drag kids into it. And you muddy up those waters. Now the kid, it talks about it in Corinthians about your children being sanctified. You drag them in. Now, they got to learn to make a decision. But before that, they're doing Christmas and Hanukkah. Christmas, Easter, Passover, right? They're doing Feast of Tabernacles, Valentine's Day. It's like, wait a minute. If you would have proved him, you would have seen this wasn't the person to be with because their mind wasn't all the way going to be joined in with what I was joined into. You see that? So you got to let it run its course. With a lot of, there's counsel, there's different things that we try to set up. We've been through it. We've been through it with brothers and sisters. We don't just automatically, cut her off from thy flesh, right? Well, where is the situation? Where's the problems coming from? Well, everyone has a part to play. Brothers be so quick, she's wicked, she's wicked. But you set a bad example. You taught her an evil lesson. Brothers be so, she's wicked, but you don't study. She's wicked, but she sees you play video games all day. She's wicked, but you ain't diligent. She's wicked, but you ain't consistent. So now we got to work on your consistency, and then we could deal with her wickedness. You see that? And then after we do that, if that don't work, then, hey, listen, no one is bound into a bad relationship that ain't working, where there's strife, contention. That's not what the Most High wants. That's where Matthew 19 comes in. Hakawa.
Yeah, you got other situations where, like for example, with me, I met my baby mom real, you can say, before the truth.
Right.
And then we was together for like 5 years before I came in the truth. We had a son, and then I got the truth. And then once I got the truth, I was trying to tell her about the truth. Like, look, this is what it is. We got to change.
She wasn't dealing with that.
We was talking a lot. And at first, she was like, you tripping. She was like,
right?
She was like, you going Muslim, you losing your mind. And then it was like, I ain't know how to deal with it. I was just like, well, I ain't really know what to do because at the time, like I was like by myself. I didn't have a leadership to tell me these things, like how to guide my household and guide her man. And then like it was like chaos at first when I came into the truth. It was like you just bumping heads. I'm trying to change. She like, nah, we doing Christmas. Man, and then we got a son involved. I'm trying to put him away from that. And she like, nah, we gonna do this. And I'm like, we tripping. So then we had like separate for a little bit. And then after that, we got it like by me standing in the word and dealing with those things. It's like now the pieces started coming together piece by piece. But now she don't want to do Christmas no more. She don't eat pork, seafood no more. Now like everything's starting to clear up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different scenarios that happen. Like his scenario is another scenario where, we had brothers come into the truth, same scenario with a different outcome. Okay, this is what you're gonna do. You got to cut her off a little bit, separate. You got to show her that you're serious. Okay, and then they come back together, but she's in the same mind that she was in before. Well, you got to go. And she rolled. There's different outcomes, but it's really the implementation of different things to get the relationship to work. We don't want the relationship to be destroyed, but the end result can be y'all get back together, or there's going to be a divorce there. You see that? So there's many different steps before the end result that we try to implement and show brothers and sisters, look, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. You want her to lock in? Well, you got to be serious. Women want consistency in their life. As much as they don't know where to get it from half the time, that's what they want. They want a strong man. As much as they don't know what a strong man is, they know they want a good man. And they sometimes don't know that a good man is in front of them. They're looking at everything else. Some brothers, they want a good woman. They want a woman that's down, but they're not understanding what a good woman is and what it means to be down. So they forsake that, but then they got to be brought back. So, that's where we come in and give all the different little talks and counsel and set up different parameters to try to get relationships to roll according to what the scriptures say. It don't always work like that, unfortunately. But what do you do in the initial stages? You got to ride it out. You lay with her. You lay with them. Got to ride it out. You are conscious enough in that aspect, so you got to ride it out until it's just not salvageable, or it is.
So priest, that would be part of the fire. That's your trial.
That's part of that trial. Yeah, That trial, that fire could either burn you up or it can refine both of you to the point where now y'all are these glowing golden instruments working together. So that fire is a double edge. It can burn you away or it can refine you. It just depends on, why does the fire hurt and not refine? The obedience, the acceptance of things that I need to go through to learn. Am I learning in this trial? And things like that. Corey.
Does that kind of go in like Second Esdras, chapter 7, verse 7?
Read it.
Second Esdras, chapter 7, verse 7.
Right.
The entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall.
Right.
Like as if there were a fire on the right hand, and on the left a deep water.
Right, now this is more talking about the entrance into the kingdom itself. Like, how do we get to the kingdom? Fire and water. This fire and this water ain't good. Because if you fall into the fire, you burn. You fall into the water, you drown.
Yeah.
Both of these things represent death. The narrow path that you got to walk is neither water or fire. It's just a path. But along that path, there's going to be little obstacles to hop over, which represent your trial. So, no, that scripture you pull wouldn't necessarily go with the topic that we're talking about, because it's talking about the fire in a different sense. You see that? Where this fire, you ain't going to survive this fire at all. You ain't surviving this water at all. You can't swim through this. You can't put on a fireproof shield on this one. You see that? Where we at in the scriptures? First Peter's? Did somebody read it? The fiery trial? Yeah, we read that, right? The fiery trial? That's
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 5.
Right.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessel.
Right. See, when it says to prove the vessel, it's going to heat it up to this point where either it's going to melt away or it's going to show that it was a good enough vessel to be used after it's cooled down. It withstood the fire. It's proving it. Go ahead.
So the trial of man is in his reasoning.
Right. The trial of man, what's going to prove you is going to be how much reasoning you use in wisdom. Right? So everybody gets that, right?
Yeah, and again, that's been the theme of the whole reading. Mm-hmm. What kind of reasoning was Aaron's sons using when they put that strange incense on? What kind of reasoning was Uzzah using when he tried to uphold the ark? Mm-hmm. What kind of reasoning are you using in your lives today, in your day-to-day situations?
Right.
That's where the trial is. Are you using the manuscript, the instruction manual, or are you using what your grandmama taught you, what the homeboys on the block told you? What kind of reasoning are you using?
Who in here has a boring life? God.
I love it.
It needs to be boring.
I know what to expect.
I know what to God, that's the point. I know when I wake up, the drama that comes ain't gonna be from me, right? Or my house is there's gonna be outside things that's gonna cause drama. Where good is, evil is also present. But I know, and I'm not gonna say this with 100% surety, like it could never happen. But I know the probability of me ending up in jail for something weird, it's slim to none. The probability of me getting high, 0, slim to none. The probability of me just getting caught up in some murder or something, just the everyday things that are everyday, it's slim to none, because I reason with myself of, do I need to be in the lanes or do I need to be at home studying? Mm-hmm. Do I need to be in the streets, or you see what I'm saying? So then I lower my trial and tribulation that I go through. My reasoning, if my rib gets out of order, do I argue with her? Or do I reason with myself and say, wait a minute, what do the scriptures say? Well, let's go to the scriptures. I lower the trial of dealing with my rib in some damn argument, or the kids, or whoever. I lower my trials and tribulations with the more I reason in the Bible. Y'all see that? So yes, life be boring. Life be boring as hell sometimes. And I'm like, hey, where it's boring is safety. I'm safe.
I was going to say, though, even in having a boring life in that respect, because to the world, it would be boring. But
Yeah.
as an Israelite in the work, we're not.
Right. It's because and I don't mean in that aspect of like, oh, I'm bored, I ain't got nothing to do. When I mean boring, I mean drama free.
Okay, drama-free.
Right? Drama free is what I'm talking about. Where the Ricky Lake, Jerry Springer type drama that Judah be dealing with out there, I'm not dealing with that. Y'all watch World Star, y'all watch Instagram, y'all look at Snapchat, they be wilding the hell out. A trip to the grocery store can turn into something crazy in just our people without wisdom. One trip to the grocery store could just be a life-changing experience for the negative. This is what I'm saying. Sure. Where we like, oh, I'm just going to the grocery store, grab our milk, grab the cheese. Somebody get out of order. You look at them like they stupid. You keep it moving, and you go home.
Like that.
Somebody cut you off in traffic. You're like, oh, cool. You keep going. I'm gonna pause. Then I'm gonna go. But out there, it's you cut me off. Let me pull up the next to you, wild out, go crazy, cuss you out, flash the gun, shoot at you, and then what? Nobody makes it home. The baby gets hit, and it's like, damn, how'd that happen? You see my point? Yeah, that's what I mean by boring. What's that?
Honestly, after all my trials and tribulations with my first rib, I realized some people ain't happy unless they got that kind of drama in their life.
Yeah. Scorners. The scriptures say, cast out the scorner, and contention and reproof will cease. So there are people that are motivated by contention, by strife. They're motivated by negative. And that's how they live. They got to have drama. Me? Listen. I like when my days go like this and I can't remember it. When they all seem like they're the same, you wake up like, damn, is this day going to be different? Well, I want it to be. Because the other days was cool. There was, you have your little hiccups here and there. But all that extra, I'm good on. I'm good on all that extra. Then my eyes are, this ginger is killing me. Dang, I almost got me leaking. Woo! Where we at? Yeah.
Matthew chapter 3.
Oh, sis. Sabbath.
You had talked a little bit ago about, things you kind of bring into your life, or things that are, just kind of happening around you.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question sometimes when I'm going through things is, Lord, first of all, are you mad at me?
Right.
Have I been corrected, or, is this simply a test?
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of had to go back. There was a scripture, Isaiah 43:2.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks about, we all know the rain's going to fall on the just
And the unjust. Mm-hmm.
So I had to go back to Isaiah 43:2 that says, when you walk through the fire, when you go through the flood, when you go through all these things, he is with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But if you don't let him be with you, then it's a punishment and a correction. You need to let him be with you.
Yep.
But when you let him be with you, then he brings you right through all those things unscathed.
Con. He said the angels will bear you up, least I dash thy foot against the stones. But only if you're in the right mind. You sitting there being argumentative and combative, ain't no angels gonna defend that. They gonna just open up the doors for you to get attacked by the evil angels. So that is a perfect scripture and perfect point. We have to see, and it's reasoning. The reasoning is literally, what does the scriptures say? It's your mind versus the Bible. And the reasoning is, well, I could argue with this person and I could go back and forth with this person, but what does the Bible say? A soft answer turn away much wrath. Spit on the flame and you'll put it out, right? So if I don't go back and forth with this person, I might look a certain way to the people around. I might look soft. I might look non-combative, non-confrontational. But so what? I'm doing what the Bible says, and that's going to limit the probability of me getting from now an argument with a person, verbal altercation, to physical. Why do our people get into physical altercations? They don't know how to dissipate verbal altercations. Why do men be beating up on their women? Because they go from verbal to physical, boom. Because they have no reasoning of, well, the scriptures say love your wife as you love yourself. Right? No man hateth his own flesh. Mm-hmm. So wait a minute. If I reason through the Bible, then I'll stop doing a lot of things that I'm doing towards myself and towards others. But if I don't use the reasoning of the Bible, here go the trials and tribulations. So I argue with my rib, I beat her, I'm in jail. I'm going through a few trials. I'm going through the trial of jail, and I'm going through a trial with Esau. You see that? And all the other things that come behind that. So, you know, we got to start. It's just another scripture, another way to show us we got to use wisdom. You were going to say something?
Oh, no, it's Pastor. I was going to talk about when you were saying, you know, the dangers of going out. Mm-hmm. Like, dude across the street that got shot by the police.
Right.
He was over at the Fiesta going through the parking lot trying to stab people.
Right.
And then, and then he came over here and then was held up the old lady at knife point.
Trying to steal her car, yeah.
Stabbed her. Well, I think he stabbed her in the chest. The police rolled up, shot him. But, yeah. Drama.
And that's right across the street. So we're nestled in the drama, but how do we avoid it, even it being so close? It says we're in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation. It says we're like Israel is like a it's in Zechariah or something. Was Zechariah 5 where it says that we're like the I forget, but it's basically saying that how we're this righteous thing in the midst of crookedness. How do we not fall to the crookedness? Well, we reason through the scriptures. We reason with the word. We reason through the spirit. Right? So going back now to Matthew, where we're at, he's going to baptize us with the spirit, the word, and fire, the trial of having to follow the word. The trial of having to put off the things that the word says to put off and do the things that the word says to do. That's a trial for some. Mm-hmm. And the trials of being disobedient to the word. That's what is going to baptize us. A lot of us is getting baptized. We all, every day, we should be baptizing ourselves. Mm-hmm. Get in that book and reprove your mind. Get in the book, reprove your thoughts. Get in the book and put off that old man and put on that new man. So go ahead, where you at?
Matthew chapter 3 and verse 12. Whose span is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor, and gather his wheat into his garner. But he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Then cometh Yahushua from Galilee to Jordan unto John, to be baptized of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have but need to be baptized of thee.
Yeah, if John's baptism was so great, why was he asking Christ to baptize him? He was like, listen, I need to be baptized by you. I'm trying to set the stage for you. Go ahead.
And comest thou to me? And Yahushua answering, said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness.
Right, so Yahushua was coming back and showing that there wasn't anything wrong with being water baptized. But first of all, did Yahushua need to be baptized? Why? Why? Well, he was the Son of the Most High. He was the only begotten. But he said what?
He was already righteous and pure.
He was already pure in the mind. So he didn't need to be baptized. Go to 1 Peter 3. He didn't need to be baptized. He was already pure in the mind. He was already pure in his thought. 3:18.
The book of 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 18. For Christ also hath once suffered for sin.
Right.
The just for the unjust.
Right, so he suffered for sins, the sins of the world. He was put to death. Go ahead.
That he might bring us to the Most High.
Go ahead.
Being put to death in the flesh.
Read.
But quickened by the Spirit.
Go ahead.
By which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison.
Right, so the spirits in prison were the spirits from Noah's time. Go ahead.
Which sometime were disobedient.
Right.
When once the long suffering of the Most High waited in the days of Noah.
Right, so go ahead. I don't know why.
While the ark was a preparing,
right,
were in few. That is, 8 souls were saved by water.
So 8 souls were saved by water. You gotta check this out. Don't y'all know that the flood was the biggest baptism ever? And the world died. That water didn't save but 8 people. What's that?
Alright, peace up.
Good, let me finish this up and I'll let you get it. Go ahead.
The like figure whereunto even baptism doth also now save us.
Right.
Not the putting away of the filth of the flesh.
See, it wasn't that water was going to make you put away the filth of the flesh. Why did Yahushua not need to be baptized? Because he didn't have the filth of the flesh on him. He wasn't filthy in the mind. His conscience was already pure. His conscience was already towards the Most High. Even in him saying, no, look, let's do all righteousness. Go ahead and baptize me. His mind was on the Most High. His mind was on, what do the people need to see? Example. What do the people need to see? They need to see this because they need an example. The Jews require a sign. Go ahead.
But the answer of a good conscience toward the Most High.
You see that? But it's about an answer of a good conscience. Christ already had that. John had that. He was asking to be baptized. He already had that. John the Baptist had a good conscience towards the Most High. That's why he was doing what he was doing. He said he baptized unto repentance. So when he lined you up to baptize you, and you had to sit there and confess all your sins, and then get dunked in water that was so brown and dirty, you came out filthy. That was him showing you, look, it's about the Most High. The water couldn't do it. The water was black and dirty. That water that was in the Jordan River, it was disgusting. So the water couldn't clean you. The confessing your faults, that was the first stage of being cleaned. Confess your faults one to another so that you may be healed. You see that? So when I confessed, I was a murderer, a thief, a backbiter, I was a murmurer. Okay, well, we're going to dunk you in this dirty water. You're going to go your way, sin no more. The sheer embarrassment of having to sit there in front of everybody and confess, that right there should have did it. That should have messed with your conscience. Like, man, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that's sitting here talking about he's a murderer, he's a killer, he's a thief. I stole from my brother. I murdered my brother. I talked bad about my brother. That should have played with your conscience. Not the water itself, but the act of confessing. The act of having to pray over you to remove these demons off you. That should have played with your conscience. The fact that I caused offense to my brother. Right? He that causes one of my little ones to slip is better if he tie a millstone around his neck and cast himself into the river. That should have messed with your conscience. Not the water. The water ain't got nothing to do with conscience. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
By the resurrection of Yahushua.
Right. What you got, Hakawa?
I was about to say, what he was doing was symbolic to what Yahushua was going to do.
Right. What John was doing was symbolic to what Yahushua was going to do. You're absolutely right. What you got?
The precept is Acts chapter 1 and verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
For John truly baptized with water.
Right.
But ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost.
Yep.
Not many days hence.
Yeah, and it says the same thing that it was saying in Matthew's, that there was going to be one that comes and baptized with the Holy Spirit and with fire, because water doesn't change a man's conscience. You dip a murderer into water, he comes out a wet murderer. What's up?
And then you read John chapter 3. He was basically saying, like, my ways would decrease and his ways would increase.
Right. Talking about John the Baptist, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah, it goes right into the same thing. It's actually John
3 and 30, I think.
3.
Come.
Yeah. Yep.
God, I'm going to read it.
You can read it.
It's the book of John, chapter 3, verse 30. He must increase,
Right.
but I must decrease.
Right. Go ahead.
He that cometh from above is above all. He that is of the earth is earthly,
Right.
and speaketh of the earth. He that cometh from heaven is above all.
Right. So, just putting it in perspective that Yahushua was above all, but he still was humble enough to let John baptize him.
Right.
Right? He said that the Son of Man did not come to be ministered unto, but to minister. So this was Yahweh Shai giving these examples of, things that were written and things that the people needed to see. Where we at?
Matthew,
yeah.
chapter 3 and verse 15 from the top. And Yahweh Shai answering said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him. 16. And Yahweh Shai, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water. And lo, the heavens were opened unto him. And he saw the Spirit of the Most High descending like a dove, and lighting upon him. And lo, a voice from heaven saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. That's it for my week.
Right.
That's it on the
Right. Any questions on that? Now we're going to go into Tobit.
Oh, real quick, because I love how they put these readings together and they keep the theme going to the end, and even going through what Quatazat was going through, with a man's trial in his reasoning. Well, what made Yahweh Shai well pleased with the Most High? He said, "This is my Son in whom I am well pleased."
Vice versa.
Oh, yeah. I said it wrong. The Most High pleased with Yahweh Shai. He said, "This is my Son, who I'm well pleased," because he did not his own will. He followed not after his own mind. He followed after what the Most High said to do. That's what made him well pleased.
Yep.
It wasn't that he because he walked on water. That's why he was well pleased. It wasn't because he turned water wine, why he was well pleased. It wasn't because he was casting out demons. Now these are all elements to the things that he did, but he did what the Father commanded. Period. Point blank. And that's what gets us favor with the Most High. When we follow the law, when we stick to these scriptures, when we follow the example of Yahweh Shai, that's when we as a nation are well pleased to the Most High. That's all I have to say on that.
Shalom. Question. You mentioned David couldn't be the one to build up the temple because of the amount of blood on his hands. Is that really a bad thing? When Yahweh Shai or any other angel have more blood on their hands than David, what is the difference? The difference was what the people. The difference is what the people need to see. That's the difference. Where the scriptures say, "Be blameless," right? David. The outlook that the people would have had on David is that he wouldn't have been blameless. How could this bloody man? How could this man that went around killing all these people now build up this temple? But then we have Solomon, who there was no wars in his time. It was all peace. He basically built his kingdom off the relationships of David, but all in peace, right? There was no fighting. That was going to be the better setup. That way nobody could come back and say, well, you had to kill to build this kingdom. You waged religious war to build this. You see that? Yeah, it was built all through wisdom, through knowledge. And, the Most High was the one that had David go out and fight the Philistines and kill the Philistines and destroy Amalek and go through and kill these people and kill that people. That was the Most High. He said, blessed be the Lord that teaches my hands to war. Right? So the Most High gave David that power. He just didn't want him to be the one to build the kingdom. He wanted that to be Solomon. So when the angels come back, when Yahweh Shai comes back and he's killing and sword and blood everywhere, that's a whole different instance. You ain't gonna have room to talk anyway, because who's he gonna be killing? Khan. So Don't we want to get the wicked out from around us? So I'm be happy. I'm like, build a kingdom. Build it, but it's not going to be established on blood or any type of wickedness. Not that David's kingdom would have been either. But that's just how the Most High wanted to set it up. He wanted Solomon to do that. Right? Right. Any other questions on the reading before I go into this Tobit? That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So what's that?
When we have read Ecclesiasticus 27:5, the trial of man is in his reasoning. Can you expound a little bit more on that?
I mean, there's not too much more to expound. A man's trial is in his reasoning. So, what I go through or not go through depends on what I'm using for wisdom. I think I kind of went extensively on that. Yeah, it's maybe I need to say it a different way, maybe, but again, how do I reword it a different way? I mean, because for me, it's just like, it's clear. What was that? What were you going to say?
Isn't there a scripture that basically saying, like, you can call these things upon you, like, call evil upon you? I might be quoting it the wrong way, but I know Kazatz gave me that scripture like a couple times. Basically saying, like, you can call these things.
He gave it to you a couple of times?
Yeah,
you should have it.
I'm messing with you. You can call these things upon you because, like, basically, like, for example, like, a brother who wanted to stop smoking weed, but he hang around a bunch of weed heads.
Yeah.
You call it upon you, eventually you're going to be like, let me hit it one time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that type of example, like, it's a scripture that basically says you can call these things upon you because I forget.
Let me ask you a question. What does it mean by reasoning? Like when we reason through things, what does it mean? Like let me and you sit down and reason. We're gonna reason about a few things. What does that mean?
We put it like that. Let's sit down and discuss the foresee, the do's and don'ts. What could happen? What shouldn't happen? Why'd you let this happen? And so on and so forth.
Right. So we're reasoning to come to a common mind, right?
Yeah.
So what do we reason with to be in the same mind of?
Well, the scriptures.
We reason with, the scriptures to be in the mind of the Most High, right? To see what does the Most High want, how does he want us to move, think, act? How does he want us to move towards him, towards others? So the trial is always going to be there. The trial, the tribulation is always going to be there. There's always going to be cops ready to pull you over. There's always going to be niggas out there ready to try to argue with you, fight, shoot you, be a gangster, a killer, a thug, a dope dealer. There's always going to be that. The more I reason with wisdom, the less trial I have in life. So I'll use you for an example. When you first came in, your trials were acerbated to the point of arguing with your rib, you're going through this with family, you're going through this, you're going through that, you're going through that. Can you agree that your trials have been dissipated a lot?
I agree, especially like now that you put it like that too. When you ask, okay, how are we going to this reason together, with each other,
Right.
And then the other day when I was having a council with Shathak, it's like the duality because of the reasoning. Like, hey.
But the reasoning is supposed to come through wisdom.
Yes.
The more I reason with the wisdom and come to grips that I'm supposed to be aligned with wisdom in all my situations, the less. How do you know a man is wise? How do you know that? That's a wise man. It's two things. How you know you got a wise man among you? How, like that cat got wisdom, or that sister got wisdom. How do you know? How come why?
Ecclesiastes 19:29.
What does it say?
A man must be known by his look.
No, I'm not looking for that. Think about it. Think about it. We all in here dressed as Israelites, right? We all dress fringes, hair wraps, headbands, skirts floating on air. But how can you tell the wise from the unwise? Elijah.
By looking at your spirit.
Well, how do you see what's on a person's spirit? I can't look at your spirit, but how can I see what's on you, what's in you?
By the way they move.
Yeah, you're going more to that scripture, Jeremiah, that these young bucks talk.
By the way they act.
But okay, you're getting close. So we all go through situations, right? So how can you tell a wise man if we both go through the same situation and we get two different outcomes, and his outcome is negative and my outcome is positive? Who's the wise man? The positive, right? Right. So a wise man is going to go through. It's not that he don't go through things. It's not that he don't have trials. It's how he goes through his trial. No. That's what I'm saying. Everything is not avoidable. Yes, it says a wise man will flee from sin, right? So wisdom is this. If I know I got a problem with running after scattered ass, right? I'm not going to drive down Bissonnette because it's scattery over there. There's a lot of that down on Bissonnette. So I know me, right? It's scattered. It's random, right? I'm not going to drive down Bissonnette if I had a problem with hookers and just randoms at a time in my life, because that might spark up. I might not go grab a hooker, but I might try to grab the little first chick I meet at the gas station or whatever the case may be. So I'm not going to, a wise man, he foresees the evil. I'm not going to ride down Bissonnette and look at all that filth, and then now it's revved up in me, and I go act on it somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? So the temptation, the trial, I'm gonna let you come in. It's always there. Like you used the perfect example. I just gave up weed, right? But I'm hanging out with the weed smokers. That's not wise. A wise man is like, I just gave up weed. Guess what? Y'all over there, I'm over here. Because I don't want to be tempted with that. I'm not strong enough to fight that temptation. You see what I'm saying? I haven't built myself up to the point where if I walk down the street and a cat walks by me with a fresh blunt lit, and I'm like, whoa, I'm not gonna start chasing after him to get a hit. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, damn, that's filthy. It's gonna be in my mind, like, damn, that's off, that's unlawful, that's disgusting. But some of us, our wisdom is not to the point where we give certain things up and then we're like, yeah, I'm strong. I could be around what I just gave up. You just gave that up 5 minutes ago. You can't be around that yet. Then you get around it, then you fall. You're like, I got weak, huh? Well, you didn't give yourself enough time to build up. That way, if you have to be put in that situation, you can withstand. You see what I'm saying? So wisdom, we all gonna go through trials and tribulations, but how can you tell the wise man, the one that's reasoning with wisdom? Well, he's saying, you know what? I can't be around that. So I'm going to just chill. And he falls back. And he studies, he builds himself up. It's just like people. Like, I can't be around these certain type of people because they bring certain things out of me. Well, I don't want those things to come out of me. Right? I don't want to be that type of person. Well, stay away from them. Why'd you hang out with them? Oh, I got bored. So your reason for hanging out with them is because you got bored, but you're trying to not be like them. A man's trial is in his reasoning. So now you got to deal with whatever comes after they incite in you whatever it is, and you got to deal with that. You see that?
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
It's like being prudent.
Yeah.
Like cautious.
Yeah.
Like Proverbs 27:3, I think.
Yeah, it's about being prudent.
Prudent to see the evil.
A wise man foreseeth the evil. A wise man foresee the evil. He said he hide himself. Right? It says flee from sin like you flee from a serpent. Some of us are not running fast enough away from it. Abadai, you gonna say something?
I was gonna also say, like, of course, the wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. So when you know that those are things that are snares or that you're weak to them, that knowledge, you're gonna apply wisdom by, distancing yourself or not putting yourself in those situations where you will succumb or be tempted to, give yourself over to that.
Yeah. Now, think about it. It said Yahweh Shai, it said he was tempted in all manner that we are tempted in. So he had the little scraggly little chicks trying to rub up on him. He had to get the fake thug niggas trying to fight him. He had the fake thugs trying to argue with him, the Pharisees, right? He had everything you deal with on a day-to-day basis. It came to his doorstep. But what made him different? Was it the fact that he was so angelic that everything just bounced off him? No, when the Pharisees came and accused him, what did he do? That's what you said. Yeah, he used wisdom. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't that he wasn't going to be tempted. And what did he do? He lessened his trial that he had to go through with the Pharisees. No matter what, he still had to go through his trial, right, of being put up on the cross. But the trial of arguing with these dudes back and forth, we found this woman took it in adultery. Stone her. Well, he without sin cast the first stone. What did that do? Bro, you didn't hear from them dudes. They was gone. They ran off. They felt stupid. Like, wait a minute. Ooh, okay. He got us there, right? He used wisdom. He mitigated the fact that the trials that he had to go through. Now it's, do I stone this chick or do I not? Well, I'm going to show you how you're off and I'm not going to stone her. And still keep the law. You see that? Yeah. So, yeah. Yes, sir. I'm about to go into Tobit. Anything else before I go into Tobit? Right. So we're going to go into the Apocrypha. Don't mind my Apocrypha. Let's beat up. But yeah, this is not part of the reading, but we add it in every week so we can get some of this Apocrypha down. So we're in Tobit. We're in the book of Tobit. Thus far, we've read about Tobit. This is during the Assyrian captivity. He was going around. He was burying the dead bodies that the Assyrians were killing the Israelites and not burying them. So he was going through burying them. He rested up on a wall. The bird dropped some poop into his eye. He was blinded. He prayed to the Most High to either basically kill him or heal him. Then you have Sarah, who she killed 7 of her husbands in the bedchamber before she was able to lay with them or them lay with her. She strangled them. She had a demon on her, Asmodeus. Strangled these men. So she prayed to the Most High the same prayer, either kill me or heal me. So the Most High sends Raphael, who is the healing angel, to basically go and heal them. So we're at this point in the story. I kind of gave a quick synopsis. So I'm going to start at verse. We're at chapter 5. That's like a quick synopsis of 1 through 4. Tobit is an easy book. It ain't nothing super deep. It ain't nothing coded. It ain't nothing really symbolic. You could breeze through Tobit 1 through 4 to catch up. You could do that in 15, 20 minutes on, later on tonight or whenever you get time. Tobit chapter 5 and 1. Tobias then answered and said, Father, I will do all things which thou hast commanded me. So Tobias is Tobit's son. He gave him these commandments. He's thinking he's going to die. He's listening. He's basically prepping him for manhood. He's like, listen, give alms, treat people right, take care of your mama. He's giving him all these different commands as if he wasn't going to be around. So now Tobias is coming back like, okay, I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do, right? But how can I receive the money seeing I know him not? He also sent him to another city to get the money that he loaned someone. So he's sending him off to get this money. Then he gave him the handwriting and said unto him, Seek thee a man which may go with thee whilst I yet live, and I will give him wages, and go and receive the money. Therefore, when he went to seek a man, he found Raphael, that was an angel, Rapaya Allah, okay, or Raphael. It says, but he was an angel, but he knew not. And he said unto him, Canst thou go with me to Rages? And knowest thou those places well? To whom the angel said, I will go with thee, and I know the way well, for I have lodged with our brother Gabriel. Then Tobias said unto him, Tarry for me till I tell my father. And Gabriel is the guy that he got to go see anyway. Then he said unto him, Go and tarry not. So he went in and said to his father, Behold, I have found one which will go with me. Then he said, Call him unto me, that I may know of what tribe he is, and whether he be a trusty man to go with thee. So he called him, and he came in, and they saluted one another. Right? So when you see us salute, that's what we do. What's that?
Did the angel, did he disguise himself?
Yeah, they didn't know that he was an angel. He didn't reveal himself. I'm giving it away, but he didn't reveal who he was until the 12th chapter. Yeah, so he disguised himself. The angels, remember, this is Raphael. He's one of the 7 archangels. He had the ability to do to look however he wanted. He could look however he wanted. All right, but he came in a man. He came in the form of a man. Let's see here. Verse 10. Then Tobit said unto him, Brother, show me of what tribe and family thou art. To whom he said, Doest thou seek for a tribe or a family, or for a higher man to go with thy son? Because the angels ain't got no tribes. Remember, every time the angels came to somebody, when it was Samson's parents, and they were like, Well, what's your name? He's like, I ain't got no name. You don't need my name. That's not important. Mm-hmm. They weren't giving out that information, tribe and name. Some of them didn't give names. It was just the angel. They didn't give tribes. They weren't associated with tribes. You don't read about the angels having a tribe. Like, Gabriel, he's from the tribe of Judah. So think about this. Yahushua says evident, Hebrews 7:14, it's evident our Lord sprang out of Judah. But so somehow Gabriel laid with Mary. What tribe is he really? Because what tribe is Gabriel? They don't say what tribe Gabriel. The angels ain't got him. Why you think there's a reason why he answered him like this? He said, Do you seek for a tribe or do you seek for a guide? Because they're not associated with tribes. You see that? They were just angels.
And also, isn't there a scripture that talks about why they do that? Because Israel is known to just worship
the angels?
Worship the angels.
Yeah, in John, when they bowed to the angel, he said, Rise, I'm a brother just like you. He said, Don't worship me, worship God. Yeah, because when we would see the angels, we would show respect to the angels. We would bow to them, but they were like, Nah, get up. Don't bow to me. Bow to the Most High. Don't worship me, worship the Most High. So, yeah. Y'all see this? So, then Tobit said unto him, Brother, show me of what tribe and family thou art. To whom he said, Doest thou seek for a tribe or family, or an higher man to go with thy son? Then Tobit said unto him, I would know, brother, thy kindred and name. Because your kindred, he's from such and such line. Oh, well, they got a righteous line. Let's deal with them. Oh, he's from the line of such, his father is such and such and such. He's known for being such a whoremonger. He ain't going to roll. Your name, your kindred, your lineage, they documented a lot of things in your lineage. That's why when Yahushua came and he was around the Pharisees, isn't this Jesus, the son of Joseph? We kept immaculate records. So when they said that, it's because they knew what the records were. They didn't say, is this Jesus, the son of the angel? This is Jesus, the carpenter's son, Joseph. You see that? Where we at? Verse 12. Then he said, I am Azarias, the son of Ananias the great, and of thy brethren. Right? So then Tobit said, Thou art welcome, brother. Be not now angry with me, because I have inquired to know thy tribe and thy family. For thou art my brother of an honest and good stock. For I know Ananias. See that? They go off of your family and tribe and lineage to know whether or not you are a good man. Did you come from good people? Oh, that's such and such's boy, man. Such and such was a good man. That's his boy. He's supposed to be a good boy, right? What does it say? A righteous tree don't bear unrighteous fruit, and an unrighteous tree don't bear righteous fruit. You see that? You know a tree by the fruit it bears, right? So that's what we went off of. That's a righteous tree. That means he's good fruit. That's an unrighteous tree. That means he's unrighteous fruit. So he gave him a name and a family. Remember that this is the angel, so was it all coincidental that this angel just happened to appear and know exactly where Tobias was going to go and the man he was supposed to meet? Most High set it up like this. You see that? Where we at? I know Ananias and Jonathias, sons of the great Samias, as we went together to Jerusalem to worship and offered the firstborn and the tenths of the fruit. And they were not seduced with the error of our brethren. My brother, thou art of a good stock. But tell me, what wages shall I give thee? Verse 14. Tell me, what wages shall I give thee? Wilt thou, what is that? A what?
Drachim.
Drachim a day? Somebody look that up. Drachim? Wilt thou he's saying, do you want a drachim per day? Whatever that means. It's obviously a certain type of wage. I'll read on. And things necessary as to my own son. Yea, when somebody gets it, let me know. Yea, moreover, if you return, say, what you got?
Drachim. Just on Google. An ancient silver coin based on the Attic or Hellenistic drachma.
Right.
A unit of weight formerly used by the apothecaries, equivalent to 60 grains or 1/8 of an ounce.
Right. So do you want one of these coins per day for your work? That's what he was asking. So for your work and the things necessary as to my own son. So basically he was putting him in charge of his own money and the things necessary for Tobias for this travel. You see that? Yea, moreover, if you return safe, I will add something to thy wages. So they were well pleased. Then said he to Tobias, prepare thyself for the journey, and the Most High send you a good journey. And when his son had prepared all things for the journey, his father said, go thou with this man and the Most High, which dwelleth in heaven. Prosper your journey, and the angel of the Most High keep you company. So they went forth both, and the young man's dog with them. Oops, there it is. He had a pet. And Anna, his mother, wept and said to Tobit, why hast thou sent away our son? Is he not the staff of our hand in going in and out before us? Remember, it says your firstborn is your strength. A staff in the hand is a formidable weapon. Be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child. So she's thinking that it's all about the money. Like he's just sending them out to just go get money, collect money, collect money. For that which the Lord hath given us to live with doeth suffice us. Then said Tobit to her, take no care, my sister. He shall return safely. Whew. And thine eyes shall see him. He was like, sis, calm down. You know what you got to call your rib, sis? You know, not babe, not honey. All right, sis, you getting a little out of hand? You had to get serious on her. Yeah. When you got to call you sis, that means he's getting serious on you. Right? It says, our eyes shall see him, for the good angel will keep him company, and his journey shall be prosperous, and he shall return safe. Then she made an end of weeping. I like Tobit's wife. She's a very obedient woman. Women. I wonder if the name he gave them was the line of Judah. It would make sense if he was untimely of the same line as Yahushua. We can look into the name. But first of all, his name wasn't that. We know his name wasn't that because he tells us what his name is at the end. He gave him a name. It was he gave him a righteous person's name so that what?
His mind be at ease.
So that Tobit's mind would be at ease. So he'd say, oh yeah, I know them. They're good people. I'm going to send my son with them. You got to just read, verse 6. Well, let's see here. Therefore, when I went to seek a man, I found Raphael. Right. Verse 4. Therefore, when he went to seek a man, he found Raphael. Was that a coincidence? No, Most High set that up. That was the angel, but he knew not. And he said unto him, Canst thou go with me to Rages? And knowest thou those places well? To whom the angel said, I will go with thee. So what random man is going to be like, yeah, I'm going to just roll with you? I don't know you. That was the Most High. And I know the way well. Of course he's going to say he knows the way well. He wants to accompany him. He was sent by the Most High. For I have lodged with our brother Gabriel. Now if you read back, if I'm not mistaken, Gabriel is the man that Tobit needs to go see anyway. Tobias needs to go see. It's in Tobit chapter Amos. Let me find it real quick.
It's 4-1.
Right. In that day, Tobit remembered the money which he had committed to Gabriel in Rages of Medea. So, why would he throw out there, I know this man? He was trying to roll with Tobias. So, he was like, yeah, I know him. Yeah, I know the way. Yeah, I know that area. So that they would choose Raphael to roll with them. That's all that was. So he gave him a name. That way Tobit could be at ease, like, oh yeah, I know that family, they cool. Listen, they ain't swayed by no foolishness, they're honest. Because he wasn't going to send his son with somebody that's dishonest. Remember, he gave him a name, but that wasn't his name. He was an angel. You see that? Yeah. It was just to put Tobit at ease so he could roll. He didn't want to reveal who he was and that he was sent by the Most High. So, he had to go along with the plan. He had to go along with things. Right, because when you read it, go to Tobit 3:16. I'll read it. Tobit 3:16. So the prayers of them were both heard before the majesty of the great power. And Raphael was sent to heal them both. That is, to scale away the whiteness of Tobit's eyes, and to give Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, for a wife to Tobias, the son of Tobit, and to bind Asmodeus, the evil spirit. So the whole plan was to heal them both and bind this evil spirit. So there was a plan that was developed without their knowledge to be able to accomplish these goals. Why? Because men mess things up. Men mess things up. We don't follow orders. We don't follow what's going on. We want to do our own thing. So there was something set up to accomplish 3 things without any carnal interference. Y'all see that? Right. As we read the story, y'all will get it more. But not me. I'm not trying to cut nobody. I'm trying to heal everybody, Bakar. I got a Band-Aid sword with Neosporin at the tip. Yeah, my sword got Neosporin. Liquid Band-Aid. That's it for the reading. Any questions on the reading? What's that?
I had a question earlier, and I was speaking, like doing as commanded only.
Right.
And how the Most High had took certain people out for doing what they want commanded. Like for example, the guy had seen that the altar was about to fall, so he tried to help
Right.
the altar from falling, and then the Most High killed him.
Right.
Can that go with like being like, seems like you got a brother who overzealous, and he not like, he don't really got, like he want to do more, but he ain't got the authority to do more.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bad?
Yeah, that's bad. It's just like Saul. Saul was the king, right? But Samuel told him, stay here, wait 7 days. I'll be down on the 7th day to do the sacrifice. That way we can talk to the Most High and win this war. Saul got overzealous. He didn't wait the whole 7 days. He waited to the 7th day, and when it was like even, he got nervous. And then he went and did the sacrifice himself. Then here comes Samuel, like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, but you didn't come. He said, bro, the day ain't over yet. The day ain't over. You should have waited. You took it upon yourself to do something that wasn't for you to do. He was presumptuous. King Uzziah, he ran up in the temple and started burning incense. He was a king. He wasn't a Levite. He wasn't a priest. What happened to him? He got hit. He was young. He was 16. He got hit with leprosy. And it said he lived the rest of his days alone. So yes, you can be zealous. Remember, for I bear them, they have a zeal for the Most High, but not according to knowledge. So, we're not telling brothers and sisters not to be proactive, right? It's like if I say, hey, tell my rep, hey, stand right here by the car. And then my son runs out into the street and he's about to get hit by a bus and she can see it. I wouldn't expect her to just stand by the car and wait for him to get hit by that bus. You see what I'm saying? It's situations where it's like, I got to take action. But if it's like, hey, stand right here by the car, I'll be right back. Then I walk across the street and she sees me talking to some other woman. And then she runs over there like, what are you doing? Why are you talking to her? See, right? But all I was talking to this woman, probably trying to set up like nice little spa or something, some gift. She done destroyed the blessing. She done gave away the secret because just stand right there and wait. You see, it's situational. It's situational. Like that's a good example to kind of bring. I didn't try to put my rib on the spot, but y'all see what I mean. There's a way. Where's she at? Right. There's a way to. Everybody looking back. She ain't like that. I was just using her as an example. She ain't moving like that. But you see what I'm saying, right? Oh yeah, I told her probably I wanted the 7 all in. Right, concert. Because angels don't do their own thing. Concert, that's okay. Right. What else? Any questions on the reading? Right. Yeah, no, I answered that already. I guess I'm asking, did he lie to Tobit? That's what I was about to go to, real quick. There was a plan constructed to get Tobit, Sarah, and healed, and the demon bound up. So he told them what they wanted to hear so that he could accomplish his plan. Did he know the way? Probably did. He was an angel. Did he know the city? Probably did. He was an angel. You know what I'm saying? Did he dwell with Gabrielle? I don't know. He might have. Right?
May healed him from something.
Right. He might have entertained, Gabrielle might have entertained strangers and entertained an angel unaware. Right? Let me jump in here real quick. Tobit. Where we at? Tobit 5?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let's see here. What verse was that? What?
12.
Oh, okay. 12. Yeah, I don't give you nothing here. We'll stick to that. Was there anything off the reading?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. We'll say it later. You say you have a question? About what? Waiting for it to come up. Wait, so read the question for me.
Is it lawful for women to be a surrogate? Also, is it lawful for women to go to a sperm donor?
Good question. Now, obviously the scriptures ain't gonna say thou shalt not, thou shalt, but the Most High, you gotta ask yourself, why do I gotta go to a sperm donor? Why do I have to go to a sperm donor? If it's a woman that's righteous, she's supposed to be asking the Most High for a husband. So, think about it. You go get you a sperm donor, and are you gonna raise that child by yourself?
Yeah.
So now you're just in the curses of being a single mother and perpetuating the curses. So you wouldn't want to go to a sperm donor. What's that?
And what if the sperm is a nation? Then you're raising.
I think you get to pick that, right?
Do you?
I don't think that's random.
Well, I think they pick, but how do they really know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't want to do that because you're not doing what the scriptures say. The scriptures say be fruitful and multiply. But for that to happen, it had to be a man and a woman. You're really pushing that mentality. I mean, think about it. Who really goes to sperm donors? Lesbians and Edomites that can't reproduce, right? And you got to ask yourself. Again, I'm going to a sperm donor. I'm trying to, because there's no 50 scriptures that's going to go into it that I can come off the top of my head with. But just the logic of it is, you're keeping yourself in the curses, going through things that way. I'm gonna go get pregnant through a sperm donor because I don't have faith that the Most High is gonna bring me a righteous man. Then I'm gonna raise a child on my own and have to be a man, and I'm gonna have to be the husband and the wife, the mom and the dad. So that's gonna confuse the child. You see what I'm saying? So nah, you probably wouldn't want to go to a sperm donor. You don't want to go to any of those institutions if you don't have to. I mean, sperm donors, to be a surrogate. You never read in the scriptures about like surrogate mothers. That's not something that we did. We had children for ourselves. Now, the only instance you read about is when it said when brothers dwell together, and one of the brothers died not having a son, then that man would have a son in his brother's name with that woman. And they would raise that child in his brother's name. And you don't have to do that. But even that's not a surrogate situation, because that's still coming from that man's seed into that woman. So it's the same thing. A sperm donor and a surrogate is the same thing, because you're taking seed from one place and putting it somewhere else. If the Most High wants you to have a baby, he'll make you have a baby. Think about it. People are doing it real easy out there. Think about the women where he shut up their wombs. Think about Samuel's mother. Think about Sarah. He shut up their wombs. Why? Because he wanted them to come to him and pray to him and ask, right? To open up that womb. There was something that he wanted from them. They did it. He opened up the womb. They did it. So if you have to go do, what is it, sperm donor or surrogate? Why does this person that needs the surrogate child not able to carry a baby? Or
And that was her next question. She said, what if it's to help another sister? That goes right back to what you said, that sister should go to the Most High. And
she better get some faith. That sister, listen, we've had, I'll give you the perfect example. There was a sister in San Antonio. I'm not going to say her name, but some of y'all know who. There was a brother and sister in San Antonio. How long was it that they couldn't have kids?
A long time.
Like 9 years. Like, they've been together.
They've been together like 16 years.
And for half their relationship, they couldn't have baby?
Yeah, they didn't get the first one until she's 9 or 10 now.
Right. They were together for a long time and she couldn't have no babies.
Yeah.
She was not getting pregnant. And then not all of a sudden the Most High opened up her womb and was like, here's these 4 kids, because now they got 4. But there was things spiritually that she had to work out, right? She had to deal with her salvation and her being convinced and hang-ups in her mind where the Most High was like, okay, you're ready. So why can't a woman, because think about it, if a woman can't give birth, why would somebody just put a baby in her hand? Her maternal instincts ain't going to be there. I know I'm going a little bit deep, but the Most High is the one that controls all that. So it wouldn't be for a sister in the camp, because a sister in the camp would have to realize that, wait a minute, there's something going on with me spiritually where physically I can't bring forth children. So she would have to work out her salvation. You wouldn't be able to bring forth a child for her. So no, we don't do surrogates. That's what they do. I don't even know where that started.
Esau.
But it definitely one of the white man's creations or one of these nations' creations. We didn't do that. When we had children, they were our children. If a woman was barren, she was barren. And then she had to go to the Most High and pray to the Most High and submit and give up and be humble. And then if the Most High pre-adventure, he would let her have a baby. But you're not going to read, the reason why I'm answering like that, you're not going to read in the scriptures, thou shalt not have a surrogate, thou shalt not visit the sperm bank. You see what I'm saying? But you got to look at the logic in it. Yes, the Most High is not the author of confusion. That is confusion. Because then that's your mother, birth mother, but then that's your mother by surrogate. Confusing that baby. That's your birth mother, but that's your surrogate mother. We don't do that.
And then because we're spiritual, what about the spirit that surrogate is in? That spirit is going to be on that child.
Yeah.
Just because the seed is from another man and the egg is from another woman,
yeah,
that spirit is on that child of the woman that's actually carrying it in the womb.
Yeah, it would never be that other woman's child, no matter what. Now, think about it. He has many mothers. My kids have many parents in the truth. Anyone they got parents, they they mothers, right? They got fathers, they got uncles, they got aunts, right? So even spiritually, if there's kids around, they're still spiritually liable or for those children. Where just because you physically didn't birth that child doesn't mean that you're not a mother figure. But again, if the Most High got a woman's womb shut up, there's something that she's doing. Because one of the first things he said to the man and the woman was what?
Be fruitful.
Be fruitful and multiply, right? That was one of the first things he said to Adam and Eve. Be fruitful and multiply. So why would he take away the ability to fulfill his commandment? On getting pregnant and getting the best gene on things like that. Go just read about the women that were barren. Or read about Sarah. She was 90 something years old, where it said basically all the stuff that pertained to a woman and birth and all that was way past her. But the Most High gave her the ability. Go read Samuel's mom. She was damn depressed for years.
Yep.
Because she couldn't have a baby. She went and she prayed to the Most High, and the Most High said, okay, here, boom. You gonna give him to the priesthood? I'm gonna let you have him. Go read about what is it? Rachel and Leah, right? What happened with that situation? One was having babies over the other. The other one was depressed, right? Then she started having babies later down the line. So whatever was happening physically was manifesting through the spirit. Hey, go wash your hands. Go wash your hands. Whoever gave him the Neosporin, make sure he don't got that no more. This dude's sitting here pacing himself down. Wow. Anyway, one of my aunts was more motherly to me than my own mom. Con, it's true.
She said the wives.
Yeah, the wife. Yeah, like I said, nothing's popping in my brain like, cause, like, you know, thou shall not. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everything is gonna be a thou shall not, but it's just the mind. Even think about it. Perfect example. When Moses was born, yeah, when Moses was born, they threw him in the little basket, threw him down the river, and the Pharaoh's daughter found him, and she tried to do what? She tried to be a surrogate to him.
Yep.
She tried to nurse him and bring him, and then he was like, "Nah, I ain't dealing with no damn Egyptian milk, right? I want the Hebrew milk. I want that good quality." They said, "Okay, go get a Hebrew woman for him to nurse." But not just any Hebrew woman, it had to be his mama. They knew that he was a Hebrew, so they went and got his mom. That whole surrogate forcing things, that's Esau's way of fixing what the Most High is doing to them, where he's destroying them in all different ways. You can't give birth. You can't have babies. Y'all are weak. Why do they do sperm banks? Well, first of all, it's one way for them to go be filthy in a room by themselves. It's another reason for them to go look at porn. But then it's a way for them to try to genetically modify things. Well, here's a photo of this man that just let off into this cup. So if you have a baby with him, your baby's going to have these features. He's intelligent, right? Yep. It's a way to circumvent the unknown.
I was thinking also, because, Esau, they want to be God so bad anyway. That's their way of, controlling things.
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Esau wants to be like God so bad.
Right.
Anyway.
It's their way. Yeah.
It's their way of kind of controlling and manipulating and then of course they're not truthful and all that. All those sperms. They get used for other things like stem cell and
oh yeah.
I mean, they don't just use it just for that. They take advantage of those
Pepsi,
situations.
Mountain Dew, flavoring.
Oh, don't do that.
Taste enhancers.
Don't do that.
All right, that's how they get you. Let you put it in a cup, and then all of a sudden, you're over here drinking. Anyway.
Yeah, because how can they be doing all the cloning and all that stuff? And
right. Question. So if the Most High doesn't shut down the womb of a woman, and a woman is fruitful, is that woman considered naturally blessed? God. Go to Psalms real quick. Go to Psalms. Chapter 127 and verse 3.
The book of Psalms, chapter 127, verse 3. Mm-hmm. Lo, children are an heritage of the Most High.
Right.
And the fruit of the womb is his reward.
You see that? The fruit of the womb is his reward. So think about it. When who was having all the babies at first? With the 12. It was Leah, right? She was having all the babies. And what was Rachel? Rachel. I keep getting all the names. What was Rachel feeling like? She was like, ooh. I'm despised. Who was it? Damn, man, Ishmael and Isaac, right? With Hagar. I'm getting all my names are thrown off right now. I don't know why. But she said, I'm despised in my handmaiden's eyes. Why? Because she's having all the babies. So, yes, having a lot of children a blessing? Of course it's a blessing. Is it a blessing that can turn into a curse? Hell yeah. Because now you got to teach those children. It ain't that you just pop them out and it's all good. It was about having them and then teaching them to be something. What did it say? About the multitude of ungodly children? Be not confident in the multitude of ungodly children. Right? Better is one that is righteous than a whole city of unrighteous. So it was about teaching them. Finish that up where I'm at. Right. Desire not the multitude of unprofitable children. Neither delight in ungodly sons. He threw it in there for me. Right? So you can have a bunch of children, but are they going to be ungodly? The blessing is when you teach them and they honor you by following the word. Read on.
Verse 4. As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are the children of the youth.
Right, go ahead.
Happy is the man that hath his quiver full of them.
Go ahead.
They shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate.
Right. So, yes, it tells you that a woman shall be saved through childbearing. It tells you a woman, the aged women teach the young women to love their husband, love their children. So, yeah, children are a blessing. That's how you keep the nation going. They always say that, man, children are a blessing. Can somebody take that from him? Please. Please, somebody take it. Children are a blessing. Okay? Children are a blessing. Okay? I gotta tell myself that children are a blessing.
No matter how much
Right?
they use.
Right. The multitude of sons is a blessing. So yes, a woman that can give birth and has that viable womb, yeah, it is a blessing. You know, but again, that blessing can be turned into cursing when you don't teach those children. You see that? And you got to be smart. Just because a woman could have a bunch of kids don't mean you just pop her full of babies either. Not in this day and age. It's rough out here. You know what I'm saying? Gas prices, man, them gas prices is crazy. So you got to be able to get them all them blessings around, right? You got to be able to get them around town. Things are expensive, man. Food, gas, everything. You got to be able to feed them, clothe them, teach them. So, yeah, they are a blessing, though. There's nothing wrong with a woman that got 6, 7. My mom has 6 kids. Right? My mom has 6 kids, and man, you know, some of them got issues. My grandma, she had 9 kids. You know, we were prone to having big families anyway. A lot of us came from big families, especially back in the day.
Yeah.
There wasn't no single, like, oh, I got 1 kid and I'm done. Oh, nah. You had 9, 12, 15 kids. Grandpa was busy. Right? Granny was busy. You said what? 16. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was just regular. Like 16 kids. Women popping out 9 kids. Now these days, women can barely pop out half a kid because of what they're dealing with, because of the spirits they got on them. Where the Most High lets you have that baby for 2 months and then gone. Miscarriage. Why? Because the spirit. The more we know, the more we are accountable for. And if you're not using what you know right, it'll be to your detriment. So, though the odds of having at least 1 good seed might go up the more you have. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, man, I got to have all these kids to make sure that, let me have 5 sons, make sure 1 ain't homosexual, make sure 1 don't turn into a woman, make sure 1 ain't a sellout, 1 ain't a killer, 1 ain't a murderer, 1 don't end up on weed. So now I got to have 7 kids just to hope that 1 of them turns out righteous. 7 boys.
Dang.
He looked at me like, what the hell are you talking about? He said, I'm going to be the righteous one. Right? So what about Manashah? No? It's going to be both. Bro, it's going to be both of y'all. It's going to be both of y'all. Y'all are both going to be righteous. Y'all ain't going to be like Eli's sons. Hell nah. Y'all ain't going to be like Eli's sons. I will give y'all up. God. That's what I'm about to say. Hey, deliver one up to Satan for the saving of the flesh. God, I ain't going to take that on me. Anyway, let's see here. God, children are blessed. My parents have 16, 8 girls, 8 boys. All praise to the Most High. Leo Ickley asked a question. Just joined in. What is the name, the topic we're reading? Well, what we just did for Leo, we just went through the Sabbath reading. It is a Sabbath, so we do the Torah portions that are broken into 7 portions. So right now we already did the reading. We're just answering questions. And then when we're done with questions, we'll do the prayers, and then we're going to get up out of here. So, you had a question?
Yes, sir. Let me get to it real quick.
Ezekiel?
Yes, sir.
God. I got to get in my Ezekiel for this guy.
You can go to Ezekiel chapter.
Yeah, you want to make sure that all them kids you having, man, you teaching them. It's important. Whether you got 1 or 5 or 10, you got to teach them.
Ezekiel 24 and 27, please.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm basically getting down my question because I wrote it down in here. Basically, I'm gonna skip this one. The reason why is it's basically the whole chapter. So it's the whole 24.
Yeah, if you got whole chapter questions,
Right.
we just got to talk.
We gotta talk about that.
Yeah. You just got to hit me up and we can talk.
Then down. I don't have any questions then.
Anybody else? What's that?
I hear you mean like a retirement area. I'm trying to make sure I hear it correctly. So you saying if I die and one of my brothers can have a baby with my rib?
Go to, let's go there real quick. Let's go to the law. So, we read about the story in Genesis. We read about the story in Genesis because it happened in Genesis, but then we get the law. It was with Judah and Onan. Ornan? I say it wrong. Onan.
It's 38.
Right. It's Genesis the 38th chapter. But let's just go to the law. Go to Deuteronomy 25 and 5. So it's not that just because you die, your brother can go in and just have sex with your woman and have a baby with her. It was a little bit more detailed than that. Deuteronomy, was it 25? Right. Read verse 5.
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 5.
Right.
If brethren dwell together.
So now, if brethren dwell together, that's stipulation number 1, dwell together. Go ahead.
And one of them die.
Right.
And have no child.
Right.
The wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
Right. You see that? So if one of them die and have no child, you already have a child. So this wouldn't apply to you. Right? But if one of them die and have no child, go ahead.
The wife of the dead shall not marry unto a stranger.
Right, read on.
Her husband's brother shall go into her husband's brother shall go in unto her.
Right.
And take her to him to wife.
Right, so he wasn't going in to just hit it and then dip. He was going to take her as a wife. Well, why was this important? Well, they dwell together. So she knew this man. It wasn't a stranger. You see that? So she wasn't going to go out and get with the next dude that was just going to rough her up, treat her wrong. You see that? Go ahead.
And perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her.
Right, which was the duty of a husband's brother. It was really to raise up a child in the dead brother's name, to keep his name going. Right? Go ahead, verse 6.
And it shall be that the firstborn which she bear shall succeed in the name of his brother.
Right, go ahead.
Which is dead. That his name be not put out of Israel.
Right. Read on.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife.
Right, so he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do it except if a man like not to take his brother's wife. I might not want my brother's wife.
And what she put him through,
I'm good. Yeah. And the reason why he died childless and you ain't got none, because you might have been an off woman. He might have said, I don't want to deal with her. He didn't have to. You see that? He didn't have to do it. Now when you go into the story of Judah and his sons, what happened? Well, he had, if I'm not mistaken, 4 sons. Was it 4 sons and 2 died? Or 3 sons and 1 died? It's Genesis 38, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So when you go, and it came to pass, Judah went down, brethren turned, and Judah saw his daughter, Canaanite, conceived. Judah took a wife, firstborn. tomorrow. Her firstborn was wicked. Right. So Judah's firstborn was wicked. Most High killed him. At Genesis 38 and verse 8. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. What did Onan do? He went and laid with the woman. I'll read it. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went into his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. So he went and had sex with his brother's wife, but then he pulled out and spilled the seed on the ground. So he went in for the sex part, not for the other part of marrying this woman, raising a seed for his brother. So he went in for the flesh. Yeah. So remember, the law, go to Romans real quick. Go to Romans 7. Go to Romans 7. See, we look at some of these laws and we're like, damn, that's wild. Can't do that. But the problem is, this is the problem. Go to Romans 7 and 14.
God. Romans chapter 7 and verse 14.
Right?
For we know that the law is spiritual.
See, this is all spiritual. You gotta be in a high spiritual level to read this and say, you know what? I see the significance in this. I see why this is necessary. I see where this is a help more than a hindrance. So the law is spiritual. Go ahead.
But I am carnal.
But I am what?
Carnal.
But see, our carnal minds is like, that's my sister's, that's my brother's wife. Well, if you're in it for the sex, then yeah, that's why you looking at it the wrong way. It's funny. I had a brother in the truth. I had an older brother in the truth. And I remember when this came up, I'm like, bruh, I ain't trying to lay with none of your women. So you better go have babies. Right? But even then, I was looking at it wrong. I didn't have to go through with this. I didn't have to do this. You see what I'm saying? I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do it. But then even in doing it, it's how am I approaching the situation? Am I approaching it out of my lust? Or am I approaching it in righteousness? You see that? The law is spiritual, but we're carnal. Go to verse 12.
Therefore the law is holy.
Right?
And the commandment holy.
Right?
And just.
Read.
And good.
Right? Yeah, you see that? So it was just, it was law, it was holy, it was good. But our carnal minds a lot of the times take away the spiritual part of the law, and we don't see why it's important. We don't see. Let me think about it. What happens when a widow, who's looking out for the widow? She got to look out for herself, right? And she got to have, or a woman that got out of this relationship with a man or whatever the case may be. The whole point was to not have this woman just out there, just dealing with a stranger. You see that? Dealing with a stranger, and to make sure that this man that died for whatever reason had a child in his name, that his name kept going through Israel.
So like, say if I die and I don't got no child, and then my brother had sex with my rib, wouldn't that be his child?
Yeah, it would be his child, but you're raising that child up. He'll be raising that child up in your name. So yes, it would definitely be his child physically, but that's a spiritual part of it, where it's almost like you're dedicating this child to your brother. Think about it. Samuel's mother, when she had Samuel, was that her child? Yeah, it was. She gave birth to him, but he was the priest's. You see that? He was given to the priest after he was weaned. That was their child. But it was her child. Like, she gave birth to him. That was her child. She went, she visited him every year. She made him a coat, many colors. That was her baby. But he was given to the priesthood at this early age. So it was like, it was their child.
Yeah.
But it was still her child. It would still be his child, yes, but you raise him up in that name of the brother. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but you got to be, again, you got to knock out all the carnal. And then think about it. You got a brother? Yeah, you got a brother? Yeah. Is he in the truth? Right, so you wouldn't, this wouldn't apply to y'all anyway. I wouldn't apply this anyway because he's no different than a stranger.
Kind.
See what I'm saying? So you wouldn't apply that. You wouldn't apply this to him because what's the difference between him and you? Well, you're in the knowledge. So if this did apply, it wouldn't apply to him. You see that? And we ain't doing that. I mean, listen, we ain't doing this. We ain't taking brothers' ribs and nah. Anything that was a brother's, that was his, right? If the brother leave, even if the brother leave the truth, if he leave the camp, we're not. And if his ribs stick around, we're not trying to get with his ribs. We don't do that. You see what I'm saying? So all things are lawful, not all things are expedient. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is what I would stay away from because the way Scripture say abstain from all appearances of evil. So we wouldn't do this because it just don't. To the non-spiritual mind, it don't look right. Like, wait a minute, this brother died and y'all taking his rib? Yeah, it just don't look right. So we wouldn't, you know.
He's like,
yeah, no. Right. Because no matter what you say you're doing it for, the law says, brother, they're going to be like, nigga, you did that because you was carnal.
You always denied her.
The law says you can have 2 ribs, and if you do that, they say you're doing it for the flesh. Yep. That's not always the case. You see what I'm saying? So even in that, somebody can find some evil in what you do within the law. But this, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. She can still be a part of the camp, and you know, but we're not going to deal with her. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm about to say, bro. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do get what you're saying as far as spiritual, because I wouldn't want her to be with no man who's gonna like just be with her and then like just leave her out there hanging. And, like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? It would be good for her to be with like a spiritual man, but at the same time, man, it's like.
Not your brother? But think about this. I hit you with this one. Who in here got daughters? I got 2. I got 2. Now, what would you rather your daughter do? Just be with a nigga out in the world or be with a man like you?
You said my daughter?
Yeah, if you had a daughter. You got a son, so you don't know what that daughter life is like yet. Your shotgun ain't loaded.
Yeah.
It's empty. Right? But having daughters and knowing that at some point they gotta get married. Right? What do I give them to? Do I let the world get them? Swallow them up, chew them up, spit them out? Or go to Ecclesiasticus 7:25 real quick. I flipped right to it. I flipped right to it. Go ahead.
Verse 5?
Verse 7:25.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 25. Right. So like, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Yeah, that's a heavy thing to give your daughter in marriage. It's a heavy ordeal. Go ahead.
But give her to a man of understanding.
And that's what should lighten the blow. Is that, wait a minute, I'm giving her to a man of understanding. So what should lighten the blow of this Deuteronomy is that, wait a minute, or should have at that time lightened the blow was that, you know what? This was my brother. We lived together. He operated in the same mind and judgment as I did. Right? He was going to take the same care for my wife, even though it wasn't his wife. He was going to care for her well-being, my children. Yeah. I care for his well-being, his children. So no matter which one of us it was no different because we were the same person as far as mental, spiritual, the way we move towards the Most High. That should be the consolation where, you know, you got that one brother, he just be dogging out all the women. He done stole a few of your girlfriends, right? And you like, damn, this nigga's a brute when it comes to women. He always got drama. Yeah, you wouldn't want that at this point for if you passed on for your wife, because then she might as well just go be with a stranger, right? Because a stranger was going to deal with her how? Like they do in the world. So, do I want to give my daughter to a stranger? Hell nah. I would rather it be a man in the knowledge. You see, or one of these little young kids coming up in the knowledge. I'd rather that. But I can't get around the fact that she don't have to talk to boys. It's no different. If you died with no children, and you had this night, you had this beautiful woman you taught, and you got her spirit to a certain point, and you passed on, would you want her to go get tainted out in the world? What would you rather? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So it was so many different things that were happening just in this law. But again, your mind had to be on the spiritual part and not the physical. No matter what, you died, guess what she was loose from? You. She could go deal with any man she wanted. The Most High was like, wait a minute, let's keep her with the righteous man. You see that? Let's keep her with a righteous man that's going to do righteous things towards her.
Right.
Or she go out in the world and get turned out, because ain't that what happens? They get a little freedom, they're like, ooh, fun. Right?
And just in you saying that, I mean, that is, I would think the Most High is conditioning men to deal with their women that way, raise them the right way, you know, don't treat them to do evil lessons, treat them, what has the scripture go, don't do an evil lesson.
Yeah, teach out an evil lesson against yourself.
Teach an evil lesson so that, you know, if that does happen, then they're in the right mind and they're going to continue doing the same thing that you've taught them. As a, you know, as a couple, you know, she's going to stay in the knowledge and she'll know if my husband should die, I'm going to continue on following these, you know, these commandments and the laws that the Most High set for me.
Yeah, just because my husband is dead, and again, they didn't have to do this. She could just be a widow. And he didn't have to take her. He could just say, no, I don't want to deal with her in that capacity. But if she wanted the children, and you know, they could do that. What's that?
Alright, so what if I do have kids, and do she just hold it down long gone, or do she still gotta find a man that raise my kids?
She could. The hope was that she could find a righteous man to help raise the children. It'd be rough. It's rough for a widow out there. You see what I'm saying? Or it's her choice. But remember, if you died, she's loose from you. She's loose from the law of you. That's what the scriptures say. Right. A woman is bound to her husband as long as he's alive. Right? But even in that, it wasn't that she went out and just all of a sudden just went with the next playboy that popped up.
I got a verse.
What you got?
Ecclesiasticus 4 and 10. And it just goes on what you just asked about, you know, that she got to go get another man to fill that void of losing you. But the scriptures, you know, there's plenty of times the scriptures talk about being a father to the fatherless. But just because you're a father to the fatherless, don't mean you have to actually be that woman's husband.
Right, we're all fathers to the fatherless.
Right,
we all do it.
Like saying I do that, like, you know what I'm saying, like, I don't mind y'all, like.
Right, we wouldn't have to be with your rib to help out with your child.
Right.
Right. We gotta listen. There was a sister in San Antonio. Her husband passed away, and from what I know, ain't nobody trying to get with her. She got children. She came to Passover. They deal with her in the camp. They check on her. They make sure the kids are good. But ain't nobody trying to get with her like that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to approach onto her because all of a sudden her husband is not around. They're like, hey, she got kids. She's a good sister. Let's make sure she's okay. She's moving as a widow, but whatever she need help with, brothers help her out with. Yeah. But remember that because the woman got to have a choice too. So let's say something happened to you, and you know your rib was like, well, it's been 10 years. Let me go get me a man, or a man came in my life and he's a good man and he's a respectable man. He basically mirrors you. Wouldn't you want her to have that in the spirit? No, you wouldn't. You selfish. No, I'm playing. He's like, yeah, you got me, bruh. He's like, man, you making it hard to say la, right? But I mean, hey, right. And she's still here. She got to live. It'd be better for her to deal with a righteous man and go out and just be a whore. Sis.
I think it was a movie that I remember when a husband, there was a wife and a husband. The husband was out of town a lot. They had children. But
that's good.
The wife found out that she was sick. She was dying actually. And she actually sought out other women to marry her husband because she knew she wanted him to have another wife. And she knew she wanted to be able to have a relationship children loved her, and you know, of course they had Christmas and all of that.
Right.
And then after she saw how they all kind of got along and they were family, then she died. But I thought that was a beautiful story.
She was put at
That was a
ease.
very beautiful spiritual way. You know, when you say, you know, you have another spouse, you have to take another wife or whatever, that you would have that open heart to be able to look at it that way. Like, you know, I love you enough to say that I will want you to be happy. You know,
Right.
if I'm not here.
Now, you women, don't be trying to pick out your husband's second wife.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I know. No, I'm just saying. You guys just trying to pick out it. You gonna get her because she's not as pretty as me. So I'm gonna let you get her over here. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't going down. Do me a favor, move over real quick. Right. That ain't happening. Right? Everybody look back. Y'all look back. Y'all killing her. Y'all killing. No, they all look back.
And me?
No, not you. I told them to move over real quick so I can look at her face back there. Right. So, she ain't doing that. She ain't doing that, man. I'm just joking with y'all. Read that Ecclesiasticus 4:10. You had a question, William? Oh, what's that?
Like when you read how the situation went down in 38 and 8, it don't sound like she had a choice. Would she have a choice to say no? I don't want to deal with my.
Well, I mean, even when you read in the law, it doesn't really say anything about her having. It don't really say anything about her having the choice. It just talks about if he don't want to do it. You see what I'm saying? So, if that's what he wanted to do, then that's what happened. It doesn't go into that because even when you read it in Genesis, yeah, it just says that they went and did the act, right? Yeah, so it don't really go into the whole choices. Really, it just goes into it where it says, and if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. So, yeah. So she was actually going up to the elders like, this dude don't want to do what he supposed to do. Read Ecclesiastes 4:10.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4, and verse 10. Be as a father unto the fathers.
Right.
And instead of a husband unto their mother.
You see that? Very good precept. Like he said, be a father to the fatherless, and instead of a husband unto their mother. You don't have to raise it to be an example to a child. You gotta be with their mama. My mom had a real good friend named Leroy, and he was like the constant man in our house, but they weren't together. They were, to this day. I asked, like, no, they were just real good friends. They never lay together, never nothing, but he'd be at the house. He taught me how to cook. He taught me how to, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna front. At first I thought he was gay. You know what I'm saying? But he had kids of his own and a wife, divorced. But they were just real good friends, man. They were just real good friends. He would come, he would check on us, whatever. If my mom needed something, well, he would come through with it. He would babysit us. It was weird. We used to give Leroy hell, but Leroy was a good dude. You know, he was a good guy. You know, he would take care of his mom. He was one of those guys. He took care of his mama. He was just a good guy. I just remember him coming to the house eating peanuts. So he would just sit there with a bag of peanuts, eating peanuts. Taught me how to cook lasagna. Taught me how to cook this, how to cook that. He taught me a lot. He was the epitome of this scripture. He was being a father to the fatherless, but not being a husband, to my mom. Go ahead.
So shalt thou be as the son of the most high, and he shall love thee more than thy mother do.
Right. So y'all get the point on that, right? Yeah. So it happens. It happens, man. Leroy. I remember I went and saw Leroy last time I went to New York. I seen him. He's aged a lot, but my mom ended up getting him a job where she was working. He needed a job. All that stuff that he did for us as kids. Look, boom. So, what else?
I got one question. It's on this. It's also in Ezekiel. It's going to be 47. Ezekiel 47, 21 and 22.
Ezekiel what?
47, verse 21 and 22. It says, Ezekiel 47, verse 21. So shall ye divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lots for inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as born in the country among the children of Israel.
Okay.
They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. Are these basically heathen? They're going to be in the land of Israel?
The borders of the land. The west side, south. Border of sea shall be. Yeah, it was the strangers. Remember, when you go into Deuteronomy, there was a law of the stranger. So the law of the stranger said what?
That we make them our own people, basically. They got to do all the rituals.
What did they have to do? What did the males have to do?
Cut off the foreskin of their...
Right. They had to be circumcised, follow the law, and it said they would be as one that was born in the land. So, if they carried on and did all that, it says it, and they shall be unto you as born in the country among the children. All this is doing is just, let's get it in the law. Yeah, there was a law of the stranger. The angel told him he was the person. Where did I say we were going to go?
You said we were going to the law?
The law of the stranger?
Right. Right. It's 12. Right?
Leviticus 20.
I think it's 12. Let's see here. No. Let's see here. You said what, Hakawa?
I thought it was Leviticus 25 and 47, but it's talking about a whole nother topic.
Right. The stranger that dwells with you. I mean, there was many different precepts.
Right.
I mean, Leviticus 19:34, Leviticus 12.
Numbers 15 and 15.
Give me 1 second. Here it is. Let's see. What did I quote? What was the one that I said? I said Leviticus 19.
19.
Go there real quick. Go there real quick.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34.
Right.
But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you.
Right. He said what? The stranger shall be what?
But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you.
Right, but they had to do what was commanded. They had to circumcise their males. You see that? Go ahead.
And thou shalt love him as thyself.
Right.
For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right. He said you were supposed to love the stranger as you loved yourself. Mary says, vex not a stranger. So, when you go into this Ezekiel, this is what he was commanding. But now, when we get into the kingdom, we don't have ours set up.
Damn, they're not going to be in there.
No, we already know that. This is not going into the kingdom.
Well, it's a big. When I was reading, it's a big story from verse 40, all the way to.
What chapter are we at again?
We're 47 right now. 47 and 21, 22. But it's actually one big story from 40.
Yeah, it goes all the way. Remember,
All
this
the
is
way
a
into
vision of Ezekiel.
Right, it's a vision.
Right, you're right. This is a vision of Ezekiel. It's a vision, right? And he was seeing. Remember, he wasn't seeing the kingdom.
Oh, I thought that was the kingdom.
No, he wasn't seeing the kingdom. No. And we went over this before.
Rain is this.
Yeah, no, he wasn't seeing the kingdom. Yeah, he asked a question on Ezekiel.
Kingdom going for Israel, right?
Yeah, he couldn't have been seeing the kingdom because the kingdom is on that's only set up for Israel.
Okay.
We're gonna have our lands and they're gonna have their areas.
Okay.
You see that? Because when you go into it, this was talking about this whole vision. He was going into like the sacrificing, right? The prince, the sacrificing.
Mm-hmm.
This was going if Israel was set up as the ruling on the earth, on the earth before the kingdom, before all that.
Okay.
So this is not. You gotta. What is it? It starts at 40, right?
Yeah, it starts at
Were you
40.
here when we went over it? Were you here when we went over it?
If I do, I just don't remember.
Right, brought me to the land of Israel and set me upon a very high mountain by which the frame of the city of the south. Right, so he was bringing them to the city. He was bringing them through all these different in the vision. He was bringing them, showing them like how the sacrifice was supposed to set up, how the priesthood was supposed to be set up, how all the different things were set up if Israel was right.
Okay, because I constituted it as going into like during like Deuteronomy and stuff like that when they're going to get their own land in Israel and Exodus and all that.
Right, but remember, all that stuff was if Israel was right.
Okay.
Right? If we followed the law of the Most High,
All this would have been
established anyway.
Okay.
But what happened? We didn't follow, so we went into captivities. Right. So the visions that Ezekiel was seeing is if we followed the law, if things were right from the time of Deuteronomy all the way till then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta reread it because there's things in here. It's talking about when you have a king above you, and it was showing the king how to operate. Mm-hmm. Right. So.
I remember it.
But think about it. The way that the same stipulations that were given in Ezekiel were given in Deuteronomy about the king.
Right.
Right? He was going to do this. He was going to do that. He was going to do this.
I was comparing them whenever I was doing it. I was going to jump back and forward.
Well, remember, a lot of the times when we're reading the law and it'll jump into Ezekiel, it'll jump into the same Ezekiel about the priesthood and how the priesthood should have been set up according to Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Yeah, so it's just doing the same thing. Making too much noise, bro. Take that from him. This guy. Yeah. Is that it?
What does it represent? Okay, 46 and 7. There's more passages about the ephah, but in 46 and 7, he shall prepare a meat offering and an ephah for a bullock. So what is? I thought the ephahs were the stones on them. So what does it represent?
No. That's watch. That's, if I'm not mistaken, a measurement. You're at Ezekiel? 46?
46 and verse 7.
If I'm not mistaken,
Because there's
yeah, that's a dry measurement. It's not an ephod. An ephod is what we wore with a D at the end.
okay. I got
Right. This is an ephah, which is a dry measure of quantity. So this is a dry measure, like you measure wheat, rice, grain. Right. You just gotta remember, if you don't understand a word, yeah, you gotta get what kind of phone you use. Apple. You gotta get
1828.
no. You gotta get. There's an app. Yeah, 1828 is good. You need that for definitions, but there's an app called Eastward, and you can get the Apocrypha. But if I go into the Bible and I go into Ezekiel 46, what was that?
verse 7.
Verse 7. If I go into the Strongs with the King James with Strong's numbers, just click on that H number. It'll tell me what it is. Okay, I went to the wrong number. E5. 67. Standard measure. Yes, standard of measure. A standard. For Android is my board. And it has the Strong's numbers, and you click it, boom, it'll tell you what it is. That's a good study tool. It's a good study tool to have. You gotta study with all your tools. That way.
Question for Samara. How does someone who has a problem with opening up and keeping stuff inside, but brothers tell them come out of that?
How does someone who has a problem with opening up and keeping stuff inside, that brothers,
Maybe tell them come out of that.
retype the question. How does someone who has problems with opening up and keeping stuff inside come out of that?
I got a scripture for that.
What you got?
First John 1 and 9.
Let's read it. What does it say? Let's see where you at.
First John chapter 1 and verse 9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us for our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness.
Now, that's absolutely right. Now let me ask you this. What if the person that they're opening up is not something sinful? They just have a problem with opening up. You know, you have those people that they're introverts and they like to be to themselves, silent. They don't talk too much. You have those people, right? So how does someone who has a problem with opening up? James, confess your faults. See, y'all are going at it as if the person got like some detrimental sin on their hands. You got to first find out why a person doesn't want to open up. Why do most people not open up to other people? Go ahead. Let's hear from the mouth of a babe. Read.
Trust issues.
Right. Trust issues, right? There's trust issues there. So maybe that person doesn't feel comfortable opening up because they don't trust who they need to open up to. You can tell a person all day, open up, talk, but they have to trust. They have to trust the person. So how do you get? How does someone who has a problem with opening up, keeping stuff inside, that bothers them, come out of that? I see what they're saying. How does someone who has a problem with, why couldn't I see that? Wow. With opening up and keeping stuff inside that bothers them, come out of that? Well, first of all, you got to see that that's harmful. that keeping things inside, that's not the cure for anything, right? I mean, let's go to all the 50,000 scriptures that we go to a lot, right? About counsel. Right? You got me? Hang on, I gotta use the restroom. It's killing me. Somebody else gave me Proverbs 11:6. Proverbs 26:6. Proverbs 11 and 14.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14.
If I sound faint, it's because I'm getting faint. I'm getting 11 and 14. Go there real quick. So this is what you'd have to realize is if a person doesn't want to open up, what you got to realize is to your own detriment first and foremost. You not opening up don't hurt me. It only hurts you. And you may have and be wrestling with issues, and if there's things inside you that bother you, then you have to go get the fix. It's no different if you're sick and you got an ailment that's bothering you. You just sit on the ailment. Nah, you quick to go to the doctor. You quick to run to Walgreens or Rite Aid to get your medicine. So it's the same principle. Why? Because you want to be fixed. You want to be healed from whatever that is. So, yes, all the other scriptures they put in there, right? I misread the question. But read this real quick.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 14. Where no counsel is, the people fall. But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
Yeah, where there is no counsel is, the people fall. Mistakes happen. And more detrimental than others sometimes. Some mistakes are life-changing mistakes. And some not so much. But the point is, without giving yourself the ability to open up and let things out, you'll end up making some of the wrong mistakes. You'll make wrong moves. You see that? So that's first and foremost. You got to understand the detriment of holding things in. And what happens? That's where people get anxiety. That's where people get high blood pressure. These different diseases that hit the flesh because the mind is worn down with a lot of different problems, right? So go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. I'm trying to answer the question and not take too long. So a few scriptures. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 9:14.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable.
Right. So the things that you're wrestling with that you don't want to open up about that are bothering you, it's causing misery. It's causing misery in the mind. Go ahead.
And our devices are but uncertain.
Right. The one device that's certain is counsel. It says in the multitude of counselors there is safety. So if there's one device that you're going to use, you got to counsel. But now do I just counsel with anyone? No, I got to find the right counselor. It says we'll have one counselor but of 1,000. So that means I can't go spread my business out to everybody. I got to find one trustworthy person that I know is qualified to help me with my situation. I got to go find a man of wisdom, a woman of wisdom. For you children, you got to deal with your parents and have them help you through different situations and different things that you don't want to open up about. I know some things are difficult to open up about. Sometimes it's just that it's not that I don't want to talk. It's that this is a hard subject to talk about. So you got to find someone that's trustworthy, someone that's not going to ridicule you, not going to take your business and spread it, not make you feel bad for whatever you're coming to them for. Go ahead.
For the corruptible body presseth down the soul.
Right. All those thoughts that you hold in, they start to press down your body, which presses down your soul. Read.
And the earthly tabernacle weigheth down the mind that museth upon many things.
Right. Your body, as it's being beat down and stressed out, it weighs down your mind. It's a vice versa type of thing. The mind and the body are intertwined. and they weigh each other down, they could lift each other up. Mind over matter, right? But if you beat down in the body, it starts to weigh you down in the mind, and your thoughts are not going to be aligned with anything positive. Go ahead.
And hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon earth.
Right. See, the thing is, there is no guess when it comes to this type of situation. There is no guessing. He told us what to do. He told us what to do. He said to counsel about things, to talk about things. Now, again, it's who am I talking to? Who am I entrusting? Who am I entrusting with this information? That's the important thing. That's the important thing. Who am I entrusting? Right, so let's get it real quick. Go to Tobit 4:18.
The book of Tobit, chapter 4, verse 18.
Right.
Ask counsel of all that are wise.
He said, do what?
Ask counsel of all that are wise.
Right. Give me the one that says, find one counselor with one man counselor himself. You know which one I want? It's in there. Yeah, he said, ask what?
Ask counsel of all that are wise.
Yeah, but we tend to go ask counsel from the dummies. You can't get relationship advice from a divorced person or a person that's not in a relationship or does not know how to conduct a relationship. Like I'm gonna ask relationship advice from a person that's been divorced 5 times. Doesn't make sense, right? I'm gonna go to the one that has the longevity in a relationship, or I'm gonna go to someone that has wisdom on the situation, and that's not going to again misuse the information that I give them in confidentiality and put my business out in them streets. So it says, ask counsel of them that are wise. Mm-hmm.
And despise not any counsel that is profitable.
And despise not counsel that's profitable. Right. Counselor. I'm trying to find this other one. Hold on. A lot of it is trust, though, man. Right, right. It says, go back and read that one more time. Perfect point. Read that one more time, that scripture.
Tobit chapter 4, verse 18. Ask counsel of all that are wise.
Right.
And despise not any counsel that is profitable.
Right, because that's another reason why a lot of people don't open up. You're going to be told things that you may not want to hear. And once you get the counsel on, okay, you got to do this, that, or the other, you gotta follow it to become profitable. You got to follow it to get those things off your mind, out of your head. But you have to, what's the point of getting it if you don't follow it? So you have to follow it. It says, despise not what? Read it one more time. Did you find it?
Yeah. And despise not any counsel that is profitable.
Right, but how many of us do that? You come for the counsel, we give you what the scriptures say, thus saith Yah. And come on, brother, I hear you. And then you go and do the opposite, and then what do you get? You get the opposite of what the counsel was meant to do. And then you don't want to come back and talk because we're going to say, well, what happened to the first counsel? So now you try to avoid letting out things that are in your mind, and then your thoughts beat you up. You get into this mind state that, you know what, I'm going to just handle it myself. But that's not profitable. It says, extol yourself not in your own counsel. It says, be not extolled in your own counsel like a bull walking alone. Right? I probably misquoted that. But that's what happens. You start to get way down in your mind trying to go through your own, your own way of how am I going to get this thing done or accomplish this goal or whatever whatever's weighing you down. Instead of saying, you know what, let me go to somebody that, let me just get it. Let me get it. Here it is. Yeah, it's Ecclesiasticus 37.
Uh,
37 and verse. Go to Ecclesiastes 37 and verse 7.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 37, verse 7.
Right.
Every counselor extolleth counsel.
Right.
But there is some that counseleth for himself.
There are some that do what?
Counseleth for himself.
Right. There are some that counsel for themselves. So again, going back to that trust, you got to know who to counsel with. It says, seek out a wise man to counsel. Then you gotta watch out who you're counseling with. You got some people that counsel to just gather information to have it held against you for a later time.
Yeah, that's verse 9.
Right? It's gonna go down. We're gonna read down, right? Mm-hmm. Right, go ahead.
Beware of a counselor, and know before what need he hath.
Right.
For he will
and know what?
And know before what need he hath.
Right. Go ahead.
For he will counsel for himself.
Right.
Lest he cast the lots upon thee.
Right.
You know, like the whole counsel, he'll counsel for himself. He's gonna. You can go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's gonna counsel you into the direction that's gonna benefit him. So, like, let's say, for example, he needs some help getting things together for a job or something like that, and you're like, well, should I handle the business at the house or take care of this, or should I go out and go to work? And it's like, nah, man, you know what? Don't handle the business at the house or go to work. But what you should do is come with me and we go handle this other stuff that I got going. You won't say it like I got going on, but this other stuff over here that you could be better useful for, and then let those other things work themselves out. He's like trying to coerce you and counsel you into a direction that's going to benefit himself.
Yeah, he has an agenda.
He has an agenda.
So it said, know what you got to know when you go to this person. What do they need? Or what are they gonna ask me for after they give me this counsel? Every counselor extolleth counsel. I'm the best counselor there is. Right? Come. Let me give you the advice. I got the wisdom. I got the way. But what is it that you need once you give this counsel? Now, we know that we shouldn't be I don't counsel anybody with an agenda at all. The counsel is given because that's what the scriptures say. But it's not my agenda, because he ain't counseling for an agenda. Like, the only agenda is to help.
God.
It's to help brothers and sisters. So we don't need nothing. There's nothing that you can give, whether we counsel you or not, that's going to make us sway counsel. But a lot of the times it's approached like, that's what you want me to do. Hell no, that's not what we want you to do. We want you to do what's right. We want you to do what seemeth right to you and what you're willing to do, what's willing in your mind. I don't want you to do anything that appeases me, because it's not about me. What does the Most High want from you, from us? You see that? So when we give counsel, it's not to be despised. It's because we're trying to come from the balance of the book. There's balances to be weighed out with everything. You can give counsel on a situation and say, well, look, there's this side to it, but then there's this side that got to be adhered to also, and you got to juggle that balance and walk that line. Some things are more one-sided. Hey, no, look, this is what you're going to do. You're going to do this. You're going to do this. Or some things are more, you got to do this, but you got to watch out for this. This part right here is important, so add the, but you can't despise it because it doesn't feel good or sound good. But you got to know who you counsel with. Go ahead.
And hide thy counsel from such as, lest he cast the lots upon thee.
Right.
Verse 9. And say unto thee, thy way is good, and afterward he stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee.
Yeah, the way is good, but why he ain't walking you down the way? The way is good. Go that way. But see,
He ain't gonna do it.
a lot of times we'll walk brothers and sisters through their counsel. We'll walk with them. Well, listen, you got to go on a fast because you got a drinking problem. Okay, well, you know what? We all going to go on a fast. We all going to walk this way for this brother or for this sister to show them that this way is good. We're not going to point you in a direction and fall back and wait for you to fall into the ditch. We're going to walk it with you to show you that if we can do it, so can you. And that we'll follow our own counsel. And that what I apply to you, I'll apply to myself. If I got a drinking issue and I'm telling brothers to get on the fast, best believe if I check myself and I got a drinking problem, or if I'm consuming too much, I'm going to automatically say, you know what I got to do? Got to go on a fast. Got to go on a fast. Got to break that spirit. That's with anything. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Consult not with one that expecteth thee.
Right.
And hide thy counsel from such as envy thee.
Yeah, you're not going to go counsel with someone that envies you. Let me see. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 11. Neither consult with a woman, touching her of whom she is jealous.
Right, so it's going into the type of people that you deal with. Now, again, taking it back to just opening up in general and letting things off your mind. Yes, you got to know who to talk to, and the point is you have to see the benefit in being able to talk about what's happening in your mind. A lot of you children, a lot of you young tweeners, right? It's like you're like a shut vault. Like everything's always good with you, or nothing at all. But there's things that are going on in your mind. You just got to see the value in just being able to speak about things that are happening in your mind and letting those things off. And that's why you have your parents. You should trust your parents. If you sitting in this building or you sitting online listening, and your parents are watching with you, that's the person you talk to. It's your parents. If it's a sister and you got a husband, that's who you talk to. Is your husband. If you don't have a husband and you got sisters around, then you got other sisters you can talk to, and you got the priest you can talk to. So, the first and foremost thing though is you have to be willing to talk and see the benefit. Where there first be a willing mind, then it is accepted. You got to be willing to talk. You got to be willing to give up, to humble yourself. A lot of it is just pride, not wanting to humble yourself and put yourself in a compromising situation. Why do most people not want to talk about what's going on with them? They don't want to look a certain way. But you got to see, we're not judging how you look, so to speak. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're not
Self-conscious.
we're not doing the, oh, you messed up, ha ha ha, you look stupid. We're like, okay, you messed up. How do we fix it? How do we prevent the mess up? We do that with the children. We do that with grown men. Some grown men, a lot of these grown men and women have a lot of a lot of issues that are a lot of folly, and we're like, damn, you fell to that, or you did that. Okay, well listen, it happened, it's done. Let's fix it. But you got to keep coming to the table. You got to keep presenting yourself and being open to say, you know what, this is what I'm dealing with, this is what I'm doing. A lot of us got issues and we can't figure out the root of the issue, but we won't figure out the root of the issue unless you are communicating, you are talking, you are opening yourself up for that communication. And again, I'm going to say it again, some of it you're not going to like. You're not going to like the counsel that's given, or the guidance that's given, or the constructive criticism that's given. It's not always going to be what you want to do, but sometimes what we don't want to do is what's necessary. You see that? So, yeah, I didn't want to go into a different direction. Just with the opening up. Yeah, it's really, that person has to be willing. You gotta just see what it's doing for you. Just holding that stuff in, it doesn't benefit. Right? Go to, let me get this one real quick. Go to James. He threw it in there. James 5. I'm gonna go to 5. I want you to start at verse, I believe it's 13. After this one, we're gonna end it, set up these prayers so we can get out here to street speak.
Come. James chapter 5.
Sorry, 4:30. Wow. Go ahead. We were making good headway.
Verse 13.
Read verse 13.
Come. James 5. Verse 13. Is any among you afflicted?
Right.
Let him pray.
Go ahead.
Is any married?
This is it right here. Go ahead.
Let him sing songs.
Right. Read.
Is any sick among you?
Right.
Let him call for the elders of the church.
Right.
And let them pray over him.
Go ahead.
Anointing him with oil in the name of the Most High.
Right.
As the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him.
Go ahead.
Confess your faults one to another.
Right. It says confess your faults. A lot of us are scared to confess our faults. The things that we do wrong or the negatives that are in us. You know, you may have an anger issue. I got an anger issue. But I don't want to confess that to nobody. I don't want to let nobody see that. But is any amongst you sick? Let him call for the elders. This is how you heal. This is how you get the right remedy to be able to remove that anger from your spirit. Whether it be anger, whether it be depression, whether it be whatever it is, or whether you just got to talk about certain things in life to get the clear direction on things. You'll be surprised. But they always say a closed mouth don't get fed. Right? So you have to open up your mouth so people can know what's going on. Because then really it's, well, nobody's helping me. Well, you ain't talking. So whose fault is it? You moving around with a smile on your face. Everybody thinks it's all good. But deep down inside, you're dealing with stuff. It's up to that person to open up. The willing mind has to say, you know what? I need to be fixed. I need to be healed. I need to do what the scriptures say, which is to communicate. Scriptures do say in Malachi 3, communicate daily. To do good and to communicate, forget not. For with such sacrifices, God is well pleased. We know it's a sacrifice for some to communicate what's on their mind and to give up what's in their head and to give up that position. That's like their defensive position. I can't give away my position. I can't give them what's in my head because they don't know everything about me. It's a sacrifice, but you have to do it. That's what the scriptures say. All right, Khan, the water search. I'm making me think a lot of my choices. Khan, the water search. Khan. So, and really, it's just practice. You know, you open up about little things slowly, and then you put yourself in the practice of communication. And the more you do it, the more it becomes second nature, where you're not sitting there trying to figure out what do I hold back and what do I talk about. Yeah, it's a humbling. Yeah, that's it. When you got to sit there and confess something to somebody, you're putting yourself in a state of humility. A lot of us don't want to be in that type of humility, where that's not humility. That's me looking weak. No, it's humility.
You feel vulnerable.
Yeah, we don't want to feel vulnerable, but sometimes to accomplish certain goals, you do have to put yourself in a vulnerable situation, and it's not really. That's actually the strength. It's not vulnerability. That's actually the strength to be able to sit there and communicate about what's in your mind. That's a strong person can do that. That ain't weak. Don't let the world fool you like, oh, it's weak to tell them what's in your head and you weak. You looking weak. Hell nah. It takes a high level of strength to be able to open up your mind and give it to another person. A high level of strength. So just, practice doing it. Practice with your, again, deal with people that's going to give you the right counsel. All right? Ken?
Con.
Yeah, let's set up these prayers. We went a little longer than I thought. Let's set up these closing prayers. Imagim, Wapanya, Kwadam. Let's rise and face the east. Can you do that real quick? Just, whew. Let me do this part. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aita.
Aita.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Hear our prayers.
Hear our prayers.
Hear our cries.
Hear our cries.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Ha.
Ha.
Shamar Al.
Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Izar.
Izar.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
And understanding.
Understanding.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much spiritual gifts.
Much spiritual gifts.
And spiritual powers.
And spiritual powers.
Forgive us.
Forgive us.
Of all of our sins.
Of all of our sins.
Send your son.
Send your son.
Send your son.
Send your son.
Quickly.
Quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Thawada.
Thawada.
From Yad.
From Yad.
Aman.
Aman. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latananawa. Hatawara.
Hatawara.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latananawa. A war. Lara'ah.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latananawa. Ha'ayal.
Ha'ayal.
Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latananawa.
No, you know.
Wait, did I do this? Did I do this part?
You're
Hold on.
supposed
Let me
to do
blow
that before
the
this.
ram's horn. Go ahead.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latananawa.
Latananawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayah.
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 Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint the people. If anyone wants to get anointed.
This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
To sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou,
For thou,
O Yahweh, has made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither does a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
Forever.
Forever.
But thou, O Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies shall perish.
For lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire my enemies.
My desire my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawat,
Hamalawat,
Ladawat,
Ladawat,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tuwab,
Tuwab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Al,
Al,
Harash,
Harash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Al,
Al,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Alpanya,
Alpanya,
Madawatua,
Madawatua,
Katal,
Katal,
Karawan,
Karawan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Al,
Al,
Hararia,
Hararia,
Tazawan,
Tazawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Tazawa,
Tazawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
I, Ha'awalam,
Ha'awalam,
Aman.
Aman. This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descend upon the mount of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamya. Aman.
Aman. All right, let's circle up. Let's scoot on down this way so that we can make full circle. Come on over, big bro. All right. Yashkar, call it.
Akim, Amaitu, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, Barak,
Get him a tie. Sisters rise. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Akim, Amaitu, Barak.
Yahweh Shemar, thank Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Get him a tie. Fall out. Let's salute everyone online. Everyone say Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you for joining us. We'll see you Monday. Hey, how you doing?
Six chill, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah.